Hello and welcome to Six Pack. Today I'm gonna start a new series. What if Deku went back in time as world's greatest hero? If you enjoyed this video, please give it a big thumbs up, and to watch more videos like this, subscribe to my channel and turn that bell notification on so you never miss an upload. Now wasting no more time, let's begin.
The Earth has experienced a new sense of peace in the 12 years since One for All fully awakened. The scene was dominated by new heroes who embraced the lesson that all might found difficult to impart to others. Heroism is more than just catchphrases and product endorsements. The goal of heroism has always been to save lives and give hope and joy to those in need. As the never-ending conflict between good and evil raged throughout the world, many heroes, and those who aspired to be heroes, remembered the journey they had taken to get here. Given that it fell during a troubling period in contemporary Japanese history, the rebirth of the symbol of peace was not an event to be readily celebrated. Before coming to a halt in the center of Tokyo, the actual wrath of evil swept across the nation. The world began to realize how broken everything really was when the symbol was reborn. There was a new danger today. What started out as a small-scale organized crime group grew into a global criminal empire. This empire was interested in people, weapons, drugs, quirks, and everything else. The symbol of peace was working hard while the world fought this new evil. The criminal empire known as the Discord Association now operated out of an abandoned seaport on the shores of Ottawa Bay in Yokosuka Prefecture. The group's modest three-story building was encircled by a number of warehouses, 18-wheeler-filled vehicle depots, and what looked to be soldiers. The Chaos Star was depicted on a single flag flying at the top of the main building. A moderate number of strong, armed gang members stood watch inside one of the warehouses. With the exception of a single chair in the center and a few opened boxes, the room was essentially empty. One hero was strapped down in the chair, wearing big steel gauntlets held far apart by chains and steel cuffs around the legs. The chains were held by two gang members who had the Chaos Star pinned to their jackets and were dressed in matching black suits and ties. Their hero was dressed in a dark green suit with torso-length dark silver accents. He was dressed in green pants and a plain red utility belt. He had on a white cape behind him and bright red boots instead of shin armor. His once unruly green bushel of hair had been trimmed down into a slight fade, and a metal blindfold covered his eyes. Deku was the symbol of peace. He had more bulk than his UA. It wasn't like All Might's previous body, though. His suit was form-fitting, modest, and firm. On the opposite side of the building, a door opened and slammed. The bound hero was approached by a big man. He towered over Deku in a three-piece suit made of dark steel. He had two scars down his right cheek and a buzzcut from the military. His eyes were a sharp blue, and his skin was a pale gray. He wore the Chaos Star pin, albeit with a crown on top, and two golden knuckle dusters on his hands. The two guards holding his arms apart were nodded at by the giant of a man. Deku's head was pulled back when one of the men grabbed him by the hair. He thought, maybe I should cut it shorter. "Quiet. You speak to the king," exclaimed a guard. "And here I am without a gift," Deku whispered. The enormous man glanced at the guards and raised an eyebrow. "Look, I don't even know why we're doing this. We have this whole routine, and I feel like we threw it away with this. So, how about you let me go? I go outside for a few minutes because I am starving, and we do this whole thing over again?" "No," the enormous man uttered in a booming, low voice. Deku let out a sigh. "Would you want me to pick something up for you then? You'll have to pay me back later," he replied. "No," Deku laughed. "Ah, come on, Chaos King. I thought you were a man of more than one word," he laughed. The Chaos King snarled. "You'll learn your place, boy. But first, I want answers," he replied. Deku gave a shrug. "Ask away," he suggested casually. The giant man asked after glancing at one of the guards. "Why is it that the greatest hero the world has ever seen decided to sneak onto my private property, assault my guards, and nearly break into my home before being subdued? Also, we checked and saw that you didn't have a warrant," he stated. He touched him on the shoulder. "I'd hate to think you've gone rogue." With a laugh, Deku dismissed the giant's hand. "Funny, because I seem to recall you illegally crossing national borders, kidnapping people, and stealing quirks all to make a few bucks. Sneaking onto a fortified villain hideout isn't that bad," he replied. The Chaos King laughed. "Sneaking, you say? You were caught like the amateur that you are. I commend you on going pro while young, but your naivety is laughable," he replied. Deku grinned. "Is it?" The villain sneered and narrowed his eyes at the hero. "Speaking of my fortress, how did you find it? It wasn't supposed to be easy to find," he said. Deku gave a shrug. "Google? Honestly, the fact that the website still works is incredible," he replied. The antagonist snarled. Answer the question. I thought I did, Deku replied. With a roar, the Chaos King seized him by the neck. You have 5 seconds before I crush your goddamn neck. The professional hero merely laughed. One of his white gloves had a secret button set on the side of his index finger inside one of the steel gauntlets that held his arms. He clenched his fists and pushed the button. Why no, this would scare me if you were serious, he replied. In his throat, the villain snarled. I am serious. I have no problems killing the symbol of peace right here, he said. True, but I don't want to die in Ottawa Bay. Honestly, I was hoping to die someplace quiet. Like in a small town somewhere in the country, Deku stated. The Chaos King's hold on his neck loosened. What? Though, to be fair, the bay is nice. Just not where I want to die, said Deku. The hero was dropped by the villain. How? Because my getting caught by you was planned. Honestly, I snuck onto that mansion of yours about 3 times on 3 different nights. And you hadn't noticed that I put up no fight when I got caught yesterday? That didn't strike you as odd? Aye. Boot. Here's the thing. Usually, I'm wearing my full shield when we meet, but I wore my Air Force gloves and gamma arm braces. Now, why would I change it up? The Chaos King was stunned. Honestly, your cockiness will bring you down. No matter how tall you get, you're always one mistake away from someone yelling, "Timber," Deku stated. The warehouse was rocked by an explosion as he was saying that. The Chaos King looked around the room, but he couldn't see the source. Let's see. A room this big must mean you have space to spare outside. Thanks to Super Sense, I can smell many of your gang members in here, even when I was being dragged while I was unconscious. Large facility maybe, judging from the heavy machinery I kept hearing out there. This must be your distribution outpost. Gun, drugs, and stolen quirks all ready to be shipped halfway across the world, Deku said. Outside, there was another explosion. Because it was so much clearer to everyone in the room, this one sounded closer. Sounds like a wall came down. I don't need an enhanced hearing power to know your heart rate just jumped, Your Majesty, Deku responded. The Chaos King balled his fists. How? Deku gave a shrug. Simply put, it was a team effort, he said. And enraged, die, quickly followed as the east wall of the building exploded at those words. Dynamite, a blonde demolition expert, emerged from the fire and black smoke. His hero attire included upgraded grenade bracers and the same top he typically wore in the winter. On his right shoulder was a miniature missile turret. He kept the boots he wore while in UA but wore more form-fitting pants without the knee bracers. He didn't have on the orange and black flares or a mask. The villains in the room were taken aback by his arrival, and many of them were flung into the air by the force of it. As Dynamite touched down, Deku smiled softly. 3 moves to check, asshole. The Chaos King's eyebrows went up. You play chess too? Dynamite grinned broadly. War is chess, in case you haven't figured it out, he stated. Another explosion rocked the room, this time at the western wall, stopping the Chaos King's advance toward the explosion hero. The inventive creator was standing there, holding a metal bat, when he pivoted on a heel. She wore a sort of helmet with a transparent visor that exposed a large portion of her face, but otherwise her initial attire had not changed much since her time in the United Arab Emirates. But much of her trademark ponytail was gone, and her hair was shorter than it had been. The Chaos King growled and her piercing glare met his. The gang members attempted to ambush her, but they were swiftly defeated. She blasted the streamers into the faces of some gang members, knocking a few of them down, using the same confetti cannons she had made at the cultural festival. A rifle butt swing came at her from behind, and she ducked. She turned on her heel and used her bat to slam the offender in the stomach. She got up and swung the bat upward at a right angle once more, knocking him to the ground. As other guards rushed in, she took a step back. The glass ceiling above him broke and 2 bodies dropped from the sky before the villain had had enough of watching the raid. Uravity landed with 1 foot on each of the 2 gang members who had physical quirks, slamming them into the ground. Although she now wore a pair of nunchucks strapped to her waist and a bow staff on her back, her suit was largely unchanged from the winter of her first year. She swiftly dismounted the guards and threw herself into the fray against the oncoming guards. The Chaos King soon discovered that he had lost interest in Deku as the battle raged. He pivoted on his heel and observed as he removed the ankle restraints with a kick. Rising, he yanked the 2 guards off their feet and sent them flying in opposite directions. Then he released his hands by slamming the metal gauntlets together. He grinned at him after taking off the blindfold. It was a trap. 3 days ago. You fucking moron. If he doesn't think it's a trap, he's even stupider than you are. Bakugo yelled. And yet it's better than posing as a delivery girl and picking up the supplies, Yaoyorozu said. It's doable. The argument in front of Izuku Midoriya, symbol of peace, made him pinch his nose. In order to thwart Bakugo's blast now and ask questions never strategy, he and Yaoyorozu came up with a small plan to sneak onto the Chaos King's compound. Kyoka Jiro and Toru Hagakure were sitting with him and Uraraka as they debated the fundamentals of the plan. While in town, the two made separate visits. Jiro wanted to catch up with some friends, and Midoriya asked Hagakure to come by for some assistance. Naturally, Hagakure wore her hero uniform most of the time, which occasionally resulted in a few awkward collisions. Geez, he hasn't aged well, Jiro said. That's what happens when a case this big comes up, said Uraraka. He hasn't been home in a while, so, understandably, he's a bit cranky. I'll blast you back to the Stone Age, you damn 3D printer. Okay. That's rude. Hagakure turned to the green hero as the dispute went on. How's everything at home? You guys set a date yet? She inquired. Midoriya gave a headshake. Still trying to find a catering agency, and as much as I love Sato's cakes, they're too heavy on sugar, he said. I got a real suit, though. Uraraka gave a nod. As much as I love the old brown with red shoes, they had to go. It's a big day, and you need to go beyond there. Jiro kept watching the argument as Hagakure laughed. Midoriya said, what about you, guys? Well, we got a few more sessions in the studio to finish before we can drop a new album, but other than that, things are good, Jiro stated. Hagakure added, and I'm getting a haircut next week. For a while, Midoriya forgot about Bakugo blowing up their agency. Wow. X-ray vision barber. I met him while on a job, and, well, that was awkward, but later, he offered to cut my hair if the need arose and, well, it's risen, she said. In a world filled with different quirks, I'm sort of surprised I never encountered an X-ray anybody. Uraraka suppressed her laughter and shook her head. Were you in your hero uniform? After a moment of silence, Hagakure responded, yeah, he was very professional about it. Uraraka inquired, and Ojiro was alright about it? Well, this guy isn't exactly playing on the same team as most guys. Basically, it was more shock than embarrassment, she said. I gotta say it was pretty funny when she told me about it over the phone. I couldn't stop imagining that encounter all day and nearly ruined an entire recording session, Jiro stated. She gave it some more thought, shook her head, and refrained from laughing. After grinning, Midoriya turned back to the scene that was taking place. Bakugo was about to level the building, and Yaoyorozu was holding a metal bat. The inheritor jumped out of his chair and seized them both. Knock it off, he yelled. His order made Uraraka shudder. Both of you quit it, we're pros, not second years at UA. Now, Bakugo apologized for calling her a 3D printer. In response, the creation heroine said, an overly busted 3D printer. The words made Bakugo wince. Midoriya shrugged and raised an eyebrow at him. The hell? The hero of explosives shrugged. Guys, seriously. We're a strike team, which usually means we work together to fight big-time villains. Can we at least pretend to get along until we take down the Chaos King? Replied Midoriya. This is a stupid plan, and she knows it. There's no way he won't think it's a trap, Bakugo yelled. So you're quick to abandon the idea without hearing about any failsafe then? Honestly, how do you have a wife? Momo replied. It beats being single, Miss Strikeout. Excuse me. The two quarreling heroes were interrupted when Midoriya stomped the ground and activated One for All. Enough. We need a plan to keep the Chaos King from escaping to America, and blowing up the agency isn't a productive way of doing things, he yelled. Midoriya turned to face Yaoyorozu, who smirked. And provoking him isn't a great way of having fun, I should know, he replied. The everything heroine turned her head away, flushed. With a sigh, Midoriya turned off his quirk. Okay, I think we need a break. I'm going to explain to the officer standing outside that it was me that caused that earthquake. In the meantime, you guys head to the lounge to cool off or go on patrol. You guys need a break from each other, he replied. He went to the ground floor via the stairway on the far wall. The heroes all waited until Hagakure leapt to his feet. I'm gonna go too. I need to swing by the store to pick up a few things, she replied. The invisible hero went up the stairs and Jiro waved her away. Uraraka got up and walked away, staring daggers at Bakugo and Yaoyorozu. I know it's been a hard 3 years, but we're close. We have the perfect chance to capture this guy and be done with his Discord army bullshit, she continued. 1 more week, and then we can disband the strike team. Both of them gave a nod. The gravity heroine went up the stairs after saying, "I'll go check on Deku before we close up for the night. I'll see you guys tomorrow." Now. The Chaos King smashed the chair he was sitting in, and Deku jumped out of the way. With remarkable speed, the inheritor shifted his momentum and launched himself at the villain. The symbol of peace kicked him roundhouse, landing in the crook of his neck before the villain could react. After stumbling backward, the villain struck the hero with an uppercut that just missed the hero's chin. Midoriya dodged and sent the villain flying out one of the windows with a Delaware smash beneath him. He punched two criminals as they attempted to charge at him after getting away from the villain. "Creata, go to the transport system. Dynamite, cover her." Dynamite screamed, "Don't tell me what to do, Deku," as he threw himself into the air, putting himself between Creata and the villains pursuing her. Creata kicked down the office door after climbing the stairs. Dealing with the villains within, she swung her bat. "Uravity, secure the building. Once you're done here, take the main office building." "Got it." Deku launched the Chaos King through a broken window and landed in the courtyard while the mission was in progress. The area was strewn with unconscious villains who had either severe bruises on their exposed skin or burn marks, and he fell in the midst of the carnage. He hurried over to the villain in command, grinning. The giant was already on his feet, holding a rifle from the future. It had a big barrel and multiple electrical conduits sticking out of it. It was silver. He shot the young hero with what seemed to be an electric charge as soon as he saw Deku. After falling to the ground, the hero instantly got up to launch an air column at the king. The Chaos King was forced to engage in close combat as the rifle flew through the air. Deku easily dodged as he backed up as the king swung. "Even as the symbol of peace, you dodge. What does that say about you?" "Well, to be fair, I was chained up for several hours, so I'm still a little tired," he replied. The Chaos King snarled. "Trying to play smart, huh? You won't be in a joking mood when I rip your quirk from your body." Deku grinned. He exclaimed, feeling better now, before slamming his fist. The Chaos King didn't notice his movement until the point of impact because of One for All. The punch was powerful enough to send him flying through a stack of crates containing illegal firearms, and it snapped from his body. With a grimace, the symbol of peace pursued his adversary. He jumped over the gun crates, but a bigger crate crushed him. With another futuristic gun in his hand, the Chaos King recovered and launched Deku into the air. The symbol of peace landed on his feet after performing a flip in the air. He charged at the villain, grinning at the assault. The weapon was fired at him by the Chaos King. As the hero sidestepped the energy, electrical arcs flew through the air, barely missing him. Deku felt the effects of his quirk waver as it went by. Murmuring, "I hate these things." As soon as the hero closed in on the villain, the effect faded. He grabbed the villain's tie and punched the gun, smashing it to pieces. Deku delivered a powerful blow to the villain without inserting his cap. When the Chaos King stumbled, he was kicked in the stomach from the front. Midoriya persisted in advancing while kicking and punching the villain. The villain had a second to gather himself after one punch narrowly missed him. He leapt to his feet and struck the ground between them with both of his fists, launching the hero back with a wave of energy. The Chaos King had access to some earthly ammunition after the attack caused some of the ground to loosen. He grabbed a boulder and hurled it at the hero, but a smash destroyed it. The hero was still being hit by boulders from the Chaos King. Deku was annoyed by the sneer that was spreading across his face as he kept dodging. This has to stop. After leaping to the side, the symbol of peace briefly disappeared from the villain's view. He quickly removed both his gloves and his shoes. Silver bands with a big S on the front were clipped on each wrist and just below his kneecaps. One for all. Full shield. All the gadgets were glowing brightly. The bands beneath his kneecaps produced the same effect on his knees as well as a technological waterfall down his legs. Shining metal gauntlets took shape on his arms. His legs took on the same metal armor-like shape as his arms. The same material with black soles underneath took the place of his boots. The Chaos King appeared astounded by the change. With the cape on his back and a slight breeze, Deku stood tall and proud. He roared, "Let's finish this, Chaos King." The villain was startled out of his reverie by the sound of thunder. A storm had developed, providing the ideal setting for their decisive conflict. The Chaos King wiped some of the blood that had formed on the corner of his mouth and adjusted his knuckle dusters. "Yes. Let's finish this." Both of them lunged at one another. Izuku Midoriya paid his respects and then ate his cutlet bowl, his stomach growling like a savage beast. As she watched her boyfriend eat, Ochako Uraraka did chuckle gently at his action. The two were eating their lunch together with a few of their classmates. They had earned their delectable reward from lunch rush after working out with Snipe and Cementos. Iida observed his classmate's enthusiastic demeanor while he ate his meal in silence. Midoriya, I know a balanced nutrition and replenishing energy is vital to being a hero, but you're scaring me, he replied. The inheritor swallowed the remaining rice in his mouth and flushed. Sorry. I'm starving. That class took a lot out of me, he said. Yaoyorozu was sitting a little farther down the table, listening. Of course, but that kind of behavior is unsettling. Please restrain yourself, especially since you could choke on your food if you don't take it easy, the previous class representative stated. Yaoyorozu raised her gaze from her meal. To be fair, I'm usually like that as well with my quirk. And he's not wrong either, Iida, she replied. The ex-class representative shrugged. I didn't see you use much of your quirk, Yaoyorozu. Is everything okay? She gave a nod. I've been trying to get another special move besides my lucky bag, but I can't seem to get the configuration right, she continued. While eating her chicken meal, Uraraka asked, what did you have in mind, Yao Momo? Well, the everything hero said, putting down her cutlery. I had this dream, and don't laugh at me here. But this dream kinda had me with a portable cannon. Iida, Uraraka, and Midoriya all turned to look at her in shock. Iida questioned, a portable cannon? Well, yes. I mean, the possibilities are endless when I think about it. Some serious stopping power and not having to rely on finding a specific space to set up while on the battlefield, and I imagine that creating it will be easier than making a full cast iron cannon, she replied. That is true. I've seen you make that cannon of yours. Looks exhausting, said Iida. Yaoyorozu gave a nod. Uraraka cast a sidelong glance at the inheritor beside her as they carried on eating. Midoriya had only been eating, sleeping, or appearing to be preoccupied since he completely awakened Float from All Might's previous master. During their lectures, she had observed that he would occasionally gaze into space. At the wrath of Shinso behind him, he once hovered slightly as well. It was demonstrated by the way he handled his lunch. Perhaps it's a consequence of his quirk, similar to Yaoyorozu's? The silence was broken as they were eating by the sound of helicopter blades. A tiny helicopter was flying toward the building's roof when they all turned to look outside. Midoriya remarked, wow, I've never seen anything come this close to the school before. Iida pondered, probably on its way to an event or something. Still, it's weird that it's flying pretty low. With a shrug, the two carried on eating. Another student approached their table while they were eating, holding an empty tray. Hi, Midoriya, she uttered timidly. As she left, Midoriya gave her a wave. You know her? Inquired Uraraka. The heir shook his head. Gotta say hi back, though, right? Jiro said, it is polite, from a few seats away. Iida gave a nod. When the same girl returned, they carried on eating. This time, she waved once more and gave him a cunning smile. Before continuing, she paused for a moment, maintaining eye contact with him. Midoriya cast a worried glance at his two friends as she vanished back into the throng. He said, that was weird. Uraraka remarked, and kinda creepy. As soon as the inheritor nodded, a scream broke out before he could take another bite. She looks exactly like me, who are you? Suddenly, the student crowds turned to face the voice's source. She's got a knife. What the hell, she's melting. Midoriya looked at Uraraka and dropped his chopsticks. As the inheritor powered up full cowling and bounded into the crowd, the gravity heroine jumped out of her seat. He saw them as he got closer. The Paranormal Liberation Front members Spinner and Himiko Toga were armed and aimed their weapons at the students. Since they were not permitted to deal with the villains without a staff member nearby to assist them, some of the students remained behind. However, Toga almost dropped her knife in shock when she looked up to see Midoriya charging at them. Izuku. Like icy water, the words ran down his spine. He exclaimed, only my friends can call me by that. As Toga prepared a spare knife, her smile remained unwavering. She threw the knife and said, oh, trust me, we'll be good friends one day. As Spinner yelled, don't kill him, and seized her by the arm before sprinting down the hallway, the inheritor sidestepped the knife. Uraraka followed Midoriya as he landed and pursued. Uraraka yelled, come on, those of you with a provisional license follow me, to a little retort from some of the spectators. Unlicensed students rushed to an alarm and set it off. In the future, it was obvious that a storm was on its way. The remaining conscious criminals fled for their lives as the symbol of peace fought the Chaos King, as if the wind and thunder weren't enough. The Chaos King was as tall and muscular as a mountain, yet he moved against Deku with the dexterity of a rabbit. The ground where the hero leapt was ripped apart by his punches and knuckle dusters. He dealt the hero serious damage while blocking his shoot style from several directions. Deku was just as quick as the giant because of One for All. He used the force of the king's blows as momentum to fend off his own blows. He was knocked backward by one punch in particular, which was directed at his cheek. The symbol of peace countered, turning right around and using his own momentum. Deku and the Chaos King jumped apart. While the villain was merely adjusting his tie, the symbol of peace was panting heavily. "I must say, I was sort of expecting more from you this time around," he said. "The ultimate power lies within you, and you still hold back like a child? Pathetic." The hero remained silent. He fiercely resisted the Chaos King's raised guard as he clenched his fists and charged back into the fray. If I didn't know any better, I'd say your heart isn't in this tonight," the antagonist replied. Deku threw another punch, this time a rising uppercut that caught the villain's jaw and sent him flying a few feet before he hit the ground again, burning his eyes. "Trust me when I say this. I'd rather be doing a lot of things tonight. My little girl will be graduating from UA soon, and she doesn't have her quirk." The Chaos King picked himself up and laughed. "Ya know, I hate you for a lot of things, like wrecking my supply depots and terrifying my allies into submission, but I applauded you when I learned it was you that rescued little Eri." Deku grinned. "I wasn't the only one." Before they punched each other once more, the villain smiled back. "I must commend you, though. You took down the Paranormal Liberation Front, unhinged terror groups around the world, and you've managed to force me into a full fight for the first time since Crisis. Trust me, kid, you should quit while you're ahead," said the antagonist. Deku easily sidestepped his numerous blows. "These aren't achievements I'm proud of. The PLF changed Japan indefinitely, giving you the chance to take power. Terror groups being trampled on is good, but only until a new group rises. And you? It's been 5 years, and I couldn't get close to you like before," he stated. Before swiftly countering with a snapping cross, he swiped at an incoming jab and raised a block against a specific strike. The villain was forced to stumble backward by the blow. "You're bold." The Chaos King growled as he lunged forward, clutching his nose as he faced his adversary. "And you're fun to hit. Funny how we complete each other when we are locked in combat," Deku replied. The giant gave the symbol of peace a single blow as he fired his own, and he smiled slightly. Both of their attacks were so powerful that they flew in different directions. Before launching himself at his adversary, Deku halted in midair and landed on his feet. The Chaos King followed suit, and the two adversaries charged at one another while raising their fists. The on-site superheroes, including All Might, gathered in the lunch hall as the alarms went off throughout the school. When members of 1A learned that Midoriya and Uraraka were pursuing the bad guys, they were afraid of the same thing that had happened a few months earlier, an unintentional dimensional leap. Toga and Spinner hurled daggers at a few of the students who were pursuing them as they walked through the tiny garden in the center of the second floor. Toga was fascinated by Midoriya's presence and kept missing as he followed closely behind. 2 students jumped up and grabbed onto a rope that was dropped from the helicopter hovering over them, but Spinner shoved them to the ground. Mr. Compress and 2 other grunts from the PLF were waiting inside, one of them hanging out of the open door with the other end of the rope in his hands, the magician-like villain at the controls. "Let's get going. Boss wanted us in an hour ago." As she ascended the rope, Toga rolled her eyes. "Don't even think about sneaking a peek, Spinner. Trust me. You're not my type. Pink, pudgy and annoying isn't my cup of tea," was the reply. Midoriya reached the bottom of the rope with a couple of other students. "Let's go," he exclaimed as he ascended the rope, while another clung to the wall and ascended like a spider. The 2 villains were first approached by the spider student. A third-year student who was about to graduate attempted to catch Toga by launching a web from her mouth, but Spinner threw a knife to stop it. The student reached for the lizard-like villain after catching the knife and webbing it onto the window. In response, the villain slashed her arm, causing a large volume of blood to be drawn. Midoriya's attention was on his classmate, but he did not ignore her scream. She attempted to use her injured arm to grab the building, but the pain shot through it, distracting her. Before being knocked back and falling, she slipped down the building. The inheritor responded immediately. He grabbed the student bridal style and yanked himself up the rope. The 2 fell to the ground without his hold on the rope, and just before they did, Midoriya felt a cushion of air beneath him. After a brief moment of hovering, he settled down. Midoriya carried the spider-like student to an empty bench while another student attempted to climb the rope. Blood was seeping through the girl's clutched arm. She swore, "Damn it all, he got me good." Midoriya said, "Are you all right? I mean, It didn't go too deep, did it? She gave a headshake. Just a reactionary slash. Damn bastard. Recovery Girl ran into the garden with Yaoyorozu and Snipe. Midoriya! Exclaimed the everything hero. What happened? She got slashed. Replied Midoriya. Can you make some medical supplies? Yaoyorozu and Recovery Girl approached and examined the wound. That's a lot of blood. Miss, make some bandages and alcohol if you can. The knife could be dirty, so we cannot risk infection, the school nurse said. We'll take her to my office so Abigail can administer healing. Yes, ma'am. When Midoriya looked up, she saw that the two villains were nearly on the roof. Snipe had his pistol ready to shoot, but he refrained from doing so because it looked like a student was climbing the rope. Damn it, I don't want to fire with that kid there, he murmured. Glanced at Midoriya. You, get up there with that other one. I'll bring the rest to the roof through the staircases. Yes, sir. Midoriya sprang into the air, powering up full cowl. He made some progress up the rope and climbed the remainder of the way, but he never came close to the villains. The other student splashed on the window to avoid Spinner's slash. After that, Midoriya kept racing up the rope. Silently admiring his resolve, the lizard villain cursed at him. He shouted at the other bad guys in the helicopter and slashed at the rope. Get us out of here. Grabbing the rope, the two grunts started to haul them up. While the rest of the rope dropped to the ground below, Midoriya clung to a windowsill. He sped up the stairs toward the roof, opened the window, and assisted his upperclassmen inside. Running with full cowl active, he passed a number of perplexed students and business instructors. Just as Toga and Spinner were getting into the helicopter, he burst through the roof access door. Once inside, he saw Spinner and Toga looking over and waving at him. Damn it. Midoriya had a single thought as the copter fled. He tried to catch them by powering up and jumping high into the air. That's when it took place. The Chaos King and Deku were charging at each other with their fists raised in the future. An arc of lightning found its anchor, and the metal gauntlet that belonged to the symbol of peace was exactly what nature needed. Although he could feel the bolt approaching, he did not act immediately. On its way to the other gauntlet, the lightning bolt struck it. Midoriya pushed out his punch, the two energies colliding as the Chao King's anger fueled his strength and one for all surged through him. Detroit. The Chaos King was never hit by the punch. The scene in front of the symbol of peace changed as soon as the lightning moved from him to the Chaos King's knuckle dusters. Instead of the villain thwarting the attack, Deku saw a helicopter materialize in front of him. A startled group of young bad guys were inside. Smash! All of the villains were knocked back when his punch struck the helicopter, sending a shockwave through the aircraft. Toga lost control of the item she had taken from UA after being sent back the hardest. The gadget landed in the young Midoriya's gullible hands after flying out of the helicopter. As Mr. Compress attempted to regain control of the helicopter, the alarms started to sound. As the craft spiraled away from the school and toward the sea, the other villains were clinging to their lives. The young Midoriya was also badly affected by the shockwave from the collision. He was knocked back and returned to the United Arab Emirates even though he managed to catch the hard drive. His cry of fear alerted his older self as he fell. Deku moved swiftly, blasting off with his power in the direction of his younger self. After catching the young Midoriya, the elder proceeded toward the building's roof, where a number of teachers and students were congregating. Deku dropped his younger self to the rooftop after swinging his legs out and skidding to a stop. With Uraraka leading the way, a few students dashed in the direction of the young inheritor, Deku. As the gravity heroine tackled him, Midoriya, wobbly from his flight through the air, just held out his arms for an embrace. The older hero picked up the hard drive after he dropped it. He moved to the location of Nezu, Mr. Aizawa, and Snipe. Merry Christmas erasure. Mr. Aizawa carefully removed the hero's hard drive. Deku combed his hair back and looked up at the sky. W.O. I didn't know he could turn into a helicopter. Puts a lot of things into perspective now. Principal Nezu found himself enthralled. He rapidly shifted his attention from the symbol of peace to the younger one who was being showered with compliments and worries. Well, that still doesn't, Deku paused and took a quick look around. I'm at UA. Nezu gave a nod. He said, how are you here? What happened? Deku gave a shrug. I don't know. I was fighting the Chaos King when All Might came out of the stairwell before he could finish speaking. Deku's eyes grew wide, and a few tears started to well up. He gave a headshake. And no, it can't be. The eyes of the former hero grew wide. Incredulous, Deku rushed over to embrace All Might tightly. All Might. I can't believe. As he returned the hug, the elderly hero felt his heart suddenly grow heavy. What the? How are you? The peace symbol gave a nod. He grinned at his former mentor and released the embrace. It's me, it's Izuku. Midoriya witnessed the exchange. It's me, I'm your successor. In the future. Dynamite had just left the final crook in a heap with his fellows after zip-tying him. Joining Krieta at the gateway leading outside the base, the explosive pro-hero stretched his neck. So, you get it or what? With a sneer, the everything hero reached into one of her pouches and took out a flash drive. I got what we needed, which was a lot. From the looks of it, most of his files are password locked and or encrypted. We're nowhere close to done, she continued. So yeah, I got it. The explosive hero let out a sigh. This shit is taking too long to wrap up. Deku said that we would be getting him here and tonight, he stated. Yes, and while I'm sure that you have a loving wife waiting for you at home, I have to get ready for another commercial, said Krieta. I thought you said you were done with that modeling shit. She gave a shrug. Unfortunately, I need to keep busy. Otherwise, I'm standing around the agency while doing nothing, she said. Unlike you, I am constrained about how I patrol and fight. Dynamite chuckled. And don't you forget who's the best. Krieta turned away, rolling her eyes. Her teammates' laughter continued to reverberate for a moment before she turned to face him and grinned. So that's Midoriya, right? The explosive hero's chuckles soon subsided. His expression shifted sharply as he raised his hand and gazed at her with daggers. Say that again. She grinned. Gladly. Before she could, Uravati approached them at a jog, holding a small black book. Hey guys, I just finished checking the perimeter. There's no one else left, and all the Q-series rifles are still in their designated crates, she stated. The everything hero averted her gaze from Dynamite. Oh, that's great. They must have panicked and forgot to use them, said Krieta. The hero with the explosives rolled his eyes. Good. The last thing I want is to fucking puke up my quirk, he replied. Krieta gave a nod. In the book? Uravati waved the book while grinning. It's another one from our lovable spy, Omega. Incredibly, this guy has been in many meetings with the Chaos King. We've got some significant details in here, including supply routes, deployment schedules, blackmail on some politicians, and so on. As for why he had a journal lying around, your guess is as good as mine, she continued. Dynamite grinned. So we have a shit ton of evidence to deliver then? Well, Uravati said, passing the book to the two. Krieta and Dynamite opened the book and leafed through pages of neatly written notes and diagrams, along with hand-drawn maps and sketches of everything from company logos to keypads. It seems that the Chaos King's influence is spreading. There are notes of businesses he owns in the United States as well as the UK, Italy, France, Saudi Arabia, and several African countries, said the Gravity Hero. Yes. Strangely, he would even allow someone to keep notes of his meetings. Why would he do that? Dynamite gave an eye roll. His egotistical ass probably didn't count on being caught. He's got nearly the whole country on payroll, he stated. True, but it's still weird. Also depressing, Krieta said. Even when we catch and arrest him, he has almost every judge in the country in his back pocket. He won't see a holding cell unless we get this all out. Which we can do, Uravati replied. All of the Chaos King's bases that we've hit have had a black book of some kind lying around. Once we comb through his records, we should have more than enough power to take him down. And then I can get back home. Seriously, I feel like I'm missing a lot with the little ones, said Dynamite. The Gravity Hero gave a nod. To call in, she lifted her hand to her ear. Deku, the site is secure. What's your status? BZZZZTBZZTBZZZT. The static that came back didn't sound like the hero she was familiar with. Deku? Deku, you there? Static more. Dynamite tried his communicator with similar results, and he growled. Hey, dumbass. Pick up, damn it. Bakugo, cried Krieta. What? He sometimes responds to that. For a few minutes, the two kept trying. Deku? Deku? Right now. After embracing his former master, Deku's eyes swelled with tears, just like his younger counterpart. As if he were a father reassuring his child, the former professional athlete found himself giving his pupil a pat on the back. Which was precisely the nature of their relationship. When the younger Midoriya finally had a clear view of the hero who had saved him, he looked up from his embrace with Uraraka. Is that? Deku. He looks like you. After rubbing her eyes, one of the students who had managed to reach the roof gave him another glance. Damn. Hey Midoriya, He looks like he could be your dad, she said. Midoriya concurred, although she pointed out how drastically their hairstyles had changed. Bakugo was on the rooftop as well, not wanting to miss the villain attack. He questioned, "What the hell is this?" Deku broke the hug with a smile. Fortunately, the waterworks had not been fully activated, but his eyes were still wet. He continued to smile as he wiped away the tears. "So sorry. It's just that I haven't seen you in so long," he replied. All Might ruffled his elder successor's head and grinned. He looked at the younger Midoriya and then back at the older one, saying, "The wonders of time travel, probably. By the way, what are you doing here?" That's a really great question," acknowledged the elder. He pointed to the sky and said, "1 second, I'm about to smash the Chaos King's face in, and now I'm here. I really just punched a helicopter?" All Might chuckled. His response was, "Yes, yes you did." With a smile, Deku turned to face the younger Midoriya, who was holding Uraraka's arms. The older man knelt down in front of his younger counterpart, grinning. He reached for his tie and undid it. "Ya know, after all these years, I can now see just how bad my tie-tying skills were. This is mainly why I go tie less at many galas," he stated. The elder glanced up at his younger self as he skillfully redid his tie. Part of being a hero is also being a properly dressed one. The pros are basically in front of the cameras all the time and must meet a specific set of circumstances. You gotta look good regally as well as heroically, though there are a few exceptions. The older Midoriya ruffled his younger self's hair after correctly redoing the tie. "Ask Mom for some tips. I will say that they'll come in handy a lot." He got up and turned to face the few professionals in front of him. "I am Deku, the symbol of peace and #1 hero of Japan. I need to speak to the teachers as soon as possible, Principal Nezu." But Mr. Aizawa didn't seem to be persuaded. "Now, hold on a moment." The elder looked at the hero of Erasure. "Now, we've seen a lot of different types of villains over the years. There have been mutant villains made from pieces of actual people. Then we've seen near godlike villains, and now you expect us to believe that you are the same problem child that broke both of his legs and arm during the entrance exam," replied Mr. Aizawa. The older man covered his smirk and coughed. He reached into his utility belt and opened one of the pouches, saying, "Well, those are some excellent points. Honestly, I would have been surprised if you believed me right off the bat, and I'm glad you're skeptical of me right now. But I am telling you the truth. If you'll allow me, I have ID." He took out his hero's license and gave it to Aizawa. After taking it, the Erasure hero examined the card. "If you scan that, the system will recognize that as a legitimate hero ID, accompanied by 3-tier encryption that is identical to the same encryption as your ID. No villain organization can bother to copy a single line of code, much less forge an actual card," Midoriya, the elder, said. Looking up, Aizawa saw the older successor. His emerald eyes met Aizawa's black pearls as he looked into Midoriya's eyes. "I'm telling you the truth, Erasure. I would gain nothing if I weren't." After a few more minutes of maintaining eye contact, Aizawa let out a sigh. "I'll get this thing checked out. For now, wait in the teacher's lounge," he said. Midoriya, the elder, bowed. "Sir." He pivoted on his heel and proceeded to the door, where additional pupils were sticking their heads out. He smiled gently at a few of his former colleagues as soon as he looked them in the eye. "Everything will be okay. Now, I may not have been in UA for a while, but I can still smell lunch rush's food. I'd advise you guys to get back to your lunch," he stated. The students were still silently gazing at the older hero. Bakugo recognized him right away, and his eyes widened. "Is that? No way in hell." Midoriya, the elder, sighed. He made his way through the throng, down the stairs, and into the teacher's lounge. He felt himself frown as his eyes returned to All Might as he passed many of the spectators. Following his departure, Principal Nezu and Mr. Aizawa spoke to the assembly. "All right, everyone, lunch is almost over, and I advise you all to either finish up or head to your next classes. 1A, I'm expecting you actually to listen for once," the hero of Erasure said. The throng pivoted and started down the stairs. Mr. Aizawa briefly restrained Midoriya and Uraraka as they guided their pupils through the emergency exit. Leaning in to kneel at their level, he muttered, "Get that Janus Stone thing you guys have. Once we know who he is, I want him sent back." After giving him a quick glance and nodding, the two followed their classmates back down to the cafeteria. In order to examine the hero ID card, Principal Nezu reached out and took it from Aizawa's grasp. He appeared to be an older Midoriya, perhaps in his late 20s, based on his photo. His hair was a little faded on the sides and was shorter. In sharp contrast to his first picture, which looked like he was being held at gunpoint, he had a straightforward and compassionate smile. The seal, the Prime Minister's signature, the office from which he obtained the card, the expiration date, and the hero ID number were all authentic. In the background, a faint barcode with a manual scan serial number was visible. The principal let out a sigh. One of those days was about to happen again. In the teacher's lounge, Deku sat on the couch across from the chair that All Might used to occupy. The tea maker and the few cups that came with it were exactly as he remembered. The pro hero sat quietly while brewing a cup. His master's voice was as clear as day in his mind, so the silence was anything but consoling. Young Midoriya, you have a hero's heart. I am certain that I have selected a deserving successor. I'm going to fulfill the promise I made to you. The hand gripping the teacup tightened its grip. Make me feel proud. That's all you've been doing since we first met. You don't intend to cease surprising me, do you? Have faith in both your heart and your gut. Be the hero they need you to be. Be the hero I know you are. Then, as tears began to well up in his eyes, Izuku, my boy, my boy. The cup broke in his grasp. Instead of registering the first sound, he heard his tea spilling onto the floor. He swore to himself as he pressed a button on his wrist and turned his arm so that his palm was facing up. His distorted fingers and scars running up his forearm were visible as the gauntlet vanished into the snapping wristband. He took a cloth from his pocket and used it to remove the tea. His mind raced as he cleaned up the mess. As he picked up the pieces, he could still hear his words clearly. He whispered to himself, "Come on. Come on," as he tossed the cup's fragments. He heard a voice behind him as he started to brew another cup. Tea not suiting you, young Midoriya? With a smile, the hero wiped away the tears that had started. He turned to see All Might standing in the doorway, grinning and with his hands in his pockets. He pocketed the cloth and stood up. When he said, "I'll pay for that." All Might dismissed it. I was planning on getting a new tea set anyway. Deku gave a sympathetic nod. So, what's the verdict? It all checks out, really. A quick scan reveals exactly the kind of encryption that we use for our IDs. The serial number is the same as your younger self, which is impossible to forge. Honestly, I think this whole thing is impossible, to begin with, the former professional said with a sigh as he reached into his pocket and tossed him his hero ID. Deku gave a nod. And then some. Quite frankly, I don't remember most of this happening before, so I'm at a loss, said the man. I think that to avoid any confusion between myself and my younger self, my hero name should address me. All Might gave a nod. Just like me, eh Deku? The professional hero grinned. The blonde former pro remarked, so, you say? Most of this? Like you remember bits and pieces then? Yes. It's mostly emotions for now, though I do remember being previously occupied with refining Master Shimura's quirk, Deku responded. To illustrate this, he leapt backward and hovered a few inches above the ground, relaxing as though he were in an unseen hammock. He commanded the quirk to lift him up until he made contact with the ceiling, at which point he landed elegantly in front of his teacher. Thankfully, I had a good teacher in the matter. Well, I should say teachers. When Deku handed him the teacup, All Might laughed. He gave his senior pupil a toast. You seem so much more refined. The guidelines and expectations of a pro hero must have gotten to you pretty early on, huh? Deku responded with a smile, but as he turned away, his eyes grew gloomy. It's partially the cause. Snipe and Principal Nezu came in behind the former pro as he finished his drink. When they were inside, Deku bowed. Principal Nezu. I'm so sorry again for intruding like this, he said. The animal principal dismissed it with a wave. Pish posh, young man. What's important is that everyone's safe. You saved us a great heap of trouble, however, said the man. Snipe displayed the recovered hard drive. This contained an extensive list of medical information on our students. Specifically, the information regarding Class 2. Why the Paranormal Liberation Front wants this is unknown at the moment. Deku let out a sigh. I remember. Shigaraki wanted the drive to clone it to access certain files. Mostly about my younger self. He continued. If I remember correctly, you should keep an eye for any monitoring software. Can Shigaraki be spying on us? Spying on my younger self, specifically. See, he could track my younger self's progress with his other quirks. He would know when to attack and use whatever he wants, he stated. I'd recommend cleaning the school's computers right away. Principal Nezu placed his cup on the coffee table and looked at All Might. We will. Thankfully, Abigail Winters is still a genius in many technological regards, so I hope she'll shut him down. However, we should be cautious from here on out. The last thing we need is having our students in even more peril, and we cannot protect them, Nezu concluded. especially since eliminating your younger self is the best possible solution to his schemes. Deku gave a nod. I trust that Abby will get the job done. Of course, securing the school's servers will be a monumental task. It will take some time to fully secure that information, though it'll be worth it. Snipe raised his voice. Of course. As for your arrival and housing situation, Principal Nezu believes you should be fine bunking with 2A for now. Of course, is it possible that the Janus Stone can send you back? Deku gave a headshake. It won't. Its power comes from displacements in space, not time. It would need something from a specific universe to work, and since I can recall some events from my older self traveling through time, it won't work, he stated. If I am to return home, the circumstances would have to be reversed. Or there's someone out there with a time travel quirk. Then until we have a solution, I suppose that you're stuck here for a little while, Nezu concluded. Perhaps you can pass on some of your teachings to the students if you can without revealing our futures. The peace symbol gave a nod. It's possible. There are only a few events that I refuse to elaborate on, so it won't be a problem, he stated. While Deku spoke to Snipe, Principal Nezu glanced at All Might. Turning to face the new hero, the former symbol of peace sighed. After a few more minutes of conversation, they departed the teacher's lounge. All Might pointed out that Deku had taken off the left gauntlet during the conversation as he escorted his apprentice out the door. He was aware that his hand was scarred, but that wasn't what caught his eye. He had a golden band ring on his ring finger. Everyone discussed the most recent development when Midoriya and his classmates got back to their homeroom at the end of the day. When Deku first arrived, Uraraka, Bakugo, and a couple of other students from the class were on the roof. Thanks to the other students who were present, everyone else received pictures. As he pushed his phone at Zero, Kaminari yelled, "Dude, you saw that, right? It's an older Midoriya. Gotta say the cape looks awesome." The tape hero exclaimed, "Yeah, I saw, damn dude, you'll get buff." Iida and Uraraka, who had previously been on their own, joined in the discussions. "Yeah, Deku. All that training looks like it'll pay off," she replied. "Indeed. And he even said that he is the symbol of peace," Iida replied. "It's good that you aspired to do great things." The face of Midoriya was buried in his desk. "Gee guys, please stop it." "Nah, come on, Midoriya. The way he took down that helicopter with no problem. That was awesome," said Kirishima. "One punch, and he sent it flying. I bet those villains won't try to come back here again." He spoke in such a structured tone. "I wonder how many years it's been for him," said Yaoyorozu. Midoriya looked up. "You saying that I don't talk that way?" Yaoyorozu rubbed the back of her head and grinned sheepishly. That's not what I meant," she replied. With a smile, the inheritor dismissed it. "I'm teasing." Mina said, "Ya no," while perched on the edge of his desk. "He kinda gives off this sort of, All Might-esque vibe. You get that too?" Midoriya gave a shrug. Maybe being a pro helped him out? "Well, yeah, there's that, but Endeavor doesn't give that vibe, and he's been a pro for a long time," she replied. "I mean, he's big, but not, no, big. You get that?" asked the hero who threw acid. "Hey Uraraka, I bet you have to ward off fangirls in the future." "Har har," said the hero of gravity. Tokiyami pondered, maybe he's a speed-type hero like Iida? Iida grinned. "It would be interesting to see that. With your quirk, you've definitely shown that you're pretty fast, Midoriya," he murmured. "Course, who would be faster?" Knowing how little effort her boyfriend put into their jogging, Uraraka grinned. "Ooh, I wonder how he is with that black whip technique," she said. Jiro had a vaguely intriguing appearance. "Good point. Hey Midoriya, you think he can do a better job than where you're at?" "Well, it would make sense if he's better at it. It hasn't been close to a year yet for me since I first developed it, and he had years. I'd imagine he thought of some new ways to use that technique in battle," he pondered. Bakugo, meanwhile, was furious in front of him. To no avail, he attempted to shield his ears from their conversation. He was furious about what he had said, even though the last thing he wanted to do was interject and discuss the future Midoriya. The future symbol of peace. Bullshit. I will defeat Deku and become the world's greatest hero. "You look great in your new gloves. Did he grow out of them?" I wondered, Todoroki said. "I mean, those new gauntlets look fantastic. I'm missing the red boots, though, because they're what make you, well, you," Uraraka remarked. "They remind me a little bit of the full gauntlet that Melissa gave me," Midoriya said, nodding. "Definitely looks like an upgrade." "To think. How many years later and you look so good as a hero," Uraraka grinned. "Unless there is a specific function to them. Yaoyorozu observed. I wouldn't expect you to wear the cape, Midoriya. Yeah. Yaoyorozu. Have you seen the old world comic books? Every great hero wears a cap. They looked incredibly manly. Even some of the ladies wore them, Kirishima remarked. So, we're destined to be mediocre heroes because we don't wear capes? Sue and Mina turned to face the hardening hero. Mina inquired. Bakugo snickered at his desk as Kirishima glanced at them and understood what they had asked. And nah, I didn't mean that. I'm just stating that, you know. Sato doesn't wear a cape, and his cakes make him a true hero. Especially when we have cravings, the acid hero remarked, grinning at Mina as she turned to her drowsy friend and winked. When the baking hero said, I can wear an apron and turn it backward. Bakugo also doesn't have a cape on. With his attitude, he wasn't going to be a great hero anyway, but now that's a double whammy, Sue said, pointing to the boy with the explosive temper. Watch it, Frog. The blonde said, turning to face her with a chilly glare. You see what I mean? Kirishima turned to the explosive boy who was trying to hide the obvious smirk on his lips as he attempted to explain himself, and some of the class laughed. Be bro, little help. Fuck no, you're alone. As some of the girls surrounded the hardening hero, he burst out laughing. Deku, Snipe, and Principal Nezu were walking toward the classroom doors as they carried on their conversation. Had them set up some things a while ago, so you should be properly moved in by the time you guys wrap things up here, Nezu said, sitting on Deku's shoulder. Thank you, Principal Nezu, the pro hero said with a smile, and once more, I'm grateful that you allowed me to stay with you guys in the interim, Snipe, he said. Deku, you're welcome. The cowboy hero observed, we can't have you staying in some hotel or something. Honestly, I don't think there would have been a better way to address that problem other than having you here at the school. And I am really grateful for that. I have to admit that for a split second, I felt like I was going to experience Egypt again, Deku said. Snipe turned to face him. Egypt, what took place there? A few years ago, I had a terrible case there. We tracked down a growing terror cell that had disrupted the Olympics. He said, had to sleep on the floor of some camp near Gaza. I worked a joint op with a few heroes in the region to take them down. Joint operations are tough, huh? Nezu turned to face Snipe. The cowboy hero pondered. Deku grinned and said, yes, it was. I had to deal with some Nomu they had in the base in addition to the terrorists who were clearly armed and attempting to kill me. He said, I saw more of the damage in my bank account, but I know I went on a few ops with you, Snipe, and those were easier by comparison. Yes, unfortunately, joint operations aren't all expense paid assignments, Snipe remarked. So, moving on from the topic, I'd like to address another, Nezu said with a smile. As you are aware, the students' final exam is next week, and all students, regardless of grade level, must take the written exam. I hate those things, Deku whispered. However, the combat drill will be distinct. Since lunch, I've been discussing your idea, and I believe we should implement it. Naturally, in order to avoid favoritism, you would have to offer the exam to the other hero courses. The new simulation would undoubtedly be novel and as accurate as possible to the real-world situations we encounter on the field. True, and thank you, sir. Principal Nezu gave a nod. Should we start now? The two heroes remained silent while Snipe took out his phone and texted Yaoyorozu to prepare the classroom. The class president read the message, grinned, and waved at her VP to get his attention. She got up from her seat and walked toward the front of the classroom with a slight glow on her face, and the class president turned to speak as Midoriya took out his phone. The inheritor saw the mischief in her eyes instantly, and he nodded and shared her smile. Wearing a very recognizable pair of spectacles. Everyone, Mr. Snipe is approaching, she said, pressing the glasses to her face in an attempt to look as Iida as possible. Quiet down and select a seats, everyone. She yelled at everyone in the room, even chopping the air as she did so. Iida's face was one of stunned admiration, and Midoriya was fighting a losing battle as he began laughing as he turned off the recording, and everyone stopped what they were doing and talking about to stare at the everything hero. The room was filled with stunned silence before the not-so-subtle sound of Uraraka holding in a laugh appeared. Her face was turning red, and she began slamming her desk. Soon, the whole class was laughing with him, and Yaoyorozu smiled as she took off her glasses and put them on the desk before going back to her seat. Jiro was crying as she gave her best friend a fist bump, and the class president received several high fives from Hagakure, Mina, Sato, and even Iida, who had to take off his own glasses because he was grinning so much. They were beginning to calm down when Uraraka glanced at her boyfriend and gestured to her phone, which Midoriya checked and saw the message, "Send me that ASAP XD." As he prepared the message, Midoriya grinned, but he stopped when Snipe entered the room through the open door, and the last of the laughter quickly faded as he stood in front of the entire class. "All right, everybody, I can see you're all enjoying yourselves," he said after clearing his throat. "She really did it, sir." Midoriya held up his phone and said, "I told you she would." Snipe shook his head and laughed, "That you did." Light laughter reverberated throughout the room as he said, "Remind me never to doubt you two again." "All right, now, before we wrap up this week, I have a few announcements," he said after a brief pause. "First of all, I don't need to remind you what your final exams are about, they're next week. Additionally, even though I don't need to remind you, your required training hours are due on Wednesday, the day before the written exam. You understand that you'll all have to start over in the fall with a revised 24 hours before Christmas." "Yes, sir," the class echoed together. "All right." Second, you are all probably well aware by now of the incident that occurred during lunch earlier. We can attest that 2 members of the Paranormal Liberation Front were present and created a disturbance. "Sir, will this lead to any issues later on?" Iida held up his hand. He inquired. "No, fortunately, their scheme failed before any lasting harm could be done. After being hurt, a student was brought to Recovery Girl's office, but she will recover. Thankfully, there was no long-term harm. And finally, there will be an adjustment to your final exams." There were a few collective sighs of relief in the room, particularly from Midoriya. He replaced his gauntlets on his arms, and with his cape close behind him, everyone saw that he looked like a hero from an old-world comic book. That caught everyone's attention, and as Nezu entered the room with Deku behind him, the quiet muttering of everyone in the room filled his ears, and everyone was enthralled with his close appearance, while most of them had only heard the rumor that he was on campus. The cowboy hero motioned for Deku to stand beside him, and Principal Nezu hopped on his shoulder while the pro hero said, Hello, everyone." Deku meekly waved. Many students were taken aback by his appearance. "Is he shy? I want to start by saying I'm sorry for interrupting you in this manner. We can still get the train back on track even though I may have ruined some of your plans for the end of the term," he said. Among all of them, Midoriya was most interested in his future self. He observed that, among other things, he was rather tall and that, although his hair was faded with a significant amount of length on top, he didn't look strange, and that, on his left hand, his thumb would sometimes brush against his ring finger. His gauntlets, which were somewhat silver in appearance and completely covered his hand and forearm, caught his attention as well, and he looked down to see that his red boots were gone. Next week, and thankfully the former trial wasn't set in stone, so, we talked it over, and it'll be changed this time as well, Deku stated. Now, the official terms for it won't be announced until Monday as some final details need to be worked out, Midoriya said, bringing himself back to earth. "This comes from my own recommendation," she said. "The basic idea is that it will be a larger-scale version of your first training simulation from the previous year, in which 2 of you will be villains and the others will be heroes. If I'm being honest, I have a hazy memory of how that simulation went. Your left arm was severely burned, and your right hand was broken. When Bakugo threw a wave of fire at him, you were also hurt by one of his gauntlets," Nezu reminded him. With a smile, Deku said, "Ah yes, now I remember." A few students laughed. "In any case, you will all be informed about the practical portion of your test as soon as the last details are finalized." He grinned and said, "I promise you all, it'll be fun." Nezu nodded and grinned, saying, "He will require lodging while we work to return him to his own time. Snipe has consented to use one of your building's extra faculty dorm rooms. Additionally, I'm sure that everyone will be curious about what will happen next. I won't be answering any personal questions about specific things, like hero rankings, who I'm working with, as well as some very sensitive cases that are, at this moment, ongoing," Deku stated. "Now, some stories I'll tell, but I'm not guaranteeing anything. All right, future knowledge has the potential to be dangerous and drastically alter our guests' experiences. Even though we would all like to know how many things will turn out, there are some things we are not allowed to know for good reason," Nezu clarified. "I'll at least introduce myself," Deku said, nodding. "I'm Deku, the creator of Musudafu, Japan's Toshinori Hero Agency. I became the top hero at the age of 22, and I am currently 28 years old. I'll keep the details private, but my official debut will be in a few years. I love pork cutlet, just like my younger self, and lately I've been taking dance classes with some old friends so I can move to a rhythm to some extent, he said. I have 2 left feet and plenty of video evidence from my friends. As he concluded his remarks, Mina started laughing, and Deku clapped his hands to alert the entire class. All right, now that the day is over, the weekend has arrived. With a sheepish smile, he turned to face Snipe and said, I'm sure you all want to head to the dorms, so. With a laugh, the cowboy said, go ahead. Excellent, we're dismissing class. When the last bell rang, everyone hurried to get up and went out to enjoy the weekend, leaving Deku alone in the classroom. Sir, I do have something to ask of you, the pro-hero said to the principal. Well, the principal said, turning to face him. I will require the autonomy to carry on with my work. Even though I would really like to stay here and relive my past, I had to pursue him immediately because I was working on a case. Will he be in the future still? You might have come here by yourself, Nezu remarked. I don't think so, Deku said, shaking his head. For me, everything changed in an instant when I got here. It's possible that we both experienced the same time jump if I was using my power to charge at him as he was charging at me. Before I consider unwinding, I want to be sure. Nezu nodded and said, I understand. After giving his request some thought, he said, okay, but you need to be careful. Changing time could have unintended consequences that neither of us has considered. He cautioned his former pupil, you must be careful not to say that you're from the future. I get it, my return to the future will be simple, but given my history of ease, I can only hope that he didn't really wind up here too. Nezu nodded and grinned, saying, excellent. You're off, young man. With a bow, Deku left the room. Somewhere. One of the many walls of an abandoned warehouse on the coast of the island nation had been completely destroyed by a large object that suddenly blasted through the outer wall and into an 18-wheeler truck, bursting through the vehicle and into another before resting inside. Despite his sudden appearance and final resting place, the object's body was completely free of scratches, and he was dressed in a 3-piece suit that was almost completely destroyed and had golden knuckle dusters. After rolling over and getting to his feet, the Chaos King moaned and cursed himself. The villain then got up and climbed out of the trailer. He turned back toward the mainland and surveyed the port, which was filled with abandoned shipping containers, some heavy machinery, an abandoned container ship with faded paint docked at the port, plenty of containers blasted open, and a few tall buildings, mostly abandoned based on the graffiti and broken windows. He looked around and found himself staring at the dry docks leading to the Pacific Ocean. The strong scent of saltwater filled his nostrils as he turned back toward the ocean and inhaled deeply. He closed his eyes and enjoyed the sensation of the breeze rushing past him as his thoughts drifted to the events leading up to the raid on his compound, picturing his warehouse and his soldiers being destroyed by Ground Zero before focusing on a single face. Izuku Midoriya's face. Frustrated by his situation, he clenched his fists, turned away from the serene ocean, and stormed off the port. The few members of the Paranormal Liberation Front managed to land safely just outside the city limits as night fell. In addition to being shaken by the unexpected arrival of a hero, they were all filled with dread because the mission had gone horribly wrong in an instant. Not only had a student tagged them, Toga was irresponsible, but their main target had pursued them and almost had them. And if that hero had shown up, they would have escaped. Well gents, that just happened. Mr. Compress sighed as he kicked away some of the scrap metal while Spinner held the joystick that controlled the helicopter. Gazing into her empty hands, Toga sighed and said, I had it. I had everything about Izuku. We can't go back empty-handed, Spinner said, pacing in front of her. This time, Shigaraki will undoubtedly kill us. He became terrified. He wouldn't. Toga, perhaps we should, Mr. Compress coughed. We wouldn't be here today if that insane hero hadn't suddenly appeared and punched the drive out of my hands. Without a hard drive, a helicopter, and 2 of our followers who are either dead or apprehended by heroes, we wouldn't be down. She let out a loud cry. It would have been better if we had a teleport quirk with us, Spinner said, glancing at the helicopter. Or maybe a key player in the operation with a laser-like focus. That Midoriya kid distracted you once more, didn't you? I still completed the task, didn't I? She asked, glancing up at them. And you were of no assistance. Bullshit. While you fucked around and waved at the child, I kept those would-be heroes at bay. Oh, don't get too euphoric around me. You respect him equally, Toga yelled, getting to her feet. Just because Stain messed up, you let him off last year during the summer camp raid. He didn't make a mistake. Spinner stood up for his hero. Stain himself proclaimed All Might and Izuku Midoriya to be real heroes. He held them in the highest regard. The world would have made no progress at all if he had been killed. Damn, you love him more than me, Toga said, raising an eyebrow. Spinner's expression was blazing. And no, I don't. She grinned and said, oh, you do. Still, your mistake cost us everything, Spinner snarled. I was aware that we ought to have dropped you off at the base. Is that correct? Is it possible to transform into a different person and get past an encrypted security system? No. Then stop talking, she muttered, still looking at her hands. Stupid, you didn't decrypt the system. The lizard said, you plugged in a flash drive that malware manufactured and hit the go button. Toga joked, it is in the movies. At this point, Mr. Compress spoke. Ladies, gentlemen, I don't mean to sound brash, but I'll do it anyway. But there is a good chance that some hero is going to find us and take us to prison, so I'd suggest we slip out of here as soon as possible, he said with urgency. Toga sighed deeply as she got up and brushed the gravel off her skirt, and as the three of them gathered, Mr. Compress touched them both on the head and triggered his quirk. The villain pocketed 2 small blue balls and took off his villain garb to put on a set of civilian clothes that were fashioned after beggar's rags so he could enter and exit the city without anyone noticing. After getting dressed, the villain walked past the helicopter and took one last look at it. It was in disarray, with shattered glass and various pieces of metal scattered everywhere. His eyes widened as he focused on the nose of the helicopter, where an impression of a fist appeared to be embedded deep within. The villain impulsively brought his own fist and pressed it into the impression, which only made it clear that it was terrible and fortunate that they were still alive. Shit, did All Might hit us or something? He asked himself. He shook his head, saying there was no time for questions because they had to report on the mission shortly. The villain looked around him and ran away from the crash scene, hiding as a few police cars and a bouncing hero passed by. Mr. Compress slipped into the nearest alleyway and vanished wearing a smile. Most of 2A was in the main lobby at the dorms. Kaminari's switch was on the TV, much to the chagrin of Iida and Yaoyorozu. Some of their classmates alternated between racing Mario Kart and reading or absorbed in their own conversations, and Sato, Yaoyorozu, and Midoriya were in the kitchens getting ready for dinner. Over the course of a few months, Midoriya's role as vice president was devoted to being Yaoyorozu's companion in a variety of ways, including supervising the grocery schedules and chores list, attending class meetings with the teachers to make sure they were the first to receive new information, and cooking. Well, that happened on a whim when the everything hero became interested in the workings of the kitchen, and Midoriya and Sato were happy to assist her. At the price of a couple of pasta dishes, Midoriya leaned against the counter and sighed as Sato placed the side dishes in the oven, the stove glowing blue. New recipe, he questioned the hero of baking. Oh, I see. When my cousin came to America in the spring, I took it from her. He remarked, they really enjoy their carbohydrates. That should be good fuel for your quirk, Yaoyorozu. Yes, exactly. She turned to her VP and bowed, saying, thank you again for helping me with it. And with a few tweaks to my new technique, I should be able to have plenty of spare lipids for the future. However, I take it that you also benefited from those tests. She smiled as she posed the question. Well, it's mostly to help you out, Midoriya said with a laugh. Admittedly, when I first saw your quirk in action, I didn't think to use it like that. It still looks heavy, though, he remarked. But you've come so far in such a short amount of time. You have another training session tomorrow, don't you? Yes, but I hope to implement some lighter metal panels while also cutting down on the more unnecessary bits, she said. Yes, I will be working on his Unbreakable with Kirishima. He said, Uraraka and Ishido are already going to be joining us if you want to stop by. My punches against his form should be interesting, he said. Yaoyorozu looked up for a moment, grinning, and saw that Uraraka, who had just been exposed by Midoriya's girlfriend, was approaching the inheritor with a sly expression on her face. She carried on the conversation without warning him, saying, you and Sato haven't done anything yet, have you? He looked over and saw the gravity hero approaching. Nah, there's no time, really, he replied. I'd love to, though, since we can see which of us has more force to our punches. Well, that's simple, especially given your larger frame and prominent muscles. I'm sure you've been working out a lot more than I have, and you have more mass to your advantage, Midoriya remarked. Plus, You're pretty fast with your punches, which definitely adds to your strength factor. Uraraka had just cancelled her weight and used the counter to propel herself onto her boyfriend's back when she suddenly leapt outward and grabbed onto Midoriya by his shoulders. Gotcha. Whaaa. Midoriya, Uraraka still on his back, jumped forward and screamed. As soon as the inheritor realized who was on his back, Sato and Yaoyorozu started laughing. A sly smile appeared on his face as he reached behind him and discovered her legs edging closer to him. He grabbed her legs and held them tightly against his body before turning on a heel with full cowling activated. Uraraka was blasted off toward the door and on her boyfriend's back before she could comprehend what had happened. Midoriya slipped through the door, jumped down the steps, and raced off toward the other buildings, pouring as much one for all into his legs as he could and taking her for a ride while the gravity hero clung to his back. When he left, some of his classmates ran to the door to watch the spectacle, laughing as Midoriya completely changed course and sped in front of the dorm, and everyone heard Uraraka yell, "Izuyu!" With a crazy smile, Mina jabbed at Jiro's side and laughed, saying, "Oh boy, she used his first name. He's going to get it later," Jiro said with a smile. "Be sure to put your headphones on just in case he makes it up to her," Mina said. Sadly, Iida had heard the punk rock hero's comment and understood what she meant. That's unacceptable, vulgarity. With a broad smile, Mina turned to face him and said, "That's nature, Speedy." A minute later, Midoriya and Uraraka reappeared at the foot of the building's steps. Uraraka's hair was so far back that she might have been accidentally caught by Gran Torino's air blasts. She pouted and shot daggers at the inheritor. Looking irritated, the hero in question had no regrets as he grinned as broadly as he could at her. Deku, wearing a black tank top underneath a hooded sweater and UA sweatpants instead of his hero outfit, emerged from behind the bushes in front of the building with a small plastic bag in his hand as Uraraka started to beat on Midoriya's shoulder in retaliation. He glanced over just in time to see most of the class standing outside, watching as his younger self was punished. Uraraka halted her attack on the successor and turned to see Deku standing behind them. "Yano, I was wondering why I saw you breeze past me earlier, and now I know the reason," he said, grinning. "I almost lost my to-go box had I not braced myself beforehand." A few students all walked up to the couple and said, "Whoa, man, looking good," Kirishima said. "Yes, and without the costume as well. What provides?" Sato pondered. Deku grinned. "Well, since my uniform is similar to my costume gamma, I figured it wouldn't have been a good idea to be walking around in that one," he explained. 12 years later, and the design still sticks. Since he was the first to see the suit, Midoriya could understand his reasoning. Other than the boots and gauntlets, there wasn't much of a difference between his suit and his future selves. And the cape?" he asked aloud. "Well," Deku said, "I had to wear one because Mirio insisted on it. It exudes a hero's aura," he said. He grinned and said, "I couldn't say no since Eri thought so too. Anyway, I'm getting a little hungry, so why not all go inside and eat, The symbol of peace was about to take the elevator to his room when he noticed that the television was still on. At some point, the switch was turned off, and the signal source was changed so they could watch the evening news. Deku was met with a series of "Yas" and "I'm starving" as they all entered. As the two anchors read their reports, the promo art that read, "Villain Alert," faded. "Good evening," one anchor stated. "We're starting the day with some breaking news from Musudafu, where a villain attack is currently taking place." "You're correct. Police were called to the scene of this incident approximately 15 minutes ago." The other said, "We'll have a live feed broadcasting in just a moment. A villain is currently holding several people hostage and is preventing some local heroes from making any attempts to rescue them." Dropping his takeout bag, Deku, who had not yet advanced toward the elevator, clenched his fists and edged closer to the TV. Then, in an instant, the feed appeared, showing an intersection with a few heroes forming a perimeter around a very familiar villain, the sludge villain, the first villain he had ever encountered, keeping several vehicles raised off the ground and dangling them in front of the first responders while the heroes kept civilians at bay. Several of the students, including Bakugo and Midoriya, were drawn to the video. As they walked up to the TV, Deku crossed his arms and made a choice. "Hey, Izuku," he yelled. "I'm going to be a moment," the inheritor said, glancing at his older self. "Don't wait up, guys," he said, turning away from the television and heading toward the front door. "It looks like I have work to do." Mina glanced back at the older hero after glancing at the TV. Wait a minute. Do you really think you can go outside? What happens if you are recognized? It will be all right, Deku said, turning to face the acid user with a smile. Furthermore, none of them are quick or nimble enough to leave without him noticing, and those people need assistance. Nothing can protect that villain once the hostages are out of the way, he stated. This is the first lesson if I am going to be passing on some of what I know. Profile the repeated offenders, he said with a smile. Knowing what they're going to do before they do it will make the fight much easier. He pointed to the villain on TV. Take him for example. Since he is aware that a good hero will easily defeat him, he uses his quirk to seize hostages. He will become desperate and launch an attack as soon as he loses his hostages because his form is completely unstable. I'll take advantage of that. Before Deku smiled and vanished, the students all turned to face one another, and as the front door swung open and closed, they all left the table and gathered around the television. The sludge villain persisted in taunting the heroes who had come to the scene. None of them had the skills necessary to deal with the villain and safely free the hostages. All they could do was keep the remaining civilians safe by staying out of its reach. As he swung a sedan around, frightening the mother and two children inside, the villain roared with laughter. Come on, heroes, come get them. Don't be timid. He made fun of it. Backdraft and Death Arms were on opposite sides of the conflict, both preventing civilians from approaching too closely. Come on, what's the deal? Are we waiting for All Might to intervene and save the day? Tough shit, huh? Do you hear me when I say that he will never again come to your rescue? The two heroes recoiled at those words. They knew the truth, and their hearts ached. They had only won the last time because of him, and he wasn't going to retire. The sludge villain laughed monstrously once more. Fools, when we rely on one hero to complete the task, this is what occurs. And you're all stuck without him. Death Arms winced at what he said, and as he opened his mouth to reply, he sensed someone trying to shove past him, and as he screamed for them to back off, a powerful gust of wind blew past him. When Deku arrived on the scene, the sludge villain felt nothing at all. He jumped from a light fixture to one of the cars, tore through it, and came out holding a hostage. Before he was able to free every single hostage from their ensnared vehicles, he repeated the action a few more times, flew over Backdraft, landed in a small clearing, and dropped all the civilians. Then, without anyone noticing, he leapt toward the light fixture and sat down over the sludge villain. At that moment, the villain realized his vehicles were much lighter. What the? Ya know, holding these people up like this isn't what I'd call a healthy call for attention, Deku exclaimed. Some of these people have lives to get back to, and as someone who's had to work all day and commute home, I certainly wouldn't want to find myself suspended high in the air by a D-rate villain, he taunted, waving at everyone in the crowd, including Backdraft, Death Arms, and every single civilian present. Who the hell are you? The villain snarled. I'm the new kid on the block, Deku shrugged. You flubber rip-off, of course I know who you are, he mockingly said. Damn, that's gotta hurt, Hagakure remarked as the students back at the dorms all felt their jaws drop. The altercation was being live-streamed, so they had both the helicopter feed and audio from the ground. Bakugo grinned as he watched the helicopter feed and said, "Oh, this oughta be good." Sato nodded. "What's up, buddy?" the sludge villain growled, narrowing his eyes at the professional hero. "I haven't been this close to you in a long time. I'd guess a lot of years," Deku remarked. "And, free, was your cell cracked or something?" One of the cars was raised by the villain, who said, "Hero, stop talking." The car swung in the hero's direction. Before the car could crush the fixture, Deku vanished, seeing the attack coming a mile away, and he reappeared a little farther away and away from any civilians. "Dude, you must be terrible at whack-a-mole." He kept making fun of him, saying, "Remind me not to ask you for help getting the stuffed unicorn at the fair." As it lifted another car, the villain sneered, "Stop talking." It missed him once more and slammed the car down. Deku kept coming and going around the villain, taunting him with a series of, "I'm right here." As he moved, he saw that the sludge villain's form was becoming unstable due to his frequent reappearances. The force of his movements was causing wind gusts powerful enough to shatter some of his body. Braced against a building wall, Deku finally came to a halt and said, "Dude, you're a jerk. It's unbelievable that you nearly caused my death. They no longer create villains the way they once did. Damn you, heroes," the sludge villain yelled, his eyes blazing. As he fired the hero with his two remaining vehicles, he roared. With a smile on his face, Deku sped through the two projectiles and headed straight for the villain, bringing his fist within inches of him before he retaliated. The sludge villain lost consciousness, rising in the air before slamming down on the ground with a fist impression under his jaw, and no one saw it coming until it had arrived. Deku's arm moved in an uppercut, making contact right underneath the villain's jaw. The city felt the slam and crack of the impact. Everyone watched, including the heroes and the students at 2A. Bakugo was the most shocked, rubbing his eyes in shock before looking at the screen again. The sludge villain, who had taken him by surprise and held him captive nearly 2 years earlier, was defeated in a single blow, just as All Might had previously defeated him. He glanced at Midoriya, who was watching with Uraraka standing next to him, and then back at the screen. He muttered, "Shish, shish, shit, language, Bakugo." Iida blurted out, "Glasses, eat my ass." When he returned to the scene, everyone was still too stunned to react when the professional hero eyed the hostages he had just rescued and walked toward them, passing through a few civilians before reaching the group. Deku had shaken the hand he had punched as he looked upon his work. When they saw Deku, one of them exclaimed, "Why you? You saved us." He exhaled, oh my god, I thought we were going to die." "Thank you, hero," said another of them, a mother of 2 young girls, as she gazed at him tearfully. With her 2 kids by her side, she ran and gave Deku a hug. "I hope you all get home safely," Deku said, grinning as he patted the mother's head. A moment later, they all broke the embrace, and the pro-hero took a step back. "There shouldn't be any more villain attacks, in my opinion, but keep an eye out." The civilians all nodded, and as Deku looked around, he noticed some people fishing for their cell phones. He had to leave quickly to avoid having his identity revealed and his younger self's future altered. He made sure his hood was still up, waved to the civilians, and then used his quirk to vanish deeper into the city. Before returning to the United Arab Emirates, Deku took a number of detours, passing by some civilians who were already discussing his rescue and defeat of the villain as the people left behind attempted to comprehend the situation. All of Class 2A turned to face him when he returned to the dorms, staring at him with wide eyes and hanging jaws. Deku rubbed the back of his head and laughed nervously, saying, "So much for getting started without me. Come on, let's have some food," he said. Hiroshima pointed to the television and said, "Dude. You simply, with a single blow. You didn't hesitate to take him down." He cried out. "That was fantastic," Mina screamed. "That was not conforming to the rules. Defeating a villain anonymously is equal to vigilantism." Iida let out a bark. "Hey, he saved those people in a blink of an eye," said Kaminari. "Yes, I'm sure they appreciate it, but now people will want to know who you are. Charging in there was careless. What if he anticipated you?" Yaoyorozu said. The Gravity Girl was pointing at the screen, and his younger self appeared to be considering the actions as Deku looked around the crowd, his gaze fixed on Midoriya and Uraraka standing by the screen, watching the playback. "You guys, hang on a second," Deku said, grinning at their exchange. "Dude, you need to share a little of that," Hiroshima inquired. "He doesn't have to explain anything," snorted Bakugo. "In the future, he will be the greatest hero," he said. "Yeah, but still, that would be fantastic." "Well, as much as I would love to explain a few things," the professional hero said with a laugh. "I haven't eaten since, let's see, the raid started at around 9:30ish, but I was tied to that chair for about 3 hours, and before that, I barely had a bite to eat at home before racing to the office, and since it's been another 6 hours since I arrived here," he said, startling some of the group crammed around him. "It appears that you continue to mumble after all this time, Hiroshima poked Midoriya in the elbow as he mumbled. He made fun of it. Deku broke out of his muttering as Midoriya laughed, saying, "That's right. I'm going hungry. I haven't eaten in almost the entire day," he said. "How about we have a nice dinner and just enjoy the end of the week?" he said, rushing over to where he had been standing and grabbing his food. "You all need time for yourself sometimes, and heroism isn't a 24/7 profession," he argued, but he didn't wait for anyone to concur before taking a seat at the table and opening his katsudon plate. The rest of the class was perplexed by his actions as he said his graces and started eating, but Yaoyorozu was the only one who stopped him. "Yes, dinner is about to be served. Before the food gets cold, let's eat." After everyone finally cleared their heads and joined Deku for dinner, the tension from the previous week vanished as everyone started chatting about their weekend plans, their anticipation of their first Class 2 final exam, and their first exam with Deku. Deku looked around the table while everyone was eating. Some were laughing and eating at the same time, but he didn't give a damn about the sight of barely chewed food. Instead, he grinned and started responding to some inquiries from former classmates. They're fortunate that everything changed in less than 2 years, a smile that concealed a broken heart. As he ate, he began tapping on the table. 1, 2, 3. The morning after, when Deku awoke, he saw the headline he had anticipated: Sludge Villain Defeated, Hooded Hero Saves Lives. He let out a sigh while reading the article on his phone. Fortunately, his face was hidden by the fabric and his hood was up when someone took a picture of the incident, so he was spared from such a thing as publicity. Failure to do so would force us to consider him a vigilante and/or an unregistered quirk user, the chief of police said in a statement, which made him laugh a little as he read the article. The pro-hero sighed as he flipped into the air, returning to his regular morning routine. Using float, he stretched his entire body, feeling his muscles expand and release the tension from the night before. He heard multiple pops from his joints as his body relaxed. The symbol of peace took a deep breath and heard the ceiling above him begin to creak, the area where Black Whip connected beginning to crack as debris began to fall. After he was satisfied, he disabled float and used Black Whip in both arms to keep himself suspended. The symbol of peace simply grinned and carried on with his exercise, now feeling the strain in his arms and core. The symbol of peace winced as he remained motionless for a moment before straightening out, taking another deep breath, and leaving the ring he had brought with him on the bedside table. After a while, Deku disabled Black Whip and fell to the ground, but as he did, the floor beneath him almost gave way and collapsed. He slipped down to the common area and saw that some of his younger friends were already awake. Kirishima was in the kitchen preparing coffee, Mina was hanging over the armrest of the couch, looking as lifeless as possible, and Iida and Midoriya had just returned from a morning jog. He laughed as he watched them all interact before going inside. The first person to recognize his older self was Midoriya. "Oh, hi Deku." The words came out of his mouth, and he flinched as he called out, "Wow, that feels weird to say to someone else." "You'll get used to it," Deku said with a laugh. "Good morning, everybody." Mina mumbled, Oh, there's two of you Midori. Uraraka must be so happy," as his laugh made her almost dead form jerk slightly. Midoriya's face flushed fiercely. Mina, AHSIDO. A UA student shouldn't do that." "Yesh, it is," she said, smiling as she looked up at him, laughing as she struggled to get to her feet. "But it's funny." "No, it's not." Deku looked at his phone and thought, man, it's early for them to be up. Maybe Iida and my younger self woke them up. Kirishima was waving at him when he looked up. "Hey Deku, you're up early. I could say the same to each and every one of you." "What's happening?" "I got, no sleep last night," Mina yawned. "It's awful to study for those tests until 5 in the morning." She grumbled. "Might as well wake her up and get some coffee ready," Kirishima said, nodding in agreement. "Here, I'll help," Mina cheered, throwing her arms in the air. Deku crossed the room and said, "I need a cup too." "Whoa really?" Kirishima laughed. Deku laughed. "As a pro-hero who has to wake up early every morning and possibly stop a store robbery or two on the way to work, I find coffee a true blessing upon the world," he stated. As he observed the conversation, Midoriya grinned and said, "So, we're neck and neck now, huh?" He questioned Iida. "Yes," the former class representative said, "I'm going to have to train harder to widen that gap between us." "Yes, and I cannot wait for that," the inheritor grinned. "It's unfortunate that I can't let him know that I'm only giving our morning runs 45% of my effort." "How are you and Uraraka doing, if I may ask?" Iida inquired. With a laugh, Midoriya said, "We're doing well. After we put in some training hours for Snipe, we're going to see a movie tonight," he remarked. "I understand. As UA, will you two just leave like that, students?" Iida pondered. "It's not a bad thing, though." "Iida, we're more than just students," Midoriya remarked. "Yes, but there are still members of the Paranormal Liberation Front. They seem to like you more than the rest of us though, but they can attack us at any time," he contended. He was helping with the coffee when Deku looked over his shoulder. "Man, it's been a long time since I've heard of those guys." With a shrug, Midoriya said, "Don't know why." "Yes, well, as your friend, I don't think putting yourself and Uraraka in danger for a date is a good idea," Iida said, nodding. He cautioned that anyone under their influence might strike at any time. Kirishima was looking on in disbelief as Deku put down his mug for a moment, and Midoriya was about to respond when he heard his older self laughing at the coffee maker. "Hey man, what's so funny?" "Oh, it's nothing," Deku said, turning around and giving Kirishima a head pat. "To be honest, until this morning, I had completely forgotten about the PLF. I haven't heard the name of that organization in a very long time," he acknowledged. "Oh, what happened to them in the future?" Iida added. "Well," Deku said, his smile wavering, "they lost in Tokyo. After the Hydra's heads were severed and burned, they quickly went down," he remarked. "Man, that was a day. Hang on, Tokyo, why in a place with so many people?" Iida pondered. Instead of responding, Deku reached for his mug and took a sip. "Deku." "What?" he shrugged. "Why Tokyo?" Iida waved his hand. "Because that city is really significant. An attack that targets the nation's politics and culture would be particularly significant in the capital city." He clarified, Shigaraki believed that by seizing the city, he could put a loyalist in the prime minister's position and put an end to the entire conflict between us. However, hero agencies are also heavily saturated with that. Iida contended that, having a lot of troops to go and fight would be necessary to even consider an attack on the capital. "You're right," Deku said with a smile. "You didn't anticipate that Shigaraki would react to the impasse like an irate preteen, did you? He hid in the shadows, collected what was left of all for one's former criminal empire, and motivated others to support his cause. If we hadn't stopped him, he would have also been successful because he had the numbers, the motivation, and the strength to dominate the city. The experts. But that's not important right now," Deku said, nodding. "It's going to be a busy day," he declared. "But, what did I say?" Deku asked, turning to face the speedster hero. "Did he ask? However, I'm still perplexed. Why would Shigaraki walk through Tokyo and run the risk of being caught? I indulged you with answers, and now I'm asking you to drop it." "But, enough Tenya," he froze. "Look, I need to get some clothes because I'll be here for a while. I might even get my suit fixed because I think I found a few new tiers," Deku said, sighing as he sipped his coffee. "I also need to discuss my final exam ideas with the hero course leaders. It turns out that I can't teach you guys only what I want to teach." "But what a boo. Don't worry about Ocha, Uraraka tonight, Midoriya. The PLF is still recovering from the recent battle, if my memory serves me correctly. Even though some of its members are heroes, they have been exposed as belonging to a group of villains. Without being identified, they won't approach you guys," Deku remarked. "Really? Now go on. Go get ready," Deku said, nodding. "I take it that you also have a day ahead of you." Midoriya nodded and hurried back upstairs after bidding his friends farewell. Kirishima turned to the future hero after Deku had left, sighed deeply, and put down his mug. "You okay?" Mina got up and walked over to the two in the kitchen. "Yeah, just," he said, observing the two students and Iida, who was still standing at the building's entrance. "It's nothing. I suddenly recalled how draining that day was." "Are you sure?" Iida said as he walked into the room. "Just feeling tired doesn't warrant that kind of reaction." "No, but it's my story to tell, so whatever." Deku waved his mug at them and pointed to the stairs, saying, "I shouldn't have mentioned anything. Go ahead and get ready for the day. Even though I really miss relaxing, work must always be done. You'll benefit from your choice if you manage your time well." Deku grinned at the students, who all nodded in agreement. "All right, go now. I have some paperwork to complete immediately," he remarked. Kirishima said, "Ah, sure thing." They all went upstairs after he took Mina's coffee mug and gave it to her. Mina hadn't gone up at the same time as Iida and Kirishima, so she was the one who saw his outburst and something else. Deku sighed and took a few quiet sips of his coffee before setting the mug on the counter and punching the refrigerator, causing a dent on the side. There appeared to be some fire emanating from the pro-hero's arm, but she was certain that this was just a hallucination brought on by exhaustion. Deku moaned as his back struck the door of his room, pinching his nose and inhaling deeply as his free hand began tapping on the wood behind him, muttering numbers as he went. 1, 2, 3. Recover here. 4, 5, 6. Killer. 1, 2, 3. Damn you, you'll go to hell. 1, 2, 3. All for one. Deku's eyes snapped open, and he fell to the ground, burying his head in his knees. As he sat there, remembering that terrible day in Tokyo, the day he became the symbol of peace, he began to cry. In the interim, in his filthy three-piece suit, the enormous man known as the Chaos King strode through the city, drawing the attention of many onlookers who initially thought he was a villain. But they weren't incorrect. The head of the Discord organization walked past a hero agency that was currently crowded with reporters demanding information from Death Arms. The reporters and the hero ignored the half-giant as he went by, but he did hear one question amid the confusion and cacophony. Where is the hero that saved the 7 hostages and defeated the sludge villain? The pro-hero ignored or sidestepped the question each time it was posed, and the villain's interest in the plot increased with each repetition. The man tapped on a reporter in the far back, clearing his throat, saying, "Pardon me." He uttered those words. The man's eyes widened as the Chaos King's stern and inquisitive gaze met his own as he turned and found himself looking straight up. Pardon me. However, since I'm new to the area, I can't help but notice that something is wrong. What took place last night? The villain inquired. With a nervous swallow, the reporter said, "SC sir, you haven't heard." "SS so. Last night, a villain took several people hostage in the middle of the street," said the Chaos King, shaking his head. The reporter stammered, clearly unaccustomed to someone towering over him, so some guy came by and saved them all before beating the villain in one hit. "Oh," the villain pretended to be excited as he said, "1 hit, that's amazing." He kinda reminded us of AA All Might, the reporter remarked, nodding. "Is that correct?" The King of Chaos grinned. The reporter gave a furious nod, then turned back to the pro-hero in front of him. Death Arms was still trying to sidestep questions about the hero from the night before, but he was quickly losing. Death Arms glanced over and met the villain's gaze before the hero could continue to explain that the investigation was still ongoing. The Chaos King was staring at the hero in front of him. The Chaos King grinned while gazing at the hero, thinking to himself, "Your quirk is a wonderful thing at the very least. You were my first bother, but not even close to my last." The villain gave the hero a wave before turning and heading down the street, passing 2 teenage girls who were holding their phones in the air, attempting to take a picture of Death Arms while he was responding to reporters, but neither of them bothered to approach him, perhaps because his size wasn't particularly out of the ordinary. As he walked past a fruit stand with multiple copies of the morning edition of the paper arranged beside the cashier, the Chaos King took one copy away and started reading it, despite the cart keeper's protests, and his gaze instantly went to the date in the upper corner. He thought to himself, "Shit, this isn't good. 12 years into the past. Impossible. Sir, for that, you must pay." The villain was still being called out to by the keeper. "Well, at least the Griffins are winning. Though if I remember this year correctly, that'll change in the playoffs," he murmured to himself. "Sir, what is this about a hero defeating a villain last night, then?" He almost choked on air when he looked at the front page. The Chaos King repeatedly scanned the featured image, telling himself repeatedly that his eyes were deceiving him, where a young man in sweatpants and a hoodie stood over the heap of goop that was the sludge villain. However, he eventually tore the photo off the paper, pocketed his memento inside his jacket, crumpled the paper and threw it into the street, where it bounced off the windshield of a passing car, and turned to leave the cart just as the cart keeper was bringing a local hero to the scene. "If that's who I think it is, then I have a serious problem," he muttered to himself as he did so. "Then again, if I did travel 12 years into the past, then that means my crew is still in the area." As he ducked into an alleyway, he grinned and said, "I'm going to have to take care of the current boss, but Deku will be next when I do, although..." Freeze. A man with brick arms and 3 fingers per hand stood with both hands raised in a battle stance, and the Chaos King sneered as he turned to face the local hero and the cart keeper. "You there, where do you think you're heading?" The hero made a demand. The villain gave the hero a fist. "Maybe I should worry about which Deku I should murder." Then he threw himself at the hero. In an undisclosed place, a small group of men wandered around a large warehouse where many boxes containing invisible goods were waiting to be released. They were all dressed in variations of striped vests and slacks, reminiscent of American gangsters from the late 1920s, but they were all hatless and had a patch on their right shoulder that showed a single dot with arrows branching out in all directions. One of the men was larger than the others, and his quirk defined his image, and his image was that of the lion. His head was a lion's head, with a flowing mane and piercing red eyes. His hands were claws, and as he walked, they tapped on the boxes, and his upper body strained in the 3-piece suit, almost tearing the fabric at the arms and upper torso. "Well, what happened to my shipment?" he asked, scanning the room and focusing on a few specific boxes. The Lion Man inquired. One of the men in the room, who was completely human and had pipes sticking out of his arms, came up to him. One of his eyes wasn't natural, rather, it resembled the inside of a mechanical watch. "Yes, sir. It appears that the delay is intentional. Payment is being withheld by our PLF contacts until we finish a job," he said. "And that position is, well, it seems that there was a heist job at that hero school, and they want some specific data from there," the man replied. "They want us to continue the mission, or else we're down a set of ivory tusks. This Shigaraki guy is starting to irritate me," the Lion Man said, rolling his eyes. "Additionally, stealing from UA is a surefire way to end up behind bars. I believe they know that, sir. Send in a bird," the Lion Man moaned. He commanded, "I want to know what we're looking at and start sorting through all of this junk. Here, I want to be turning a huge profit." "Why yes, sir." The warehouse doors flew open as the reporting guy went to gather some of his friends, and the Lion Man looked up to see two men running into the room in similar suits, one with a bald head and a chubby face, and the other with ram's horns sticking out of his head and some fine fur under his collar and sleeves. The Ram Man collapsed to the Lion's feet. "I apologize, boss. What are you sorry for?" The boss glared at him. We were out casing a joint when we saw a hero and a shopkeeper guy run after one of our guys. The chubby man next to him said. "We rushed to assist him, but what?" The Lion Man made a demand. "We sincerely apologize. He wasn't among us." The Ram Man remarked. "We saw him wipe the floor with the hero before he could call for backup because he was wearing the suit and the pin. He saw us, and we ran straight here." "Did you bring him here?" The Lion let out a roar. "Yes," a voice boomed. As he eyed the lackeys near the crates, the Lion Man and his two lackeys turned to face the entrance and saw a half-giant enter with a hero slung onto his shoulder like a bag of potatoes. He walked with authority and grace, claiming the room as his own right away, though there was some blood on his knuckles, indicating the brutality of his beating of the hero. He smirked and glared at the Lion Man as he walked up to him, lifted the hero, and dropped him to the ground at the boss's feet, where the hero moaned, a sign that he was still alive. He was a fairly unimpressive hero, but he disrupted most of his sales in the area, and his quirk allowed him to strike hard with his brick-like body. Although he wasn't as strong as Death Arms or any other pros, his mental strength was commendable to the neighborhood he protected. The Lion Man briefly glanced down at the hero. The Lion Man looked up at the Chaos King. "So, you took down a hero," he said. With his arms folded, the Chaos King said, "Suppose I did. Don't be expecting me to trust you. I know you're not one of us," the Lion Man said. "Perhaps, but that can change quickly," said the Chaos King. "From what I can remember, you guys have hit a low in recruitment." He approached one of the crates, grinned, and lightly touched the box. "You're just scraping by after the Shihasaikai fell," he said. "These are the few guns that are still available on the open market, along with a small loan of trigger from the factory, right?" The Lion Man narrowed his eyes at the newcomer and snarled, asking, "How do you know that?" The Chaos King turned to him. "Those reasons are my own. But I'm not mistaken, am I? You're still available for hire." He turned to the present boss and said, "Cannon fodder to something stronger." "The Paranormal Liberation Front. I was unaware that we had sold out to those pitiful losers." "They protect us," the Lion Man grumbled. "The heroes may still be licking their wounds from that battle, but there are still a lot of them out there." "You're correct, but for how long? I will be damned if the Discord organization, the world's most evil society, keeps withering like this. They are being prevented from achieving wealth and power by your fears." He pointed to the room's lackeys and declared. As his crew began talking among themselves, the Lion Man glared at the newcomer and said, "You dare suggest that I'm unfit to lead my crew? It's not leading when you're following the orders of a child king like Tamura Shigaraki," the Chaos King shrugged. "You want to live, I want to thrive," he yelled at the crew. As his crew merely stood by and argued against him, the Lion Man growled as more murmurs reverberated throughout the room. He looked down at the hero on the floor and then back up at the Chaos King, asking, "So is this your declaration? Would you like to challenge me to be this crew's leader?" "Oh, I do," said the Chaos King with a smile. The Chaos King grinned and imitated the Lion Man as he reached up to unbutton his jacket and toss it to the ground, exposing a concealed holster containing a pistol. The Chaos King took it off and threw it at the hero without the Lion Man saying anything. Two lackeys rushed in, seized the hero, and dragged him and the gun away. The Lion Man approached him and extended his arm at his opponent, saying, "Standard rules apply here. No weapons, said the boss. Ready, the Chaos King said, grinning as he pocketed his golden knuckle-dusters and moved to a combat stance across from the boss. The boss scoffed and said, "Die for your arrogance." After one of the lackeys signaled for them to start, the boss sprang to his knees and lunged at the Chaos King, exposing his fangs as he swiped at his opponent with his outstretched claws in an attempt to extract blood. As the Lion Man continued to slash at him, the Chaos King continued to elude backward, allowing only a portion of his suit to be torn from the attack. Whenever the boss went on the attack, his quirk's beastly nature would take over, rendering him blind to the world around him. The boss continued to slash at the target of his hatred right in front of him, hoping for a lucky blow, while the lackeys watched as the fires burned within his eyes. The boss doubled his efforts and kept moving in the direction of his opponent as the Lion Man pressed forward, his talons getting closer and closer, slashing through his shirt to reveal his ash-gray skin, with faint scars visible across his chest. While the main facility remained relatively strong, the others had unfortunately suffered the same fate as the Shihasaikai. The Lion Man had been the boss of their organization for many years, accepting multiple contracts and keeping the ship afloat, especially after All for One's first defeat by All Might. His defeat blew open the doors to the criminal underworld, but the Discord organization remained relevant by voluntarily fracturing its ranks and spreading them throughout the region. Some of the lackeys watched the Lion Man and silently cheered him on, while others did the same for the Chaos King, noticing his strength and powerful aura as soon as he entered, unafraid of the heroes outside. When they woke up in the morning, they were surprised that he had brought an unconscious hero and declared an open challenge to the leadership. One of the lackeys had the quirk to sense emotions in close targets, and the Chaos King was not afraid, nor even worried about the fight, as they watched him dodge the Lion Man's blows without a trace of fear in his eyes. The Lion Man lunged in with his claws aimed at the Chaos King's eyes as the fight went on, and as he did, one of the lackeys twitched his head to the side and grinned, whispering his boss's name and making the Chaos King feel a sharp itch form on the back of his head. Gotcha! His claws crossed his eyes and slashed downward from his hairline at an angle as he roared. It was meant to cross out his eyes, at least, but it didn't. When he saw the claw approach, the Chaos King closed his eyes, and the Lion Man's attack struck, sparks forming as his claws easily and harmlessly scraped off his face, causing the Lion Man's face to fall as the Chaos King grinned and turned back to face his opponent. The lackeys all watched as the boss's opponent abruptly threw his head back and head-butted the Lion Man. The boss slid on his back after the attack sent him flying back, and two of his lackeys rushed to help him up, but the boss stopped them with a hand. "No, you dare not." They came to a halt as the boss stood up and rubbed his forehead, looking up to see the Chaos King strolling in his direction. What is this? What's your quirk?" Nodding, the Chaos King said, "You like it? I hope you enjoy the way it feels. It's called Sticks," he said. "That quirk won't keep you alive forever," the Lion Man said, spitting blood and raising his claws. "I'll tear through your body until I find your weakness." With a smile, the Chaos King said, "I doubt that." The Chaos King grinned as his shirt continued to be torn apart, exposing more of his ash-gray body, and the Lion Man lunged forward with his claws out, slashing at his opponent with renewed determination, searching for the anchor point that made him vulnerable. His slashes made contact with his skin, continuously scraping against it as if his body were made of stone. After a while, the Chaos King made the decision to fight back, and as the Lion Man kept slicing at him, he grabbed his wrist and slammed his fist into his face, causing a crunch that echoed throughout the room as the Lion Man staggered back, and the Chaos King moved forward, beginning his attack run. The Chaos King was a powerhouse, a living tank against the boss. His punches always hit their targets. The boss could not stay upright for long before being thrown around like a sack of potatoes. His head spun around as he continued his assault, unrelenting in his slaughter. The lackeys could only shield their eyes as they watched the fight shift dramatically. "And I believe I win. Unless you want to try again," he said in a low, calm voice as the Chaos King backed the boss to the wall, where he barely regained consciousness. The giant towered over his defenseless victim, his fists clenched and his glare shooting daggers. Looking up at him, the former boss said, "Why, you're impossible." With a nod, the Chaos King said, "I developed my power early on." He stated, "As for you, your crown is mine and your life to do as I please. No spiritual tether keeps me mortal, only my convictions." The Chaos King approached the Lion Man's jacket and the gun he carried, and the lackeys watched as he took out a futuristic pistol, mostly silver and sleek with Tesla coils all around it, and reached into his jacket pocket to retrieve a steel flask. The Lion Man's only working eye, since the other could not open, widened in horror. "Trust me, you'll wish I killed you," he said as the lackeys watched him pocket the flask and flip a switch on the gun. The Chaos King aimed and fired the gun, sending an electrical beam at the former boss, who screamed as the arcs surged through his body, trapping the lackeys in awe and horror. The Lion Man closed his eye, waiting for the end. When the Chaos King eased off the trigger, he holstered the gun, took out his flask, opened it, and held it to the Lion Man's mouth as he began to feel ill. His body began to convulse, and he instinctively held onto the flask as he felt something come up, causing everyone in the room to turn away except the Chaos King as he released it. The Lion Man was expecting his breakfast, but instead he saw a rainbow stream pour from his mouth into the flask. He attempted to move it, but the Chaos King held the flask in place. The rainbow stream continued for a short while before stopping, at which point the Chaos King pulled the flask away and sealed it shut. What was that?" the Lion Man asked, looking up with wide eyes. With a smile, the Chaos King said, "The end." The Lion Man continued to speak as he began to sense the change. He lifted his hand and saw it twitching wildly. The sensation spread to his arm and all over his body. His injuries had not gone away as he felt new ones form. His shirt began to feel larger, his fingers seemed to be shrinking, and his mane molted off of him. As his vision deteriorated, he saw the Chaos King grinning. What did you do to me?" "I call it Q-Series," the Chaos King said, shaking his flask. He clarified, "It's a piece of technology called quirk isolation and forcible extraction that liquefies the quirk factor in any individual and compels the body to expel it, believing it to be a disease that needs to be purged. Without your quirk factor, you are just a normal, pathetic quirkless man," the Lion Man said, watching his claws vanish and human hands emerge. "You are not as valuable as the dirt I crush beneath my boot," he remarked. The former Lion Man, who was lightly tanned and had some long hair and only his ruby eyes from his quirked form left, looked up and said, "Your quirk is mine to do with as I see fit." The Chaos King turned away and said, "You're done." The new boss lifted the flask and grinned, and all the lackeys in the room stood and bowed before him with a single, icy glare. "We will rebuild the Discord organization from the ground up," he said. "Since all good things begin at home, Hero Society will be afraid of our power everywhere," he declared. Too afraid to speak or act, everyone remained in their bow. "The Paranormal Liberation Front will regret underestimating us. We will be terminating all of their contracts as of today. We will make our money our way," he said, grabbing a stack of papers on a counter and tearing them like a leaf. "Get in touch with our street contacts and ask them to release additional triggers. Get restocked at our warehouses to take over the market. Take to the streets," 3 of the lackeys said, rising and saluting. "To meet our new quotas, we need to increase our numbers." "As for the hero," the Chaos King said, approaching the hero he had brought in and pressing his foot against the small of his back as another group stood up and saluted. When 2 lackeys looked up, they saw the new boss crush his spine by pressing hard against his back. "Make sure he's found," they said. "He will no longer be useful to us. Today is a new day for the Discord organization," the Chaos King said, grinning at the former boss as the 2 stood up. "Your king is me. Cheers to the king." The room's lackeys all threw their fists into the air and exclaimed, "Long live the king." The former boss closed his eyes as the last thing he saw was his successor's stone fist slamming down on him. The Chaos King grinned and walked toward his victim, his fists clenched. Snipe was up early, even though the sun wasn't supposed to rise for another 30 minutes. He always started his day in the same way. He stretched in the morning, made his coffee, and then sat down on his balcony. He would watch the sunrise as he quietly strummed his guitar. When all was said and done, he slipped down to the common area and put away his quiet pastime. He anticipated seeing Yaoyorozu and Midoriya waiting to start the daily overview when he arrived. In his capacity as class president, Yaoyorozu was in charge of the entire daily schedule for the class, including any potential exams, lunchtime adjustments, hero training times, exam results, and numerous other crucial announcements. With Midoriya as her vice president, they were able to maintain class schedules that were easy to understand and accessible to all. Neither of the 2 young heroes in training were present when Snipe walked in. Rather, Deku was standing in front of the television in his hero attire. The front entrance was shadowed by his imposing figure. He had his arms folded and his gaze fixed on the pictures. He called out just as the Western Crow was about to question him about it. "Sorry, Snipe, I know it's early," he replied. Snipe looked at the elder Midoriya and jumped. He shook his head and muttered a curse. He said, "You scared me." Deku grinned. "Sorry about that. I wanted to speak to you in person, but I also needed to see this. Plus, you strumming your guitar is a symphony that shouldn't be interrupted," he replied. "Why, you heard me. I try to stay as quiet as I can." Deku indicated his ear. "Enhanced sense from the sixth wielder of One for All. Any of the 5 senses are heightened at the expense of the other 4, he said quickly. "With the core unlocked, I learned to strengthen 2 senses while sacrificing only 3. Snipe's eyes grew wide beneath his mask. "Oh no." Deku looked to the professional hero. "Anyway, there's something you need to see. I've already asked Principal Nezu and All Might to join us, so we'll be heading over." "Over to where?" "Also, it's a school day. I need to get my students ready. Yaoyorozu and my younger self will take care of things. You and I both know that Kriti is a great leader," Deku stated. Snipe had to concur. The class's overall test scores were higher than they were the previous year, in addition to the fact that everyone paid more attention to straightforward instructions. It wasn't even necessary to threaten them with summer school. Even though he smiled, Mr. Aizawa complained when he heard their test results. His former pupils made him proud. Snipe gave a nod, and Deku turned off the television. The symbol of peace took out a note outlining their absence and placed it on the table in the dining room. Shortly after, they departed the building. All Might was waiting for them in his old truck in the parking lot when they reached their destination. Principal Nezu sat at the edge of the bed, swinging and dangling his feet like a small child. The 4 of them went into the building after the car was parked and the heroes were out. The city's morgue was a comparatively small structure with 2 entrances, a gate, and a side ambulance port. There were a number of police cars parked nearby, and some of them were conversing with heroes in costume. The building was a modest 3-story structure with a lobby above it. At the front, on opposite ends of a pair of double doors, were 2 lamp posts. Tsukauchi and another detective were chatting with a uniformed police officer when they entered. The officer saluted the 2 detectives and went on with his work as soon as he saw the former symbol of peace. The 2 then turned to the heroes who entered as a result. Tsukauchi asked, "All Might, what are you doing here?" The former professional shrugged. "I was just told to come here with Principal Nezu," he replied. Nezu gave a nod. "Deku, what's going on?" The detective's eyes widened as he studied Deku. Wait, how?" Deku grinned. "Time travel. Accidental, of course," he replied. The other detective raised an eyebrow at him. "You've got to be joking. There isn't a single registered time travel-esque quirk." Tsukauchi gave a headshake. "No, I know Deku. I've met the young Izuku Midoriya some time ago." Deku remarked, "So you know that I'm telling the truth. I've never lied to you, sir. I don't plan on starting here and now. Regardless, I have to ask why you're all here." "This case has nothing to do with you, said Tsukauchi. "It doesn't, because it has to do with me," Deku replied. The 2 detectives' eyes grew wide. "The Discord organization is a dangerous villain group, and this right here is their new boss's work," he said. "I remember the report of this day, and when I saw the news, well." The other detective cut in, saying, "Hold on a second. You knew this happened before the news reported it?" "Well, I remember seeing the news report 12 years ago. I also know the 2 victims' identities as the former crime boss, Mr. Livingston and the hero Banzai," said the man. 2 names that the news hasn't released yet." Everyone looked to the older hero. Wait a minute." With a nod, Deku pointed behind the 2 detectives down the hall. "Let's go take a look then. I want you guys to see what I've been up against," he replied. He went down the hall to the room, past the 2 detectives. Before they all followed him, All Might turned to face Snipe and shrugged. 2 doctors were in the room, cleaning up some tools and chatting when they walked in. The 2 detectives followed them inside, and the 2 doctors turned to face them as soon as the doors shut. One of them asked, "Detectives and heroes?" The other asked, "All Might, what are you guys doing here?" They were waved away by Tsukauchi. "We came to check on the bodies. I need to show them some things and explain what we're dealing with," he told the truth. Both physicians gave a nod. The 2 that just came in. They gave a nod. The 2 were lying in wait when the doctors approached. They all sighed upon seeing Banzai when they uncovered the bodies. "We'll give you a few moments," indicated one of the physicians. The heroes were left alone when they left the room. When they were by themselves, Deku went up to Banzai. "There is an unfortunate custom when it comes to the Discord organization. If someone wishes to usurp the boss, they would have to provide the challenge by bringing a hero. The hero must have been defeated in battle and unconscious upon delivery. The challenger and the boss then engage in a one-on-one battle with only one's fisticuffs, he said. Principal Nezu's eyebrows went up. It was a simple and barbaric custom, he observed. Oh, it was straight to the point, proving to the boss that the challenge was legitimate. If a regular grunt simply walked up to the boss and challenged him, the challenge would be viewed as a joke, Deku said. The winner of this duel would become the new boss, and the life of the other would be in their hands. Snipe looked over at him. Deku lifted Banzai's neck by reaching over with gloved hands. See the markings. He was killed while still unconscious. Evidence of intense injuries throughout the body suggests Banzai was seriously beaten before his death, he said. Cause of death was asphyxiation followed by a broken neck. He also suffered a serious fracture in his lower back, paralyzing him as he died. You can see imprints of large fingers wrapped around his throat, and his charts confirm the injuries. All Might leaned closer. The same for Mr. Livingston, including evidence of serious beatings. However, there is something different between the two, he stated. Check his chart. Nezu, the principal, examined Banzai's chart. All Might looked to his successor while Snipe checked Mr. Livingston's. He asked, Deku, what's going on here? With a sigh, Deku approached a table. A tiny plastic bag with a single pin inside was on it. The villain that I'm after is the leader of the Discord organization. This pin is the mark of the boss of the gang, he stated. It was examined by the former symbol of peace. On top of the Chaos Star was a broken crown. The boss obviously lost the fight, and as the rules dictate, the winner must break the crown of the former boss's pin to symbolize a fall from grace. Mr. Livingston lost the match, and since his life then belonged to the new boss, he was immediately disposed of. The eyes of Principal Nezu grew wide. Principal Nezu, did you find anything on Mr. Livingston? Deku was puzzled. The odd animal hero, Prince nodded. Mr. Livingston registered as having a lion-type quirk about 45 years ago. He's been the leader of the Discord organization for probably half that time, but... Deku took off his gloves with a sigh. The statement, he's quirkless in death, emerged. Might looked to the old boss. This is why I brought you guys in. This is the work of the Chaos King, the villain I've been chasing for a while now. He followed me through time, apparently, Deku stated. Fear caused the former symbol of peace's eyes to enlarge. I is he. He doesn't have all for one. The quirk died about 10 years ago, my time, he stated. However, technology can pick up what evolution and nature dropped. Stealing quirks has become a science that the Chaos King perfected in recent years. In fact, quirks have become one of his most successful ventures of illicit business, right there with Trigger and other quirk-boosting drugs. Nezu, the principal, nodded. I was asked some time ago what I feared the most in this world. The human drive to conquer nature is at the top, and if what you're saying is true, then the Chaos King made that a reality, he said. The words, stealing and selling quirks, damn, muttered Snipe. All for One did that on a smaller scale back during the height of his power. Though he usually just granted powers to whoever he saw fit, willing or unwillingly, said All Might. Deku gave a nod. The quirk trade is all the rage back in my time. Millions of US dollars are made through quirks alone and span 10 countries. Some people buy several quirks and arm their own smaller gangs with the very best, he said. Some create enforcers with multiple quirks to keep heroes at bay. All Might gave a headshake. What the hell happened in the future to make the Chaos King do this? Deku turned his back on his master. Nothing good. The point between eras of power is great enough for dark forces to grow. The Chaos King sat by and watched the world change and made his moves across the board, he stated. With fire in his eyes, he turned to face the heroes. But that's why I'll be the one to put him in his place. He has hurt and killed too many people. The two bodies in the room are being eyed by everyone. When I first started, it made me think of All for One. Tsukauchi's fists clenched. He pondered, what can we do? Deku gave a shrug. In the next few years, the scales of balance will tip, allowing a window for the Chaos King to assume control. By now, he has a prototype of the technology capable of stealing quirks, however, his current location is unknown. He seemingly appeared out of nowhere one day, and we haven't found anything useful, he stated. But, he won't be a serious problem for a while. Do you mean the future Chaos King or the present? The present. My Chaos King will try to expedite the organization's rise to power. Trust me, You don't want to deal with the Paranormal Liberation Front and the Discord organization. Their powers combined will destroy hero society and breed anarchy, Deku stated. But I will focus on stopping the Chaos King before he messes with history. Deku approached the two bodies and bowed to each of them, while Principal Nezu and All Might exchanged glances. As the symbol of peace took the place of the sheets, the heroes at his side applauded. When they were finished, the doctors returned and said goodbye. Snipe sighed and took off his gas mask as they got back to the car. Midoriya, where's the bastard? Deku gave a shrug. Anywhere in the area. He knows of my powers and has taken the appropriate countermeasures against them. Right now, the Discord organization is just a small group of guns for hire for other villain groups. With the Chaos King in power, he'll focus on recruitment and striking against the general public. Heroes in the surrounding cities should be on alert, he stated. Snipe pulled out his phone and nodded. I can imagine that Shigaraki hired them to try to steal our hard drive, he stated. Deku gave a nod. He pulled out of the parking space and drove them both back toward the school, saying, it's likely. The younger Midoriya watched his older self exit the car as they arrived back at the main campus. He watched as Uraraka, Yaoyorozu, and Iida stood by. Wonder where they've been, said Uraraka. The note he left earlier didn't explain much if anything. Just that they had to check up on some things, said Yaoyorozu. Of course, leaving with All Might and Principal Nezu must mean that it was imperative. It was probably something to do with Deku. I mean, he looks like he has his hands full here, Iida replied. What kind of hero work would he need to do here? Midoriya gave a shrug. Interestingly, he's taking this kind of mindset, really, he said. Oh, the youthful inheritor gave a nod. He seems to be so focused on something. I wonder what. That's when Mina Ishido and two other girls from another class passed by. Telling them she would catch up to them shortly, she paused in front of the group and gave them a quick tap on the shoulders. Maybe he can fix the fridge in the common space. There's a giant dent in the side of it, and he was the last one to leave yesterday, she continued. Yaoyorozu gave a nod. Interesting that he did that. Midoriya gave a nod. Come on Deku, let's go grab a bite already. I think the line is getting smaller. Uraraka yelled. Mina grinned. It is, so hurry up and grab some food. She cried as she sprinted across the street once more. Iida grinned. According to him, she's right. Let's go eat. With a smile, Yaoyorozu turned to face an older set of emerald eyes. Deku. The others looked over at her. Directly behind her stood the symbol of peace, wearing a faint smile. Hey, you guys, what's up? Midoriya gave his older self a blink. He thought to himself, I won't get used to seeing an older me anytime soon. Iida grinned. We were just going to get some lunch, he replied. Would you like to join us? Deku shook his head and grinned. I kinda don't have an appetite right now. I think I'll eat later, though, he stated. Uraraka asked, is everything okay? Deku gave a nod. Just some hero work I had to do real quick, said the man. Reaching over, he gave his younger self a head pat. Go on and eat, guys. I'll see you all later. Almost simultaneously, the group nodded and bid each other farewell. The symbol of peace turned to face the window after they had left for Lunch Rush's cafeteria. As he reached into his pocket and took out a pin, his smile turned into a deep frown. The pin was a chaos star with its crown still in place. He thought back to the day he stole the pin from the crime boss as he gazed at it. Their battle took place on the tallest skyscraper on an island teeming with evildoers. He nearly lost his quirk while tearing the jacket and removing the pin. Deku used his bare hands to crush the pin. As he broke the object into several small pieces, he was unaware of its sharp point. As he walked in the opposite direction from his younger self, he sighed. The Chaos King must have gone underground by now to avoid my hearing, but I still need to find him. He will have some of his goons topside investigating the darkest recesses of society if he is recruiting. I should concentrate on locating them. Deku kept walking while pocketing the crushed pin. In an instant, he vanished after activating his quirk. After 2 days, Deku greeted the day with a smile, coffee brewed, and the sun rising. The symbol of peace had a slow start to the previous days as Class 2A finished their written exams for their subjects. With Snipe's consent, he oversaw every day, allowing the Western hero to rest and get ready for the next phase. Deku kept a low profile while using enhanced hearing to make sure the students weren't whispering to one another. Deku chose to listen in on a few students as they muttered to themselves while attempting to comprehend the tests rather than looking for cheaters. A few people he didn't expect to curse had, such as Hagakure, who threatened to use violence against whoever thought it was a good idea for heroes to understand the Pythagorean theorem, including shoving a freshly sharpened pencil up the ass of the person who came up with it. The symbol of peace avoided her. Deku was astounded by everyone's initial performance at the end of the second day. Compared to the previous year, he saw more potential high grades. Naturally, Bakugo, Iida, Yaoyorozu, and Midoriya were at the top of the list. But that day was over, and now the day he had been looking forward to had finally come. The symbol of peace, wearing his hero costume and holding his list for the final training exam, told everyone to report to Ground Beta, fully outfitted and prepared for action. He went ahead and made sure everything was ready for them rather than waiting for them at the dorms. At the front gate, he found Mr. Aizawa, Snipe, and Principal Nezu waiting for him. The adorable principal jumped out of Aizawa's scarf and waved to the symbol. "I can see you're excited for the day to begin, Deku," he said. Deku waved the list before him with a smile. "Oh, I definitely am. I'm having the class meet us here at 10:30 so we have some time. I also want them to be fed, showered and prepped before they tear their hair out," he replied. "Of course, in a true situation, heroism doesn't follow a serious schedule," said Mr. Aizawa. "While absolutely true, I'd rather they eat first. The last thing I need is everyone failing because their stomachs begin to mimic Chewbacca from those old world movies," Deku said. "A well-fed hero is a happy hero." Mr. Aizawa gave an eye roll. "So, after initial grading, it looks like Class 2A definitely improved from last year's exams," he stated. As Deku pocketed the paper, he said, "I'm thankful that Snipe encouraged them. I'm also thankful that Yaoyorozu and my younger self organized study groups. There was a lot of goofing around but a lot actually happened. Nezu, Principal, I bet, the young cannot stay young forever. They also can't be quiet most nights," Snipe said. "Seriously, Aizawa, how did you do it?" The erasure hero exposed his ears by lifting his hair. "Earplugs most of the time. Also having Iida and Yaoyorozu handle the class helps tremendously." Snipe laughed. "Well, Yaoyorozu and Midoriya have done quite well for them academically. But I swear if I hear any more Mario music, I'm cutting off their internet privileges," warned him. Deku chuckled. "It could be worse though." Aizawa smiled a little. "It could." Nezu, the principal, grinned. "So, everything inside is all set. Ms. Winters is also on site for emergency heals and keeping the drones in line," he stated. "To be quite honest, I cannot wait to see how everything will turn out." "It's too bad you won't be participating this time around, Principal Nezu," Snipe replied. "As much as I enjoyed it last year, I think it's for the best," he stated. "You had way too much fun," Deku grinned. Nezu, the principal, grinned. "Maybe a little bit." Mr. Aizawa grinned and turned to face the outside world. He noticed 2A coming toward him, wearing brave faces and hero costumes. Yaoyorozu was directly behind Midoriya, who was in the lead. With the exception of Kaminari, who was showing Shinso something amusing on his phone, everyone else was just following along as the two engaged in conversation. A familiar head of blonde hair appeared directly behind them. As All Might walked with the class and chatted with some of the children, Mr. Aizawa sighed to himself. Watching his former master approach him, Deku grinned. But the more he looked at him, the less the smile lasted. His eyes seemed to water as his shoulders dropped and his face relaxed. Principal Nezu looked up at him and saw his sudden change. When the class finally arrived, Deku's expression quickly changed. "Welcome everyone, I'm so glad you're all here." Bakugo yelled, "Well duh. This is for a grade." From behind, a few people in the crowd started laughing. Deku rubbed the back of his head and grinned. "Oh, of course, right, I forgot about that little tidbit," he admitted. Mina was essentially leaping into position. "Sue, what's the big secret? Will we get to see you in action?" Shoji thought, "Maybe have us fight each other in a mock battle." "Perhaps you want to see how we've improved with our quirks," Tokiyami responded. With a smile on his face, Deku shook his head. "I'll get to it in a second. Remember when I said it was going to be somewhat similar to your mock battle when you guys first arrived? I'm keeping that promise, but with an extra twist," he said. After taking out his phone, the symbol of peace gave it a few taps. Soon after, he raised his phone and hit one last button. 20 phones were buzzing or playing music in front of him at that precise moment. Every student in Class 2A looked at their phones and saw just one message. Don't reveal your affiliation, okay? Keep it to yourself at all costs. Deku issued a directive. Now, it's about time you learn something new about being a hero. Expect the unexpected. Bakugo gave an eye roll. We've done this already. Perhaps, but this will be different. Now, everyone in the class has been given an affiliation, heroes or villains. Heroes will have a specific set of tasks to complete as well as villains. Students' perplexed voices echoed through the crowd. Here is the general scenario. A group of villains have kidnapped several high-ranking members of government and are holding them hostage in the city. Police are hard at work at determining their location, however, there are complications. 1. The heroes have no idea where the villains are hiding. 2. The heroes don't know exactly how many hostages there are. And 3. The heroes have 15 minutes to find the villains before they escape. Oh damn, sounds like the heroes are at a disadvantage, said Hagakure. Deku gave a nod. The villains are at an advantage by simply being in the situation. They have control of the hostages, they have time to kill, and they have the element of surprise on their side. In real life, it is very much possible that villains will have the upper hand on you all. You cannot expect to win every battle and beat every villain. A few of the young heroes muttered their approval. Now, here is what the heroes can do. They can either A. Actively search for the villain base, or B. Attempt to take command of cell towers located on the rooftops of some of these buildings. These devices can be used to triangulate the calls that villains are making to negotiate the surrender of their hostages. Secure 3 towers and the heroes will move in to secure the hostages, Deku clarified. Of course, if you go for the cell towers, the villains will know what you are attempting and can either intercept you or let you come to them. You can also attempt to find the villains, hide out without the towers, however, it will be difficult. All the buildings are the same and there will be no distinct markings or clues that will lead you to them. This may be time-consuming but it's also doable. Sue held up her hand. I have a question. Deku grinned. Yes Sue. What about the hostages? What do we do if we find them? Hero. Well, if you do find the base, and you manage to reach the hostages, there is an escape gate you can use. You can do that or escort them to a safe shelter, such as police stations or a hero agency or maybe even a hospital, Deku said. The only way heroes can win is if the hostages are safely escorted to either the gate or the shelter. Everyone in the class nodded. Some of you may want to subdue your villains, however, you will not be able to determine the location of the hostages if you do. The objective is to secure the hostages, not win a fight, Deku stated. Now, for the villains. Time is on your side. The heroes have no idea where you are or how many hostages you have exactly. 15 minutes is how long you have until you escape with your hostages. You can sit and wait out the clock, however, there is a challenge. The cell towers will reveal your location if they are captured by the heroes, so it's advisable to not take a nap or do something else that may distract you. The heroes can, if they have the right quirks, locate you even without it, he continued. So, here are your objectives. You can stop the heroes from accessing all of the cell towers. You can recapture the hostages if the heroes grab them, Deku clarified. Unlike the heroes, the villains have multiple ways to win here. Subdue the heroes, prolong the fight until the timer runs out, or recapture the hostages if they're taken. Yaoyorozu thought about their test. So this is as accurate as possible. Deku gave a nod. These situations can happen. They're delicate operations, so you do need to be careful so the hostages aren't harmed, he said. In fact, this is the scenario that I have experienced a few years ago with members of the American delegation and the Prime Minister were held hostage by a villain group. Deku waved the class away as they began to ask questions about the incident. Regardless, this is your test. Hero team and villain teams will be comprised randomly for authenticity. When in the field and multiple heroes are needed, you don't get to choose who charges in with you to battle, he stated. Both teams will be given mobility equipment so the fight can be a little more easier. Finally, the class settled. Now, once the doors open, you'll find 2 makeshift hallways, one marked heroes and one marked villains. You will proceed into your assigned hallway and wait in the common space until you and your teammate are called into action. You will not know who will be in your team and you won't be able to view other teams before you. Wait, you mean? Inquired Uraraka. That's right, you won't be learning from your teammates. They won't be able to share any intel with you. You will only hear me declare a winning team or if a special circumstance has occurred. Now, once you're finished with your test, pass or fail, you will enter a new common space where you will monitor the next group. You will also be briefed on how well you did and where you need to improve, Deku said. Any questions? Quiet. Mr. Aizawa pressed a button on his belt, and Deku grinned. When the big doors leading to the training grounds opened, two handcrafted hallways leading to two opposing buildings were indeed present. Mr. Aizawa will be taking care of the villains group and I'll be overseeing the heroes. Best of luck to all of you and I hope you all enjoy this test. Deku shouted. With a few unexpected faces, the class moved toward the villain building as they entered the building. As Midoriya caught up with the class representative, Yaoyorozu watched the class split up, even witnessing Uraraka follow Mina Ashido and Kaminari into the villains building. Uraraka waved to the two before vanishing into the hallway. The two eventually found themselves in a spacious, largely deserted area. It really shouldn't be in a training facility. The room was red with gold accents. There were several speakers playing lo-fi music in the background, a stack of magazines on one of the numerous strewn desks, and cushions spread out all over the place for people to sit on. While some of their classmates were already relaxing on the chairs, others were using their quirks to shadow box. Yaoyorozu remarked, I didn't know we had rooms like this down here. Talk about a world outside of our own. Midoriya thought, you said it. Kinda want those cushions for the common space back in the dorms though. A gentle squeeze was given by a hand resting on each other's shoulders. Deku moved to the center of the room after courteously pushing past the two. He got everyone's attention with two claps. Everyone listen up. Everyone turned to stare at him intently. We'll be starting the first round soon. I hope you're all ready to wrap up this term with heads held high. Everybody gave a nod. The red flash drive was taken out of Deku's pocket. When your team is assembled, you'll be given these flash drives. They'll capture the cell towers you need to locate the villain base. You'll also receive the hover souls that Hatsume invented as well as her wire arrows. Don't lose your drives, otherwise your job will get a lot more difficult. Keep your heads on straight, trust each other, work on your strengths and weaknesses, and you'll overcome the enemy, understand? Yes sir, cried all of them. The peace symbol grinned. Excellent. Now then, the final exam will begin in a moment. Remember, you'll have no idea what the team before you is doing. The whole purpose of this test is to make do with what you have in that moment, understand? Heads gave a nod. Now, I gotta debrief the villain group. Relax for a little bit and I'll call out the first group soon. The announcement will only be broadcasted here so you won't get to know your opponents. Best of luck heroes. Thank you sir, said everyone. With a nod, Deku turned his back on them and walked out of the room, leaving the others to begin planning. After putting the flash drive in his pocket, he pulled out a piece of paper with two names and the number 5 written next to them. It said, Midoriya Izuku. Moreover, Yaoyorozu Momo, Sugarman and Invisible Girl were the first to arrive on the scene when Deku called out the first team. They were led to a random location on the property after leaving the building housing the hero lobby. After being positioned, they were each given a box containing equipment and an earpiece communicator. Mei Hatsume had made 2 wire arrow packs and 2 pairs of boots. The simulation started after the boots were put on and their wire arrows positioned. Listen up, heroes, we got an emergency. The device's voice said. Hagakure looked over at Sato. She questioned, is that Deku? Sato gave a shrug. The statement makes sense, really, he said. The American president and her security detail, along with the prime minister, have all been taken by a criminal group stationed in the area. The city is quarantined, however, we have reason to believe that they have a way to escape. We need you two to find the subjects and get them back safely. Hagakure gave a nod. Got it, copy that, said Sato, causing Hagakure to laugh. You have been given special mobility equipment to get you through the city faster. Find them soon. Use the cell towers if you wish, said Deku. Over and out. The two heroes nodded and fled into the fictitious city as soon as the line died. Sato became aware of the destruction all around them as they moved through the city. Numerous mock cars were destroyed in different ways, such as being crushed and burned black. The baking hero could smell the strong smoke from a gasoline fire. There were cutouts from the police and fire departments as well as a few cars nearby, giving the impression that they were managing the situation. As his partner surveyed the scene, Sato offered Tospeak to one of the cutouts. As Hagakure got closer, he saw that one of the wrecked cars was a black sedan with 2 flags flying in front of it. When she looked inside, she found nothing. The president's vehicle makes sense. It's obvious, she thought, the flags. She kept scanning the area, taking in the scene. In addition to the wrecked vehicles, the buildings also seemed to be damaged. Was it All Might who came through here? Hagakure pondered. As she entertained her thoughts, her hands braced on her hips. Deku, he must have done that damage to give the impression that a powerful villain had broken through. She said, something big must have been following them, as she touched the wrecked car with her gloved hand. Sato gave a nod. We should report in, he said, grinning at the procedure they had to become familiar with before beginning. Speaking, he put his hand on the communicator. Come in, Tokyo PD. Are you there? On the other end, Deku said, Sugarman, this is Tokyo PD. What's your status? Sato pressed against his ear and grinned. We're on the scene of the abduction. What do we know about the villains? So far, very little. We have a few of them in custody. However, we have reports that 2 individuals were seen leading the hostages away from the scene. The ones here are refusing to cooperate, he said. Local heroes did what they could but couldn't rescue the Prime Minister and the President. Copy that, said Sato. Sir, it looks like something big came through here. Any heavy hitters in custody? Asked Hagakure. Just one. He has a mild gigantification quirk and was apprehended pretty quickly, Deku stated. Right, thank you. The call abruptly ended. Sato looked at his partner, who was invisible. You thinking about something? Yep, if those villains were leading the 2 away, they must have had to duck away, or else someone would have recognized them. I don't think they went very far from the crime scene, she continued. Sato surveyed the area. Oh hey, you're right. So, Hagakure said softly after taking off her boots and gloves. They could be around here somewhere, just waiting for everything to cool down so they can escape. I can look for them while you stay here and make it look like this is your concern. Oh, that's a great idea. But wait, what if you find them? Hagakure halted his thought. Oh damn, she thought for a moment, changing her position to reflect. The wire arrow pack shifting to the side was Sato's only clue. We can communicate through here. But I hope we aren't against anyone with great hearing, she thought. Sato gave a nod. Just be careful, all right. Hagakure exclaimed, got it. As she removed her wire arrow and sprinted to track down the bad guys. One thought burst into Sato's mind as he turned to focus on the scene before him. He face-palmed, his face burning bright red. He thought to himself, I just saw her get undressed, didn't I? He gave a headshake. It's a good thing she's always invisible. Hagakure was not making any progress after a few minutes. As promised by Deku, there was no sign of the villain's hiding place. There was no evidence of a police presence in these areas, and many buildings appeared to be structurally sound. The streets were littered with cutouts of default heroes and affluent civilians, many of whom were grinning terrifyingly. She sped through a lot of them, slipping past them without tipping them over. Before long, she arrived at a town square. The lot featured a sizable fountain with cutouts of young people, possibly college students, sitting around and positioned to appear to be conversing. There were some men and women in suits with rifles in hand, as well as a few cutout police officers positioned throughout the area. Perhaps the Secret Service, Hagakure pondered. The square was surrounded by many buildings. Many featured numerous well-dressed cutouts and corporate logos. Some resembled banks, some were law firms, and one. There was some movement within one. The invisible hero began to look for higher ground when he noticed the changing shadows inside one of the buildings. The water seemed cold, but the fountain was a great idea. On the other hand, some construction equipment across from the building appeared to be ideal. She managed to get a good look in the ladders and scaffolding that the phony construction workers had left behind. She saw her villains once she was in the proper location. One Mezzo Shoji's distinctive eye peered out the window and scanned the surroundings. Hagakure, grateful for her invisibility, watched as the eye scanned the area again before withdrawing inside the structure. She raised her invisible hand to the communication device in her ear with the necessary information, but she halted. Shoji is present. He might be listening for a sound as well. I must locate Sato and inform him, she mused. She dropped her hand and jumped from her perch. She ran back toward her starting point with her feet on the ground. Without missing a beat, she slipped past the cutouts, being cautious not to topple one and ruin the surprise element. She literally ran into Sato once she was far enough from the square. An unseen mass slammed into the sweet's hero's chest, causing him to grunt. Uh, OWWWWWW, sounded in front of him as he stumbled back. Hagakure, is that you? The hero of stealth gave a nod. Yeah, damn, I barely moved you, didn't I? Sato rubbed the back of his head and laughed. Yeah, my bad, I wasn't expecting you, he replied. Hagakure laughed, so I have been getting better. Nice. Anyway, what's going on? Did you find the villain lair? Yep, and you're not going to believe it. It's Shoji. Sato froze. Shoji, you saw him. Well, more like his eye, but it was definitely him. He was looking around in this plaza just a little ways back there, she continued. Sato held up a finger and said, what's wrong? Why you know I can't see where you're pointing to, right? After a brief period of silence, Sato heard a slap from the stealth hero. Reet, I forgot that I'm not in uniform. Sato smiled a little. It's okay, she said to him, you want to laugh, don't you? Oh yeah, he acknowledged. Hagakure let out a sigh. Later, okay, anyway, I saw them not too far from here. I can lead you there, but you'll need to stay hidden when we get close. Wouldn't want Shoji to see you, warned her. With a nod, Sato gave one of her gloves to Hagakure. Lead the way. Hagakure put her glove back on and guided him back to her starting point. Sato had to move aside when they got there, and Hagakure covered her gloved hand. Shoji's gaze had come back and looked around the square again. Fortunately, Hagakure's invisibility did not change as she saw the eye go back to the structure. Hagakure pushed Sato farther back and took off her glove, exhaling a sigh of relief. Alright, here's the plan. I'll go in and grab the hostages. I'll distract them so you can fly in there with these arrow things. We'll take them from two directions and win the day. She cheered quietly. She got the thumbs up from Sato. Great plan. They won't suspect a thing. Hagakure remained quiet for a while. Hagakure. Sato, be careful with that thumb of yours. What's wrong? You almost thumbed my breast, she remarked. That would have hurt. Sato lowered his thumb, his face blazing red. I'm sorry. As long as it wasn't intentional, and you didn't hit it, so you're safe, she continued. Sato grinned. Secure. Hagakure let out a sigh. Here I do then. Wait for the alarms they possibly have. If they don't, I'll make some noise anyway, she replied. Good luck. You too. Before that sound vanished, he heard only the patter of bare feet running away. With a sigh, he peered around the corner. It'd be really bad if Jiro is up there too. In the interim, Mezzo Shoji and Kyoka Jiro were seated in separate areas of the villain's lair. A sizable monitoring station with multiple monitors, a keyboard roughly the length of the punk rock girl herself, and numerous other fascinating devices adorned the space. A poster of Chisaki pointing outward with the words, I want you to stay away from me, and other villain-related items adorned the walls. There was also a cabinet in the room that contained a number of spears and bats. The wire arrows belonging to Jiro and Shoji were thrown away and placed on a table close to the entrance that led deeper into the structure. Shoji pulled his gaze away from the glass. Still quiet out there. I would have thought someone would have attacked the towers by now, he said. Behind him, he turned to face his partner. Anything. Jiro pulled her earbuds back from the ground. Nothing. I doubt the other team knows we're here, she replied. It's too quiet to assume they don't, Shoji remarked. They may know where we are now. If they do, we can take them. They won't get the drop on us, Jiro said. Shoji nodded and looked out again. I don't get it, though. Deku gave us the whole game, and we're worried about the heroes knocking on our door, he replied. Jiro gave a shrug. This is supposed to be close to real, right? I mean, it's not like real villains will play by the rules just like we will, right? Well yeah, but still, Shoji remarked while reclining. He's also interesting. Oh, future symbol of peace isn't interesting by title. Well, there's that, but there's something different. He feels different. Jiro gave a nod. True, he does seem to have his head in the clouds most days. And I heard he nearly crushed All Might in a hug when he arrived. It's almost like he hasn't seen him in so long. True, and the way he fought that villain the other day. One punch, and that was it. Even getting the hostages out without the guy realizing it, she said. To think that Midoriya grows up to become him, symbol of peace and bona fide badass. Shoji grinned from one of his mouths. Badass, Jiro gave a shrug. Who knows what he's done between now for us and now for him, she replied. I suppose. Shoji looked out the window again. I bet Bakugo is pissed. Midoriya becoming the #1 hero must have left a bad taste in his mouth, he commented as he scanned the public square. Mina was talking about it the other day. Bakugo flipped later that first night, she stated. I mean, I'd understand it because we're all trying to be top heroes, and here comes Midoriya destined to take the spot from Endeavor. Talk about fate dropping a hint. Shoji chuckled. That was surprising, wasn't it? Seeing him move like that right after those internships. Going up against All Might in the finals. Chasing down those villains at the camp too. I mean, I thought he was insane going after Bakugo with his 2 broken arms. Did he ever say what happened there? Just that he fought a villain. Honestly, he was quiet on the details, Shoji stated. Jiro gave a shrug. Anyway, he grew up. Cool gauntlets too. Shoji laughed. Yeah. Before he could say anything, the alarms inside the base began to blare. The 2 fictitious villains jumped out of their skins as the room was illuminated by red sirens. Caution, caution, cells in prisoner containment opened. Shoji and Jiro looked at each other. Oh hell no, yelled the hearing hero. They got past us. But that's not right. I saw nothing out here. Unless. He was beaten to it by Jiro. Hagakure, Sue is on our side, and she can turn invisible, leaving only her. Leaping off the ground, the hearing hero bolted from the room. Earphone jack, wait, she may not be the only one here. When Jiro heard the name of her hero, she stopped and turned. He questioned her, you still have the key Deku gave you? She gave a nod. A pair of thuds sounded from outside before she could speak. When Shoji noticed Sato using the wire arrows to get closer, he turned to look outside. As he flew into the building, he had a big smile on his face and wide eyes. Crushed in his hands were 2 packs of sugar when the sweets hero bounded through the window. When Shoji saw the packs, his eyes grew wide. Jiro reached over and smashed the cabinet holding the weapons, knocking Shoji back with the force of his entrance. She raised the bat in a defensive position after grabbing it. She resisted the urge to abandon her partner in order to stop Hagakure, but she kept her eyes on the intruder as she flinched toward the door. Sato grinned as he looked at Shoji. Let's go, he exclaimed as he rushed forward and struck Shoji's raised guard with his first blow. Shoji charged into the battle, all of his arms clenched into fists. His fists flew through the air and collided with the Sweets hero's raised guard. Sato changed his position to become a wall that stood proudly against the assault in order to brace himself. Sato was forced to lower his defenses when Shoji discovered a gap and slammed 3 fists into his side. The multi-armed fake villain subdued the baker with a series of jabs and angled uppercuts as soon as his guard dropped. Fortunately, he was able to begin evading his attacks by moving his upper body after some training with Midoriya. He kept taking backward steps until his heel struck a piece of debris near his entrance. Sato responded swiftly to Shoji's uppercut. He launched a jab at Shoji's stomach, lunging forward into his exposed core. The multi-armed man was momentarily stunned by the impact, but he was able to follow up and begin to gain ground against his opponent. Shoji was able to recover enough to swing at the hero after a few punches. Sato barely staggered after taking the blows like a pro. Jiro crept toward the 2 fighters, her jacks twitching, as if they were locked in combat. In order to prevent Sato from reacting to her upcoming stun attack, she had to get close enough. She made great strides with her weapon raised against Sato. When Shoji saw his partner moving closer, he withdrew one arm to press a hand against her. Soon after, the hand changed into a mouth. No, Jiro, go stop Hagakure from winning, he exclaimed while deflecting one of Sato's blows. After giving a nod, she quickly left the room. Hagakure wasn't prepared for the QICD robots from earlier that year when she walked into the cell block. The class used to be seriously threatened by the quirk identification and combat drones. The mechs quickly transformed from a training dummy to a threat that nearly killed some of their classmates because they were programmed to scan quirks and figure out the best way to defeat them. Fortunately, they were vanquished, and their creator started attending the school as a regular student. Why were the mechs here, she reasoned, since they were scrapped? One of the mechs grabbed the bars of its cell and answered her questions. Assist us, we've been captured by those villains. The voice was female. The girl who couldn't see froze. Wait, can you? She remembered it. To counter her quirk, the mechs were equipped with heat sensors. Hero, you are visible to us. Help us, please. She let out a deep sigh. She muttered, just my luck, 2, before turning to face the wall-mounted computer. She pressed a few buttons, triggered the alarm, and opened the cell doors. She was blinded by flashing red lights and nearly drowned out by the siren. On the chest of the mech that was requesting assistance was a holographic pin of the American flag. More of the mechs came out as other doors opened. There were lots of people in a group. On the chest of one of the other mechs was a holographic Japanese flag pin. She rushed past the confirmed hostages. She yelled, "Follow me. We gotta get out of here." The Prime Minister mech passed them and trailed the hero as one of the groups turned to face each other in front of the President mech. When she heard and felt a loud crash from a few levels above her, she stormed through the same door from which she had entered. Over the radio, Sato yelled, "Let's go." Hagakure couldn't help but smile despite being invisible. A mech raised his voice. What was that?" it inquired. Hagakure exclaimed, "Another hero is covering for us. The villains won't be able to chase us, so we can escape without worrying about them." As she burst through a stairwell door after turning a corner, the mechs followed her down and she held the door. "Go all the way down to the floor level. The door leads to the back alley," she yelled. "I'm grateful, hero. We were saved by you. Put on some clothes." Hagakure let out a sigh. Soon, she would need a better hero costume. The stealth hero chased after the final mech as they entered the door. Jiro dashed back into the detention area and noticed the cell doors were open. The hairs on her head stood straight up, and her eyes widened. "Oh shit. Shit. She dashed over to the computer. Okay, so Hagakure opened the doors after noticing that she had left her name there. Invisible Girl Wu's here. She opened the camera feed and sighed. As she had anticipated, she saw one of the mechs abruptly grab the bars, obscuring all traces of Hagakure. The hostages were released as the doors opened and the computer turned green. She swore once more and took the key Shoji mentioned out of her pocket as they all fled the detention area. The key, which was a regular house key with a red and black rubber hold on it, didn't look particularly impressive. She sighed and turned to face the computer. The key was suspended from a purple, V-shaped keychain. As it turned out, a slot for this was located inside a glass cover beneath a large red button. You should only use this key if you are at a loss for options. Please don't lose this either. Deku had instructed them to leave it in the slot after using it, and he would pick it up after the test was finished. With a swallow, Jiro put her hand to the communication device in her ear. "I'm using the key," she declared. All she could hear were grunts and the landing of punches. After hearing a soft thud, as though something had fallen far away from the pretend villain, she heard Shoji say something. He yelled, "Do it, earphone jack." She put the key in, rotated it clockwise, and pressed the button when it became available with the all clear. The battlefield erupted in a loud horn sound that reverberated into the two waiting rooms. The enforcer has been summoned by the villain team. Every student in the hero room leapt and turned to face the intercom. They were all processing the message with their eyes wide open. Ojiro stumbled, "D did." As Tokiyami thought, I think. Over the intercom, Deku's voice was heard. "Did I forget to mention that the villain team still has reinforcements in the area?" "No, oops," he replied. Hiroshima straightened up. "What do you mean, oops?" "Heroes, a bit of advice. You need to expect the unexpected in these situations. 1,000 things can go wrong even if you are fully prepared. You can plan everything down to how the wind speed will be during the fight, but the human error cannot be truly anticipated," Deku said. "All of the villain groups you'll face today will have a way to call in reinforcements, however, even they won't know who it is until he or she appears." Yaoyorozu turned to Midoriya as the intercom cut off. "He's going for as realistic as possible, huh?" Midoriya gave a nod. "No idea about who our opponents are, no idea who our teammates are against, and no idea who the enforcer is. The villains truly have the advantage here." Yaoyorozu gave a nod. Her hands began to twitch and she swallowed uneasily. "We must win, regardless of who my teammate is." Sato and Shoji were still engaged in an epic standoff back on the battlefield. All they did was raise blocks, shoot jabs, and, in Sato's case, kick. Against their renowned offensive prowess, both of their defenses were formidable. Shoji went in for a jab and Sato delivered an uppercut, both of which struck their targets hard enough to send themselves reeling. With some breathing room, Sato grinned as he looked up at his opponent. He cleaned his mouth of the blood and assumed his fighting position. He said, "Why you got stronger?" Shoji grinned and made a mouth on one of his arms. You too, damn, your guard is strong. Yours too. With the multiple arms, it's almost impossible to break through it, said Sato. Shoji made a fist again and nodded. Your teammate released our hostages, and now we're going to have to get them back. Not going to happen. Invisible Girl is probably already near the gate and is just about to cross it, he replied. With our enforcer activated, I'm sure she'll be captured too. It's only a matter of time, Shoji stated. Maybe we'll have you join them and raise the price for their return. Sato grinned. Then he hurried in with his fist up, saying, we'll see. Shoji retaliated by strengthening his defenses and taking the blow. As the Sweets hero withdrew his attack and shifted to locate a gap in the fake villain's defenses, the room rumbled. Shoji moved to attack, believing he had the opportunity to do so, only to be hit directly by Sato. He staggered back after the punch struck his cheek. As his opponent's defenses were weakened, Sato kept hitting his opponent's core with consecutive shots. With a grunt, the fictitious antagonist grabbed Sato and tossed him aside to give him time to heal. Sato laughed and grabbed his communicator across the room. Invisible Girl, what's your status? Well, I heard they have an enforcer, so, ya know, that's fun to hear. We're outside and are heading to the escape gate, she said. He gave a nod. Good, keep an eye out for. Shoji cut him off with an unexpected blow to the face. He then delivered a downward blow that knocked the hero to the ground, followed by a rising uppercut to the stomach. Shoji turned away from the hero and took off his mask, panting heavily. Sato wanted to counterattack when he looked up, but he was stopped by his partner's voice on the other end. I see the enforcer. It's Cementos. Sato's eyes grew wide. He had a chance when he noticed that Shoji was still turned away. I have to move quickly to knock him out even if he worked on his quirk. I must assist Hagakure. Sato pushed himself up and charged at the fictitious villain as quickly as he could. Shoji swung his fists around, preparing for another upward thrust, but Sato swept aside and into his opponent's personal area. He clenched his fist and slammed one blow into his stomach, causing his lungs to expel air. Dazed and exhausted from their struggle, Shoji collapsed to the ground. Standing tall and triumphant over his adversary, Sato breathed heavily. He grinned and said, why you're a tough one, Shoji. I'd hate to be a true villain going against you. Attaching the wire arrow to his back, he walked over to the window. Hagakure needs my help, and I won't have us lose because of Cementos. We'll win, you can count on that. Sato threw the wire arrow up to the rooftop and jumped backward out the window. With amazing speed, the hero was pulled up the building as the arrows struck their targets. As he leapt up and performed a somersault to land on the roof before beginning to run, he never lost the smile on his face. Leaping into the air, he fired the arrow at the other building after clearing the building. Hagakure, I'll be there. When Hagakure saw the rolling tidal wave of cement, her heart leapt into her throat. She noticed the escape gate that would have ended the exam as she approached it. The villain team's enforcer was Cementos, the professional hero who destroyed Sato and Kirishima the year before. He was likely the worst scenario. He formed a wall in front of the opening by standing in front of the gate. The fake enforcer grinned and pressed his hands to the floor after Cementos had sealed it. The wave came closer to the QICD, hostages, and they all froze. The others followed suit after Hagakure dove to President Mech and knocked it away. The stealth hero sighed with relief as the wave swept past them. When Cementos stood up, it was a momentary relief. In addition to his typical hero attire, he wore the bracers Hatsume had made the year before to slow him down. When a hero's quirk could be activated by touching the ground, an accessory seemed useless against a hero who didn't move much. You are a capable hero, my invisible friend. But I'm afraid that I'll be reclaiming the president and prime minister, he said. With his fists clenched and his eyes focused, he walked over to the group. Hagakure had to be quick. She placed a hand on President QICD's shoulder. Get to cover, I'll handle him. He is powerful, are you going to be alright? She was asked by the mech. I know you probably can't see it, but I'm giving you a thumbs up and winking. Don't worry about me, okay? With a nod, the mech signaled the other mechs to run. Hero, thank you. Indeed, I am able to see you. President QICD fled, and Hagakure sighed. She whispered, right, thermal sensors. Cementos crouched on the ground and watched them all flee. His quirk activated, launching a wave of concrete at the mechs, saying, you can't save them, hero. Without answering his remark, Hagakure rushed over to the pretend enforcer and struck him in the face, causing him to lose focus on his quirk. He was knocked back with a few punches, cutting him off from his power source. He lifted his arms, deflecting several more of the stealth hero's blows. As the two engaged in combat, Jiro broke through the hideout's back door and witnessed Smintos deflecting invisible blows. Grinning, she hurried onto the scene, ready to subdue her with her bat and earlobes. Just as the pretend enforcer retreated from Hagakure, Jiro's earphone jacks materialized out of nowhere. As she retreated, the stealth hero sidestepped them, giving herself more room to vanish. Withdrawing her jacks, the fictitious villain dashed into the area she believed Hagakure to be and began swinging her bat. Fortunately, Hagakure gained enough ground to avoid immediate danger. But there was a price for her move. Smintos eyed the building where the QICDs were hiding and put his hands on the ground, unaffected by Hagakure's invisible attacks. Before running back in to stop him, she almost let out a shriek. She ran another punch across the enforcer's face and slipped past Jiro, who had now jammed her jack into the ground to find her. But this time, he withstood the blow and concentrated on the task at hand. Hagakure kept punching the enforcer out of desperation, but he was now immobile. As the wave of cement approached the building housing the QICDs, he barely winced. At last, Jiro became alert and turned on her heel, prepared to stop Hagakure and put an end to the battle. However, Sato appeared out of nowhere before she could take action and before he could demolish the structure. He let out a war cry as he charged in and slammed into the enforcer, bringing his entire body weight and his enhanced power to the collision with the wire arrows jammed into the ground next to Smintos. The enforcer was unable to dismiss this attack as before. Jiro and Hagakure were knocked back by the force, which also threw dust and fragments of the street into the air. Jiro was the first to stand when the dust had settled. She waited for someone to emerge while watching the smoke with her bat in hand. She saw a big shadow charge at her before she could ram her jacks into the ground. Jiro stunned the charging shadow with a second left before she fired her jacks at it. As he attempted to subdue her as well, it turned out to be Sato. A shockwave went through his body as the jacks jammed into his collar. He slid to the ground directly in front of her, falling forward limp. Sato lay there moaning from the unexpected attack, and Jiro's eyes were wide and her heart was pounding. She was about to give herself a pat on the back when she realized that she still had an invisible hero to look after. She circled the area, raising her bat into a defensive stance. Smintos and Sato's heartbeats were the only sounds she could hear when she pressed her jacks into the ground. Every now and then, she would take out the jack and replace it. There would be no change in the quantity of heartbeats. Sato began to slowly pick himself up off the ground while she searched. Shaking his head, he looked up to see Jiro moving around. Grinning, he grabbed his pocket. He picked up his phone, turned the volume up, and tapped the screen on the floor. Once again, Jiro drove her jack into the ground. She heard 3 heartbeats, one of which was becoming stronger than the others, and her eyes widened. When Sato's phone's obnoxious alarm went off, her eyes grew wide. He used the traditional sound of a blaring alarm to alert him when his cakes and other pastries were finished in case he got sidetracked. The sound she was hearing was amplified by Jiro's quirk, almost knocking her back. With a window open, Hagakure lunged forward and delivered a powerful blow to Jiro's center, causing her lungs to collapse. She groaned at her friend's strength as she doubled over and hit the ground. Sato grinned as he struggled to get up, only to have his partner, an unseen crutch, help him. Hagakure gave Sato a backslap. She said, "Thanks for the opening." He laughed. "How come she didn't hear you?" Smintos. "I was as close to him as I could, so it sounded like there were only 2 heartbeats instead of 3, she replied. "A little trick I nabbed from Midoriya's notebook a few weeks ago." Sato got up and began to laugh. "You took his notebook?" "I just skimmed through it. Honestly, he needs a better hiding spot for it. A shoebox in his closet isn't good security," she continued. Midoriya was conversing with Kirishima and Yaoyorozu in the hero lounge when he abruptly leapt off the cushion and sneezed, shocking the 2 young heroes. He was presented with a small bundle of tissues by the everything hero. "You all right?" Midoriya let out a moan. "Yeah, that was weird." Kirishima asked, "Allergies, man?" The youthful inheritor gave a shrug. "Maybe I'm coming down with something. Sucks that it's summer, though," he replied. Midoriya took some tissues and blew his nose, while Yaoyorozu grinned. "You're not skipping sugar time tonight, and I know that." Tea would be good for you instead of training outside again, she stated. He pondered, when have I ever skipped sugar time? Grinning, Yaoyorozu made a notebook. Let's see here. You've been keeping count. Sato picked up some capture tape and tore some off after the subject was dropped. She handed it to Hagakure and proceeded to bind Smintos. But he was grinning and looking up at her when she came up to him. You two did some great work here, he said in high praise. Why, you're okay. Smintos laughed. I'm a sturdy man, young one. While young Sato did catch me by surprise by coming from the air, the attack wasn't enough to fully knock me out. Still, the attack was a great way to progress the battle, he stated. He crossed his legs and brought his hands to his lower back. I surrender. She bound the pretend enforcer while wearing an unseen smile. With a sigh of relief, Sato took Hagakure's boots and gloves and handed them to her. Come and get him. As she accepted the boots and gloves, Hagakure laughed. She said, I saw the hostages run into that building. I'll go grab them, as she hurried to locate them. With a heavy sigh, Sato went to tape Jiro up. He took her in his arms, sat her up, and taped her hands together behind her back. Shaking off the sensation of being overwhelmed by the ringtone trap earlier, the hearing hero moaned. She praised his surprise, saying, Tea, that was pretty good, instead. Got me good. Sato laughed. I honestly thought that wasn't going to work. I thought you would have noticed me getting up and kept me down. You were stunned, so I didn't think I needed to be sure. But now I really should consider body mass into how much power I put into those attacks. Lifting Jiro to her feet, the sweets hero grinned. He approached Smintos and assisted him in standing up. As soon as the imposter enforcer stood up, Sato saw Hagakure coming back with. When he saw them, his mouth fell open. Are those QICDs? Jiro chuckled. Yep. It caught Shoji and me by surprise when we saw them, she replied. I thought Winters destroyed them all as part of her probation or something. Smintos gave a headshake. She was ordered to destroy Project Op. The quirk identification and combat directive is an excellent training tool and a massive leap from the mannequins we would have had you use, he stated. I think young Winters is controlling them directly with their combat drives disabled. As President QICD approached Sato and bowed, Jiro grinned. You two came to our rescue. Cheers to the day. Well, we need to get out of here. Come on, let's go. The police will be here to take the both of you to custody, said Hagakure. After Sato gave a nod, the two fled. On her way over, Hagakure picked up 3 police cutouts and positioned them in front of the 2 fictitious villains to mimic their arrest. Sato secured the targets, ran ahead to the blocked escape gate, and threw his fist in the air. His fist smashed through the concrete barrier as he screamed his war cry, allowing Hagakure and the QICDs to pass. As he jumped to the ground and let go of Jiro and Smintos, Deku had Shoji on top of a nearby building over his shoulder. He let the multi-armed hero in training stand on his own 2 feet by setting him down. He stepped aside to observe the heroes depart while tussling Jiro's hair. The hero and villain sides were informed that the first test was finished when an alarm went off after they had passed through the gate. Deku reached into his belt, pulled out a tiny microphone, and switched it on. The initial test is finished. After defeating every adversary, the hero team used an escape gate to free the hostages. The hero team prevails, he yelled. The group inside the hero's lounge applauded. Abigail Winters went to treat Shoji's wounds and ease Smintos' discomfort after Deku led the first group of heroes and villains to the main viewing area. By strengthening the healing energy and transfusing it into her patients, she was able to increase her own power and expedite the regeneration process thanks to her quirk training. When she was done, she felt less of the total amount of pain. The symbol of peace escorted them to the monitoring room after they were finished. Principal Nezu, Recovery Girl, and Mr. Aizawa stood in front of the monitors. The heroes could enjoy a table of food and beverages behind them, as well as a number of comfortable chairs similar to those found in the individual waiting areas. Nezu gestured for them to sit by patting the chairs. He smiled when they did. Congratulations to the 4 of you. You all worked tremendously on this exam and handled it like professionals, save for some colorful language on young Jiro's part, the adorable principal said, glancing at the hearing hero. Jiro rubbed the back of her head and laughed. The true nature of this exercise is simply what Deku told you all before, be prepared for anything. In our line of work, having every single moment and knowing every single detail would make our jobs so much easier, but being a hero is never about being easy. Being a true hero required a lot of hard work and an ability to remain cool under pressure. He looked at Hagakure and Sato. The two of you improved greatly from last year. Utilizing your strengths and treating this as if it were the real deal is very important. Contacting the police and requesting a situation report was not in the requirements for a victory. However, doing so anyway demonstrated just how close we have to work with police and other law enforcement agencies. Then he turned to face Jiro and Shoji. You two are remarkable heroes, and while your combined powers would have made it difficult for anyone to sneak up on you, you still lost the hostages in the end due to being spread thin. The heroes exploited your division and escaped with the hostages. Both of them gave a nod. However, you still managed to give it your best shot. Shoji, you held your own against young Sato here and pinned him against the wall multiple times. Allowing yourself to get distracted, however, was just the window he needed to defeat you. When you're out there on the field and facing villains or criminals, look for the smallest crack in their armor. A precise shot can take down any foe. Precise. Not saying it has to be strong, he stated. And Jiro, you still charged into battle regardless of the forces against you. You did subdue Sato for a moment, however, you let your guard down once more. True villains will try not to make it noticeable in front of heroes, however, they have been known to make some mistakes. And you, Hagakure, not only did you manage to find the villain hideout, but you also concocted a plan to rescue the hostages while they were distracted. Your invisibility gave you the tactical advantage needed to overcome the villains. Sato, you overcame the shortfalls you experienced during your finals last year. You went against the same enemy as before, however, learning from your mistakes is how we learn. Taking the indirect approach, while it may feel dirty, produced results. Your training has paid off. Principal Nezu gave them a grin. Chins up, everyone, you all completed the first portion of your second year. Jiro gave Shoji a look. He gestured for her to speak after nodding. She remarked, "Yes, sir. We lost the match." Nezu, the principal, nodded. "We never said this was part of your final grade, did we?" Deku entered the room at that precise moment. "I don't think we did, but maybe I let it slip." "Not sure," he replied. Sato grinned. "Hey Deku, great simulation," he said, giving it a thumbs in appreciation. "Definitely," exclaimed Hagakure. Shoji remarked, "It helped us learn a lot. And the unknowns here made it a refreshing experience," Jiro stated. "This happened, huh?" Deku gave a nod. "One of the first assignments I did with my team. Of course, the simulation pales to the real thing in regards to the villain size and the people in the city panicking and such," he stated. The four grinned at each other. "Congratulations, all of you. Take these lessons with you and build yourself and your friends stronger. I'll let Snipe go further in depth with you all privately. I should get the next groups ready," Deku said as he headed toward the villain's room. It was a while, 30 minutes to respond to inquiries from the heroes team, and 15 minutes to explain to the villains and select the next team. As expected, Midoriya and Yaoyorozu expressed their thoughts on the deception. While the opposition didn't have to do much, the heroes' task was made much more difficult and exposed to failure when they realized that the villains could call in reinforcements. Hiroshima questioned whether they had been set up to fail because Iida was louder than some of his classmates. Deku then went into great detail about how dire their future would be. Villains don't play fair. They don't listen to the laws that have kept society relatively safe for 2 centuries. They don't care that civilians should be protected. They won't hesitate to use their quirks to make your lives difficult and put others in the crossfire. They can easily grab any random civilians and use them as human shields. You will be placed in situations where they will have a real advantage," he continued. "You take away the prospects of fame and fortune, and you get a life or death job. Heroism isn't a 9-to-5 job in case you're not entirely aware. So we are to go into these simulations with no idea who our enemies are, where they are, who their enforcer is, and we're supposed to pass." Iida was puzzled. Deku gave a nod. "Because you are heroes, I expect you all to win. I expect you to rescue the hostages, beat the villains, and bring them to custody just in time for tea and a rousing game of Guess Who. As professional heroes, you must surpass those expectations and rise beyond the chaos of the world around you. If you can do exactly that and go beyond, then you are heroes," he continued. The rest of the heroes in the room whispered to one another. "Look, times have changed for the modern hero. There are still those who do work on the side of heroics, like product endorsements, community service, fashion lines, and workout videos so you can have Red Riot ripped abs, Deku said, glaring at Kirishima. I'll just tell you this now because when it comes out, my younger self will be nice and say it's a funny line. It's not. It's a stupid gimmick that made me slam my head into a brick wall. The room was filled with laughter, and Kirishima felt his face burning. But heroism is now more focused on the deeds that are performed. The acts of kindness are so small that they never make the news. It is being there for those less fortunate, accompanying a kid or a group of kids to school through rough areas, going after abusive parents, and opening doors for those at risk of being the next Tamura Shigaraki. It's exhausting work, and there are more situations where you cannot pose for the camera before rushing into the battle. You understand me? Deku let out a sigh of relief as several heads nodded. Good. Now, speaking of Red Riot, you and Ojiro are going next. Your villains must have had ample time to prepare, so I'll ask them to wait before I start the match. Go up the stairs, and Hatsume will give you your support items, okay? At the same time, the two heroes stood up and nodded. Yes, sir. Deku grinned. Good. Just know that your colleagues are now your audience. Previous teams will spectate and offer their criticism as the battle commences. Best of luck to the both of you, he concluded. With a smile on his face, Deku turned to leave the room. Before launching himself into the air, he tussled Hatsume's hair as he passed. After a brief moment of floating in midair, he located his vantage point, a somewhat tall building with a fantastic view of the villain base. After landing on the roof, he turned his attention to the building and the open window, grinning. He could hear the two villains chatting among themselves and see them pacing thanks to enhanced senses. The tiny microphone he held up to his lips. The second round will commence in 5 minutes. Midoriya had to marvel at the aura of his older self as Deku left the room, leaving Kirishima and Ojiro in his wake. He had not only grown stronger and taller, but he had also become wiser. He was taken aback by the line, Red Riot ripped abs, but it only suggested that they might still be acquainted in the future. They knew what he meant when he said that villains were playing dirty. They were aware that villains didn't give a damn about civilians or the proper way to fight. They didn't care about the rules. They could use hostages and injure them if necessary to accomplish anything they desired, or they could pretend to surrender and attack when someone was weak. He also thought it was unjust. The fact that the heroes had to follow the rules while the villains could win was unjust. To keep the peace, heroes had to cooperate with the police. They required clean confessions in order to stand trial in court, as well as the necessary legal documentation to raid a hiding place. He, Iida, and Todoroki were all in danger of fighting and hurting a villain without authorization. Hell, Aizawa would have been fired before he could defend himself if he had known exactly what he had done to Muscular the summer before. Nevertheless, Deku was present to inform them that they had to come to terms with this fact. Heroes could never completely defeat evil, and villains could do whatever they pleased, but his former self convinced everyone that victory was still achievable. Damn it, it came with the territory, but they were heroes. Go above and beyond with incredible style. With a sigh, Midoriya reclined in his chair. While Yaoyorozu and Iida talked about the trick, Tokiyami was amusing himself with a little ball that she had made. Even though Deku had previously explained himself, Iida wasn't happy with what he had done. It was a low blow, almost like he was undermining the hero's team, to give the villains a secret trump card. The heir extended his arms. Even though he believed he knew everything there was to know about the test, a tiny part of him questioned whether Deku still had a secret he wasn't disclosing. Today was going to be a long day. He jumped in place as the buzzer sounded, interrupting his thoughts. Red in the face, he glanced around the room hastily. Luckily, no one had noticed. The second round begins. Good luck, guys. Kirishima and Ojiro found their villain base without much effort. The ground trembled and a rush of icy air surrounded the two heroes as soon as the buzzer sounded and they were cleared to start. Through the buildings, a cloud of icy mist rushed at them, toppling the cardboard cutouts of civilians and policemen. Ojiro wrapped his tail around his waist and shivered as the cloud passed them. Before he spoke, he brushed off some of the frost. Looks like Todoroki is our villain, he stated. But why give himself away like that? That's not like him at all, Kirishima pondered. Ojiro gave a shrug. We should be careful, though. The last time I faced him, he froze me in place without a second thought. We should approach this with caution, he stated. I can break through the ice if he tries it. I may not be as fast as Bakugo when it comes to that, but I can still give it my best, Kirishima stated. Ojiro grinned. Right. Let's get going. That blast came from the north, so let's head that way, he replied. Unwrapping his tail, he slammed it to the ground and took off. With a sigh, Kirishima hardened his arms and chased after him. Oh no, don't worry, I'll catch up, he whispered. Naturally, Deku and the students and instructors in the command room listened to his thoughts. Passing through the area's wrecked cars and hopping over cardboard cutouts of some police officers, Kirishima gasped. While his actions increased the distance between him and his partner, he picked a few up from the ground and continued to move. He went by a bank that had been destroyed and had a huge hole in it. They knocked over police cars and officers. 3 cutouts of criminals, recognizable by their ski masks and sweaters with black and white stripes, sat against the building's wall, with generic heroes standing around them. This caused Kirishima to pause and observe the scene for a moment. He had to grin. Damn, they put some work into this. It would be awesome if there were robot villains, though, he replied. I want to break something. Kirishima turned and ran on, shaking his head. He knocked over a police cutout after running into it. Fortunately, he managed to catch it before it fell to the ground. He brushed some fictitious dirt off its jacket, and laughed before he fled. Eventually, he caught up to Ojiro, but it took a few more minutes, especially since the large fake villain was a 2-pointer robot from the entrance exam, and he had to see it hogtied with a hero cutout pointing at it with a smile. When his partner caught up, the tailman sighed. Damn it, he muttered. Kirishima grinned. He asked, never heard you curse. What's up? Ojiro gestured outside. Kirishima's heart stopped when he pointed to what he was indicating. The villain's hiding place was across a wide plaza. The enormous wall of ice that surrounded the block it was on made it obvious. There were several buildings grouped together and covered in ice. One of the buildings in the group was taller than the others. Todoroki, wearing a faint smirk, peered out the window of the last floor. Ojiro let out a sigh. He's been standing there ever since I got here. I don't understand it. He shouldn't be this open about his location, said the man. Kirishima remarked, unless it's a trick, he probably wants us to find him to fight. Enclosed spaces are prime places to fight in for him, Ojiro stated. I can't fight him in a hallway. Kirishima's arms became hard. But I can, he exclaimed as he hurried over to the ice. He smashed his hardened fist against the ice, making a nice hole in the wall as he did so. Fueled by his manliness, Kirishima struck the ice with lightning-fast punches, destroying the very thing that prevented his team from winning the match. Ojiro was looking at a statue behind him that was fairly close to a piece of ice. Grinning, he leapt in its direction. Todoroki grinned and applied pressure to his communicator as the heroes departed in different directions. Kirishima is heading your way, he declared. Mina Ishido grinned on the ground and leapt into position. He's going to hate me for this, but this is genius. Handsomeness and intelligence don't usually go together, but for you. Ishido, please, the imitation villain who was half fire and half ice begged her. Mina laughed. She grinned and started working. I'm kidding. One bad bowl of soup coming up, she said. Knowing where Kirishima would end up, she dashed toward the ice wall and jumped into the air. She started skating around the area using her quirk. Grinning widely, she performed a series of intricate spins and twirls, splattering her acid everywhere. The ground beneath her feet began to sink as she continued. As she skated around, she sprayed acid from her hands, and she noticed a tinge of red approaching from above. She jumped into the air and to safety, grinning. She leapt at the ideal moment. The last sheet of ice broke as she touched down, and Kirishima jumped out, his arms up, a big smile on his face. But his smile vanished when he saw Ishido. The pink fictitious antagonist waved and grinned at him. Glancing down, Kirishima saw the pool of acid beneath him. As he realized what was happening, he reached out and slammed his arms into the surrounding ice to prevent himself from falling into the pool. Grinning, Mina hurled acid jets at the ground behind and beside the hardening hero. She crossed her arms and smiled, satisfied with the quantity of acid she had produced. Gotcha. Kirishima gave her a sly smile. You're a pain sometimes, you know that. The faux villain in pink chuckled. She jumped away, trapping the hero over the pool, saying, just doing my job. Hang around for a bit, yeah. Deku grinned nearby as Mina bolted. He whispered to himself, Ojiro needs to finish the mission. That's one hero captured by the villain team. Ojiro, in the meantime, sent the statue he had earlier spied plummeting against the ice wall after slamming his tail against it. After it was down, he ran up it, slammed against it with his tail, and took off. On the opposite side, he could see a number of civilian cutouts that had been overturned in the fake sub shop. He landed on the shop's roof after he had cleared the wall. He brushed the dust from his GI and looked around, spotting the main building where Todoroki was. He sprinted in its direction, preparing his tail to take off. If Todoroki hadn't arrived, the move would have been successful. A burst of fire erupted, blocking Ojiro's path before he could slam his tail. He skidded to a stop, and his eyes widened. He turned to see Todoroki standing there, his entire left side engulfed in flames, the source of the unexpected fire. He asked, "Going somewhere?" "Yeah, kinda want to save some hostages, ya know." Todoroki took a step in his direction. "I'm afraid I can't let you do that. They'll fetch us a nice amount of cash from the government," he replied. Ojiro grinned, fitting into the villain role pretty well. "Huh. Well, sorry, bud, but we're winning this," he exclaimed. We who? Myself and Red Riot. By now, he should have broken through your ice wall, dealt with your friend, and gotten the hostages," he stated. Todoroki grinned. He reached up and pressed his hand against his ear communicator. "Hey, Pinky, what's the situation with Red Riot?" "Red Riot is hanging out poolside as we speak. He doesn't look comfortable at all," she replied. The half-fire, half-ice fictitious antagonist grinned. He remarked, "Good work, I have tailman." Ojiro grinned. "This won't end like last time," he exclaimed as he charged at his adversary. Only to discover that his feet were stuck. Ojiro looked down and saw it. The ice had completely covered his feet. To no avail, he attempted to move his tail, Todoroki also frozen it in place. With a sigh, he lowered his shoulders and then raised his hands. "I hate you sometimes." As he advanced to seize the hero, Todoroki grinned. He ended the match by grabbing Ojiro's wrists and binding them together with capture tape. The announcement caught Midoriya and the rest of the Hero Lounge off guard. The hero team was successfully taken prisoner by the villain team, who also successfully protected their hostages. The villain team prevails. He looked at his peers. Now they were one each. The hero team, consisting of Kota and Tokiyami, was the next group to step up. In contrast to their previous squad, Kota called in one pigeon prior to the start of the round as a tactical move. The petting hero asked it to assist in surveying the area once the game started. Tokiyami turned to his companion as it took off. "This was a brilliant idea. We can get the drop on our opponents in no time," he stated. Kota gave a nod. "Perhaps our villains heard me, because he began to sign. We must work quickly." Tokiyami gave a nod. He remarked, "Good idea. Let's go." They began running into the city together. Dark shadow came out of Tokiyami as they ran, inspecting every building in the area. Kota smiled as the ghostly presence surveyed the area, picking up a few knocked-over cutouts. "Dark Shadow, how are you doing?" He put his signature. "Oh, yeah, got a solid 4 hours of sleep last night," he replied. "Just 4. Tokiyami gave a nod. He didn't do much last night, thankfully. He just wandered around the room before actually going to sleep," said the man. Kota grinned. "When we first moved in, I was the same way," he signed. "I'm not a pet," cried Dark Shadow. "No, you're not. You're a pain in my neck," Tokiyami said. "Ah, you love me. Admit it." "No." Kota grinned at their exchanges. Dark Shadow went back to Tokiyami, and the three carried on without realizing they were being observed. Kota's pigeon failed to return because of a significant obstacle. Zero was standing close by, a little mound of breadcrumbs beside him. He grinned as he observed the three heroes moving forward. "Froppy, they're coming to you," he said over his communicator. Sue emerged from a peach wall that was part of a fictitious law office nearby. She clung to the wall and answered the call while watching the heroes walk by. "I see them. I'm ready, Ribbit," she said. After she ended her call, she became invisible. Kota abruptly stopped as the two heroes passed the office building, and Tokiyami followed suit. "Is something wrong, Anima?" Kota gave a nod. Reaching up to his eye level, he looked up for something. "There's a problem," he signed. "My friend from earlier has not responded to me." Tokiyami pondered. "The pigeon. That's odd. Something must have happened to it. Probably saw a car to poop on," Dark Shadow thought. Kota gave a headshake. Unless they were duped by something, they always return. The heroes had no more time to consider the circumstances. Sue jumped out of her hiding spot and threw her tongue out to grapple onto a street light above them, attacking them in an instant. The rainy season foe villain slammed into Tokiyami's back before Dark Shadow could warn him. The jet-black hero fell to the ground with a thud as a result of the surprise attack. Dark Shadow and Kota watched as Sue landed in the center of them. "Sorry, Tokiyami, but you needed to go down first," she replied. She looked over at Kota. "Sorry about this, Kota." The petting hero turned behind him, his eyes widening. A quick roll of the tape materialized and adhered to the floor, so he ducked out of the way. From a rooftop, Kota saw Zero hurrying in, the visor of his helmet down. "You won't be rescuing any hostages today, Anima," he exclaimed. He fired another tape shot at the petting hero after landing, but Kota easily caught it. As his opponent repeatedly swung him around before releasing his grip, sending the taping fake villain hurtling through the air, Zero's eyes widened beneath his visor. After being cleared, Kota turned and escaped Sue's unexpected rear attack. Dark Shadow grabbed Tokiyami's shoulders as he watched the scene develop. "Come on, let's go," he screeched. Sadly, he was unable to rise. Tokiyami eyed his ghostly companion and moaned. I can't move. Sue's mucus has paralysis properties. I'm stuck," he stated. As he observed the battle, his ghostly companion let out a deep sigh. "I can go in and help." Tokiyami moaned and gave a small nod. Sue was lifted into the air when Dark Shadow charged into the fight and grabbed her by the waist. Kota ran to his fallen partner after watching them take off. "Are you in pain?" He put his signature. Tokiyami let out a sigh. "I just can't move. I don't know for how long, though. You have to get the hostages to safety," he exclaimed. Kota's eyes grew wide. As Sue caught herself on a street light, he turned to face her again. Leaping toward the heroes, she shook her head from the throw. Ready to fight, Dark Shadow lifted his claws. A strand of tape was fired at the heroes by Zero, who reappeared behind his partner. Zero's tape hit the floor as Dark Shadow seized Kota and dragged him away. Sue's tongue shot out at them, forcing the ghostly creature to shift in midair. As he advanced to attack, he was forced to drop the petting hero onto the street. Zero grinned beneath his helmet as Dark Shadow charged at him. He used his tape to pull himself away from his opponent's strike and adhered to a nearby building. While swiping at the ground, Dark Shadow observed Zero soar through the air and pass over Sue. She swung her leg out, just missing her target, and stuck her tongue out as she drew closer to the entity. Dark Shadow pushed farther away and then hurried back in. Zero's tape caught him as he swiped at Sue. His attack was slower than before, but he swiped with his other one. Sue had little difficulty avoiding his blow. Dark Shadow looked worn out from his assault, and she grinned. Under his helmet, Zero grinned. Dark Shadow was sitting in the almost summer sun because the two villains had moved aside. Being far from Tokiyami and the intense sunlight sapped his strength, depleting him of all his strength. The ghostly figure fell to the ground and crept back to Tokiyami, panting heavily. Kota turned to the fictitious villains after noticing how exhausted the two were. Zero was sitting on a light fixture, waiting for his opportunity to attack, while Sue was disappearing into the street's background. He didn't like how his odds looked, especially the way Zero would quickly cut him off if he tried to talk to his animal companions. Sucking it in, he sighed. He let out a scream and put his hands to his mouth. "My winged friends, come and help me take on these villains." Zero started his tape at that point. Kota screamed into the air while running to the side, barely escaping the sticky attack. Sue unsuccessfully attempted to catch him with her tongue. He began to scream, and a flock of pigeons began to fly overhead, taking notice. The fictional villains were aware of their appearance. Sue noticed that the pigeons were beginning to dive-bomb them. Cellophane. Froppy vanish. She gave a nod, jumped out of sight, and vanished. Zero got closer to adhering to Kota as he kept firing off his tape against him. Grinning, the petting hero jumped over a fragment of fallen debris. He was able to complete the task. Zero observed the pigeon cloud descending on him. He was immediately surrounded, and the tape foe villain would not have had an easier time if he had fired his tape. A smaller cloud remained behind, looking for Sue in the streets. Kota looked around, panicking when he saw that the pigeons were not locating her. She wasn't there when he arrived, but he ran to where he saw her vanish. He noticed that Tokiyami had capture tape around his wrists when he turned back to face him. He had been captured by Sue. It was only after her attack that he became aware of it. Sue suddenly appeared as he turned to face his partner, her tongue protruding. "Ribbit." He fell to the ground after she leapt on his chest. She said, "Sorry, Kota," and jumped off, leaving a little mucus in her wake. When he attempted to stand, his arms and legs were unresponsive. As he became aware of his situation, his eyes grew wide. The villain team has managed to keep the hostages under control while successfully securing their heroes. Deku said, "The villain team prevails." After the announcement, the pigeons ceased to torment Zero. On the taping hero, feathers were left behind and protruded everywhere. He exclaimed, "Yay, we won," and spat out a feather. In the interim, watching a semi approach the crew's secret warehouse, the Chaos King grinned. It turned a corner, drove through the main gate, and stopped. Several men and women rushed up to the truck and began to unload, some with physical mutations and others looking entirely normal. Unmarked crates were pulled out, carted away, and carried into the warehouse. Holding the flask containing the former boss's quirk, the Chaos King observed. He heard the liquid sloshing inside as he swirled it around. Even though he was aware that his adversary was in the same time frame as him, he had been feeling good for the past few days. He was prepared to increase the power of the Discord army above that of the Paranormal Liberation Front. One of the crew rushed up behind him and saluted. He had a small package wrapped in a newspaper in his resting hand. "Boss, we checked the crates as you asked," he responded. The King of Chaos faced him. "And, it's all there. 250 units of trigger from the factory are in each one. We should have the full order ready for distribution in no time," he stated. Grinning, the Titanic boss put the flask in his pocket. "Very good, I'm impressed that they actually lived up to my expectations," he stated. "And my other formula." The package was distributed by the subordinate. They only had time to get a few doses in. It was already tested, and they deemed it ready for immediate use, he explained. "And the test subject, destroyed." The Chaos King gave a nod. "As much as I want this time period to experience my perfected serum, too early could change the future. I'm sure the symbol of peace won't mind this little blast from the past," he stated. The subordinate questioned, "Symbol of peace. Is Endeavor coming for us?" The supervisor chuckled. No, Endeavor is no longer the #1 hero where I come from," he replied. Then who? Young man, here are a few things you need to know. 1. The times have changed in the 12 years between now and my time. 2. The next symbol of peace will hit harder than Endeavor, and I have millions under the Mediterranean to prove it. And 3. When he does come after us, only I and these lovely beasts will be a match against him, said the manager. The subordinate gave a nod. Sir, I have a question. What are these beasts you mention? Our contacts at the factory didn't elaborate, only saying that it's the end of hero society, he said. When he opened the package, the Chaos King grinned. A tiny blue case bearing the Chaos Star's stamp was found inside. When he opened it, 3 tiny gadgets about the size of a palm were visible. After removing one of the gadgets from the case, he sealed it. Holding the device, he turned to face his subordinate. Tell me again what your quirk is, he replied. The subordinate's eyes grew wide. He raised his arms and used his power. I called it the Tesla coil. My body protrudes these small coils from my body, and I can generate an electrical field to protect myself, he stated. No one can get too close, and fighting close quarters is advantageous for me. As the subordinate shut down, the Chaos King grinned. 3 plastic caps that are typically found on hospital-issued syringes were located at the bottom of the apparatus. After removing all 3, he took the subordinate by the arm. Thanks for the reminder, he replied. It was too late for the subordinate to realize. The Chaos King pushed down on the man while jamming the device into his neck. The mysterious serum was injected into the subordinate, causing him to convulse. After emptying the device, the Chaos King discarded it and let his serum work. The subordinate clutched the top of his head and screamed. What did you do, boss? The King of Chaos grinned. He pushed the subordinate away and watched him change, saying, I assured the downfall of heroism. His new creation was taken away and chained up a short while later. The Chaos King grinned and took a deep breath as he observed his crew carrying on with their work. Chaos will reign supreme in this world. No symbol of peace will change my fate, he declared. Returning to the UA. Round 4. Begin. It was their moment to shine, as evidenced by the rumble of the gates behind them closing and the sound of the horn. Hatsume's wire arrows were at the feet of Tenya Iida and Yuga Aoyama as they stood at the entrance. Aoyama eyed the sun and sighed as the speedster stretched in place. He remarked, what a wonderful day to shine. Iida laughed. I guess you can say that, he mentioned. You ready? His partner exclaimed, Oh, Speedy One, I am always ready to shine bright. The former class representative grinned. Okay. Our classmates haven't had much luck so far, so we need to up our game. I suggest that I speed through the city to find the villains on foot. You should gather information about what happened here that called us in, he stated. We don't have a lot of time to find the hostages before the villains escape. Aoyama gave a nod. He fisted the air and yelled, they may be cardboard cutouts, but they are cardboard cutouts that are too stunned by my twinkling to say much. We shall do our very best. His words reverberated throughout the room. With a nod, Iida assumed his running position. He accelerated down the street, leaving Aoyama behind as his engines roared. The shining hero eyed the sun and sighed. Midoriya managed his power well. I wonder how I'll fare in the future. Aoyama dismissed the idea and bolted down the street. It is the hero team's responsibility to deal with the situations they left behind in addition to locating the villains and saving the civilians. Deku created the exam with the intention of testing their combat and cognitive abilities as both heroes and villains, but an unstated goal was to have them react to the fictitious scenarios that gave the scene a realistic appearance. Deku grinned as he watched the hero team survey the area. The students who had left were in front of him. Can anyone tell me what the first thing you do when you get to the scene of a villain attack? He was asking them. Zero held up his hand. He said, look for the villains. No, anyone. Jiro replied, speak to the officer in charge. Deku gave a headshake. Police haven't arrived yet, try again. Todoroki held up a hand. Talk to the civilians. Close, but no, anyone else. The room fell silent for a moment before Asui held up her hand. Check to see if the area is safe. Deku angrily gestured toward her. That's right. If you arrive at the scene where there was a villain attack, it's important to secure the area. Check for any immediate dangers, ensure the general population is at a safe distance away from the initial site, save who is in immediate danger. Basically, Year 1 information, he explained. A few pupils gave a nod. This is something that each group has failed to do. A few hero teams have taken statements from police and picked up toppled over officers and civilians, however, no one has secured the area of the initial area. Hagakure said, wait, what about us? You guys checked in with the local PD after giving an initial assessment of the area, however, that was it. You didn't check to see if the civilians and police were okay, you didn't complete an assessment of the area's safety, and you didn't ensure there were no other villains in the area. Still, kudos for checking in, Deku stated. Sato grinned. Well, that's something. Deku gave a nod. Something. Won't be enough for the future. Keep in mind that there aren't simulations like this in the real world. Treat the world like you are supposed to here, he stated. With a collective yell, the class kept watching the two move. Hiroshima abruptly brightened, rubbing his arms due to his predicament during the exam. Wait a minute, Kaminari and Shinso are out there, right? Deku turned to the hardening hero and nodded, grinning. So, it's Midoriya and Yaoyorozu against Bakugo and Uraraka next, right? Mina muttered, oh, shit. I completely forgot that they hadn't gone yet, Zero replied. I wonder how they'll work together, Sato pondered. Midoriya and Yaoyorozu did work together to take down the giant QICD earlier this year. That was cool, said Hagakure. When they were kicking my ass, Abigail Winters remarked, they were pretty cool. I wasn't expecting your friend to be floating, though. Jiro gave a shrug. That's Midoriya for you. Uraraka and Bakugo haven't worked together before, though, she replied. As they conversed among themselves, Deku grinned. While examining the crime scene, he directed one of the patrolling drones toward Aoyama. Iida was seen approaching his partner with another drone in tow. Iida found the villain base quickly. He had seen Kaminari briefly peeking out of a window, revealing his location. After that, the engine hero drove off to locate his companion in the city. It didn't take long either. In front of Aoyama, Iida slid to a stop. When he got there, the twinkling hero had just finished flaunting his cape in a fake storefront. Found them, he declared. Aoyama kept showing off his cape. I feel a little more twinkly today, wouldn't you agree? Iida sagged forward. Aoyama looked at his companion. Iida gave a headshake. Anyway, I found them. They're in a 3-story building 2 blocks down south. I only saw Kaminari, though, so I don't know who the other is, said the man. My laser will work well in taking him down. What's the plan? Then Iida began to pace. Well, I can always rush him. but I'm not as light on my feet like Midoriya is. The villains will know we're coming if they haven't guessed already. Drawing them out into the open is doable, though Kaminari does significantly better in enclosed environments while I'm the opposite. I can't shoot what I can't see either, so I cannot blind fire from across the way, Aoyama stated. So it looks like we have to meet the villains on their turf. I can back you up against Kaminari and whoever the second villain is, and once we have them pinned, we'll secure the hostages. Magnifique. Alan's why then, exclaimed the twinkling hero. They bolted toward the villain base as Iida grinned beneath his helmet. Neither of them noticed that they weren't alone on that street corner as they ran. Shinso in his hero gear appeared behind the heroes, emerging from an alley. Aizawa was still dressed in a dark purple jumpsuit with dark steel accents in his wrappings. His wild purple hair and vocal modifier were featured on his belt buckle. As he watched the two vanish, he put his hand to his ear. "Chargebolt, it's me," he declared. "They're on their way." On the other end, Kaminari questioned, "It was Iida, right? Who else?" "Sparkles. What's his name?" He answered, "Aoyama." "Oh boy, this'll be tough. Worry about keeping that Iida guy at bay. I'll handle Sparkles." "Dude, I just told you his name." Shinso gave an eye roll. "Be ready, mimic out." Iida didn't see Kaminari in the window when he got to the villain base. No one was in the area, not even civilians or cardboard police officers. If he had been unsure, he was now certain that this was the correct location. Aoyama tried to catch his breath and looked around when he eventually caught up to his partner. "Why you couldn't wait? We're running out of time. We had 7 minutes before they would escape, and we would fail. We shouldn't take our time to get them," he stated. Aoyama dabbed at his perspiration. Then it's a good thing we have some time to kill." "Let's go," he said. They dashed into the structure and climbed to the top, where the bad guys were. The structure itself was designed to resemble an office complex. Although there were some evil cutouts on the floor, the lobby of the building was largely deserted. The building's generic logo was spray-painted, and the walls and desk were completely destroyed. There was a stairwell leading up the building behind the broken desk. There were several elevators next to the desk, but only one of them was open, and its indicator light was flashing. Iida walked over to the elevator and touched the button. An open elevator door with power. "Smells like a trap," said the man. Aoyama's nose wrinkled. "Such a foul stench. We should climb then." Iida gave a nod. "Be careful, we don't know who our villains are besides Kaminari. If you see his pointers, get away if you can," advised him. As a result, Iida ascended the stairs first, followed by Aoyama. The two passed a number of open doors leading to various building floors as they ascended the stairs. Iida sighed as she noticed some fictitious flyers displayed on corkboards. Iida continued climbing, saying, "Look, it's a college dorm building." Aoyama approached the corkboard and took out a flyer. It turned out to be a notice about an upcoming karaoke night. Iida yelled, "You coming?" "Right behind you." Aoyama's sentence was cut off. His eyes widened as he dropped the flyer. Shinso stood with his modulator on his face at the doorway that led to the stairwell. He smiled at him after pulling it off. As he said, "Follow your teammate up the stairs," the twinkling hero went by him, and he moved aside. Shinso pushed his ear into the communication device as soon as he began climbing the stairs. In a low voice, he said, "They're on their way. It's 3 against 1 now," being cautious not to get any echo. When Kaminari said, "I'm ready up here. See ya in a bit," Shinso nodded and cautiously made his way up the stairs, maintaining his distance. The class was in discussion mode when they returned to the observation center. Deku was grinning as he watched the live feed, with everyone wagering whether or not Iida would notice before he was attacked. He observed Kaminari using his cues to trap Iida in various locations throughout the command room. Shinso was grinning as he moved stealthily behind Aoyama. He had a hand on his bindings and had swapped out his modulator. As he spoke to Kirishima, Deku looked at Ojiro. "He's not happy, I see. Although brainwashing is never enjoyable, he did a fantastic job. Waited for the right opportunity, then struck like a surgical knife. Will this benefit last, though?" Deku grinned and briefly closed his eyes. "Hey Deku," yelled Kirishima. He said, "He can do that. Make it 3 on -1. "Oh, definitely. A villain will do whatever it takes to win. Well, a patient one will. In the field, it's the quiet ones to watch out for," he replied. "A brutish villain is conquerable, but a clever one will make your job interesting, he stated. Have you gone against a clever villain or two? Deku grinned. I've met a few. Thankfully we have a clever mind behind the Toshinori Hero Agency, he stated. Deku sighed as the class carried on with their conversation. I miss my team. Iida guided Aoyama through a prisoner detention area back in the villain's lair. When the engine hero saw the QICDs behind the glass cases they were trapped in, he gasped. He saw that holographic flags were attached to a few of them. They're QICDs. I thought Abigail destroyed them earlier in the year, he said. Well, with the AI they had and the combat prowess they possessed, it would be a waste to destroy them. I guess in this situation, they make excellent hostages for the test. He walked past the computer terminal and touched the screen. Can't stop twinkling. Rescue the hostages while I distract the villains upstairs, he said. Shinso imitated Aoyama's voice instead of speaking. He replied, "Oui, sir. I'm on it," without using his quirk. Iida dashed to the stairs leading to the building's last floor. Shinso trailed closely behind Aoyama, who silently did the same. There was a lengthy hallway leading to a single room after they ascended the stairs. The room's entrance was ajar. There were multiple consoles and monitors inside. The room was filled with villainous props such as airsoft gun racks, fake maps of the president's tour of the city, a schedule, and pictures of the president and staff of QICD. The hostages' detention room was displayed on one of the room's numerous monitors. Kaminari, dressed as a hero, stood at the far end of the room. He was humming a soft melody to himself while he leaned out the window. He turned to face Iida and grinned as she walked into the room. The engine hero was there, followed by Shinso and Aoyama. Iida activated his hero's voice at that precise moment. "Villain, your reign of terror ends here," he exclaimed. Kaminari had to use all of her strength not to laugh. Oh really? Yes, your crimes have led to your downfall. Surrender yourself and the hostages at once. Shinso had to smile as well. Kaminari questioned, "And what will happen if I don't?" With his engines roaring, Iida dropped into a racer's stance and exclaimed, "Then you will face justice by the hands of Ingenium." Kaminari grinned and adjusted his glasses. He lifted his hand and used his thumb and index finger to make a gun motion. "Come and get it." Grinning beneath his helmet, Iida charged at the stun gun impersonator. Before the hero entered the room, Kaminari redirected a pointer he had fired at the ground into an electrical attack. Iida managed to follow the bolt and stepped aside to stay clear of the impact. The engine hero pressed forward, almost colliding with the pointer. Iida crashed into the wall behind the stun gun foe villain, who ducked out of the way. Iida pivoted and charged again, turning on a heel. Just before the engine hero caught him, Kaminari produced a tiny electrical field. A pointer that had been placed there earlier was crushed when the shock sent him flying into a pillar in the center of the room. Iida struggled to his feet and cursed himself. Right then, "Gotta do this now." The hero stood up and looked around the room. When he noticed several pointers dispersed throughout the room, his eyes grew wide. A trap had been set. "Do not think you have the upper hand, villain. I have reinforcements." Kaminari grinned. "Dude, me too." Iida turned to the door, his eyes widening. Just then, Iida was struck in the chest by a dazzling laser blast that sent him crashing into a fake console. He moaned as he fell to the ground. The fake villain from Stun Gun grinned. "Well, Mimic, looks like it all worked out," he exclaimed. When Iida looked up, she saw Aoyama standing in the doorway, his jaw slacked and his eyes glassy. Shinso was standing behind him, his hand resting on the twinkling hero's shoulders. There was a gleam in his eyes and a smile on his face. He mockingly said, "Ah, what's wrong, hero? Did the plan not go the way you wanted it to?" Iida gave a headshake. "Why you probably forgot that I could do this, huh? Too bad really, since I wanted to capture the both of you, but my partner says that it isn't fun," the fake villain replied. The engine hero got up and revved his engines. "You won't win, villains. I will save you. Can't stop twinkling. I will save the hostages as well," he said. Behind Aoyama, Shinso laughed. "This'll be fun. Aoyama, attack Iida." With a nod, the twinkling hero aimed another laser at the engine hero. Iida dashed across the room, avoiding the assault. With Shinso's assistance, Aoyama followed his companion, while Kaminari did nothing but observe. Iida moved around the room, boosting away from his partner's lasers when they were about to hit him with bursts of Resiprio. Shinso was forced to move his brainwashed ally in order to catch him because of these small boosts. Leaning out with his helmet in hand, Iida slipped behind a pillar, braced as it exploded above him. He threw it at his partner with great care. Shinso slapped the thing away and shoved him aside. "Oh no, you don't." Kaminari leapt into the battle and gave Iida a targeted shot. After bouncing off one anchor point, the electrical attack was redirected towards the engine hero. All it took to send him back into the wall was a brief shock. Shinso pushed Aoyama in the direction of his partner while grinning. "Bind him so we can win," he declared. "Mon, this was easy," Kaminari remarked. Deku grinned in the control room. Shaking off the effects of the attack, Iida grabbed a piece of broken machinery and threw it at the stun gun fake villain as he attempted to grab Aoyama. The stone flew through the air and bounced off Aoyama's shoulder before Shinso could react. Iida sped off in the direction of Kaminari, revving his engines. The fictitious antagonist threw Aoyama aside, apologized for the incident, and produced enough electricity to surround him with a shield. Iida was zapped away as the shield rose. His hair stood up as he slumped down after colliding with another pillar. Shinso sighed deeply and brushed back his hair as the hero was rendered unconscious. He remarked, "Well, that happened." Kaminari gave a nod. "So, we win now, right?" Shinso gave a shrug. "Deku usually announces it by now. I wonder what's up." Maybe he wasn't paying attention. "I'll capture Iida while you do the same for Aoyama," Kaminari replied. After giving a nod, Shinso approached Aoyama. The twinkling hero appeared to be resting on a lounge despite being face down and propped up at an angle. As Kaminari retrieved the capture tape, he dropped to his knees. He realized his error when he grabbed Aoyama's shoulders and spun him around. When Aoyama was turned around, his eyes snapped open, and he shot the brainwashing fake villain with his naval laser. Shinso smashed into Kaminari from behind as he flew through the air. The two fell to the ground after slamming into the wall behind Iida. On impact, the two were rendered unconscious. As the dust settled, there was a brief silence in the room. Aoyama moaned for a moment before he was able to stand up and brace himself against the wall. He turned his attention to his defeated partner and shook his head. Despite his slow progress, he was able to reach his partner and assist him in standing up. He led his friend out of the room, though it was, to put it mildly, challenging. He made his way toward the hostages down the hall. Aoyama released the QICDs from their prison by opening the doors. Aoyama and Iida were assisted by one of the Secret Service QICDs, and the elevator allowed them to exit the building together. They were able to leave the simulation area once they were on the street. Deku was nearby when Abigail Winters assisted Aoyama with Iida, and Recovery Girl came in to pick up Shinso and Kaminari. He made the announcement while holding the tiny microphone to his lips. The hero team successfully rescued all hostages and subdued the villains. Hero team wins. Midoriya turned to face Yaoyorozu inside the hero lounge. The two stood up to stretch after the everything hero gave a nod. They patiently awaited Deku's arrival and the distribution of their tasks. Snipe was already briefing Bakugo and Uraraka on their mission in the villain lounge. They were each given a key in their base's location. As the field was cleared, Deku thought, "One last match, and it's my team." After a few minutes, Deku had the wire launchers by the time he entered the hero's lounge. As he described the test to Midoriya and Yaoyorozu, he handed them to them. "Your villains are already setting up as we speak. When the buzzer sounds, you'll both have 15 minutes to engage them before they escape with the hostages. So far, only Team 1 has called in their enforcer against your teammates. Your villains could call theirs in if they want to," he told them. "You'll be given special flash drives to activate radio towers to triangulate the villain's location. It's time-consuming but effective in finding them." Yaoyorozu questioned, "Can we stop the villains from calling an enforcer?" "No. Unless you capture the villains and confiscate their keys, they can call in their enforcer from any terminal on site. The cell towers can call them in, too, so be careful with that," Deku stated. "Any combat rules?" inquired Midoriya. "Villains can subdue and capture you to win. Nothing stops you from doing the same against the villains, however, you have to be careful doing that. Suppose they aren't at the base when you subdue them. In that case, you won't be able to rescue the hostages since they can't relay the exact location to you, and since all of these buildings are similar on the outside, checking every single one for the hostages will be time-consuming," Deku explained. Midoriya gave a nod. "Now, enforcers are a different bunch. As I said before, It will be a random pro hero that'll assume the mantle. The villains will not know who their enforcer is. Once they're called into action, the enforcer cannot be recalled unless they are either subdued or evaded until the hostages are safe, the futuristic symbol continued. No backup for heroes. None at all. In these situations where high-value targets are at risk, team-ups are beneficial, however, reinforcements will be spread thin. In this exercise, the remaining pro heroes in the area are assisting law enforcement elsewhere. Don't always assume you'll have a backup and give it your very best. The two future heroes gave a nod. Yaoyorozu pocketed her flash drive and put on the wire arrow pack. When Deku realized they were prepared, he escorted them from the room to the entrance of the testing grounds. When they got there, Mr. Aizawa was beside them, and the big steel gates were sealed. The erasure hero nodded as the two reached the gate. I hope you both remember your strengths. This simulation is not to be taken lightly, he said. Both of them gave a nod. Yes, sir. Mr. Aizawa gave Deku a quick look. The villains are ready. I gave them their standard 15-minute prep time, he stated. Deku gave a nod. Right then. Best of luck, you two. The scores right now are tied with 2 hero and 2 villain victories. Best of luck to you both. The gate opened as the 2 young heroes turned. The two went through the portico and into the testing area after being given the all clear. The exam started as the gate closed behind them. When the exam started, Snipe and Recovery Girl were in the command center with the other members of Class 2A. At the rear of the group, Iida and Aoyama were discreetly consuming the food that the teachers had left there. After his exam, Shinso was still massaging the back of his head. Jiro came by and slapped Abigail Winta's arm as she was transfusing her healing quirk to Kaminari. However, she did it with a smile on her face. Snipe sighed as the final hero team entered the testing area. Here we go. Those two aren't that compatible, so why would Deku pair them up? Recovery Girl remarked. Brains and brawn go very well together, Shoji added. Yeah, but Midoriya is scary smart. He knows a lot of things about heroes and quirks, Hiroshima replied. In Ishido's words, Yao Momo is crazy book smart and still growing, bona fide genius. 2 smart heroes against 2 combat villains. This should be fun, Jiro laughed. Kaminari grinned. Midoriya against Uraraka. This should be fun. They started working as soon as the gates closed behind them. A hollow disk map of the testing area was retrieved by Yaoyorozu. She asked her partner, ready? As I'll ever be. What are we looking at? Yaoyorozu turned on the hollow disk and the map appeared. So it looks like we got a small section of the entire battleground. It looks like 20 blocks. Maybe more, she continued. Small play zone should move this along. Iida and Aoyama were the last to go, so I bet that Iida sped off to look for the villains, he stated. The everything hero gave a nod. He probably surveyed the whole area before finding them. With his armor, he probably revealed himself when he found them. The element of surprise is key here. A quick blitz attack, once we know where they are, should minimize the collateral damage and subdue them before they can call for an enforcer, Midoriya stated. If it's a surgical strike, an improperly planned blitz attack could cause more unnecessary damage. We should determine our villains before we come to a decision, she stated. Midoriya gave a nod. What can we do? Well, we need surveillance. Running to a nearby small alley, the everything hero used her quirk. She said, don't look, okay. With a faint flush, Midoriya turned away after nodding. Good thing there aren't any cameras here, he whispered and said. Yaoyorozu shuddered. Thanks for that image. Midoriya cried out, sorry. As the hairs on his neck stood up straight. I was hoping you wouldn't hear that. Yaoyorozu moaned and shook her head. Almost got it. He heard her quirk fade, and then the everything hero cursed lightly. He turned to see her holding a helmet in one hand while adjusting her leotard with the other. The helmet resembled a boxing helmet with a glass visor and was red with gold trimmings. There was plenty of space for her ponytail on the top of the helmet. There was a tiny switch on the right side of it. After donning the helmet, she began working on a couple more projects, a tiny controller and a tiny quadcopter drone equipped with a camera. She said, got it, at last. A smile appeared on Midoriya's face as he deduced her strategy. Great idea, Yaoyorozu, but that's a large area to cover with the drone. We will expend our time before we find them. Which is why we aren't searching the whole zone. When Deku told us of the towers, I hoped that we would have 3 towers for triangulation, and we do. She opened the map. They're located at the far east part of the test zone. I can have the drone search that area for our villains while we canvass the original scene, she said. Midoriya gave a nod. We don't have much time left before they escape. Send it out, he stated. With a nod, Yaoyorozu threw the drone into the air. Grinning, she switched on the controller. My first heads-up display works. Oh, thank goodness too, she yelled. With a smile, Midoriya sent the drone on its way. A tiny screen with a live feed of the drone camera flying toward the eastern portion of the testing grounds appeared in her visor. After removing it, she took out her phone, gave it a few taps, and then put it back in her pocket. The drone will be looking for any signs of movement. It's programmed to search that area and is small enough that the villains won't see the drone, but I wouldn't want to take any chances. Midoriya gave a nod. Let's go then. Both of them ran deeper into the testing area. When Yaoyorozu built the drone inside the viewing room and flew it in the direction of the villain's hideout, Abigail watched. Damn. According to Mina, damn is right, get it Yaomomo. Hiroshima rubbed his ear and exclaimed, ow. It's lucky that she thought of it. Midoriya is quick and agile, but checking those buildings would have been too much, said Sato. Why wouldn't the villains try to intercept them? We got the go-ahead, Sue pondered. Snipe laughed. While I'm sure Bakugo isn't happy with sitting around and waiting, charging in without a plan isn't a smart decision for both heroes and villains. He has no idea who his heroes are. Arguably he could rush out there, however, he could leave his partner vulnerable as well as the hostages. Sticking together keeps their power strong, he said. True, I mean, we stuck together when we went out there, remember Sue? Zero responded. Ribbit, was her response. The two heroes discovered a mess outside the fictitious bank when they got to the crime scene. While Midoriya examined the enormous hole in the building, Yaoyorozu stood across from a cardboard police officer. He noted the numerous hero cutouts covering the villain cutouts that were lying on the ground inside the bank. Yaoyorozu approached her partner after bowing to the cutout. So this was a bank heist gone wrong, she continued. Kidnapping the heads of state was a crime of opportunity. It looks that way, but they chose this bank at the same time they showed up and along the same route. I think that the bank heist wasn't the intention here, Midoriya responded. It was a risky decision then. If the villains made too much noise, it would not have been possible. According to the police report, the hero response was also pretty fast, said the everything hero. If their original plan was to kidnap them and this bank heist wasn't their true intentions, then they knew how big the risk was and planned countermeasures. Midoriya took another look around. Although, there's another theory. Maybe another group was outside and near where the president and prime minister were and kidnapped them during the chaos, he continued. Did the report say how many villains entered the building? 7 in total, including the big guy. Then, I'm going to guess there are 6 in here. The big guy was caught up the road from here, said the man. Which leaves a small group of villains free to kidnap the president and prime minister, Yaoyorozu stated. A small team to disarm the secret service and get them all into hiding without raising any alarms. Midoriya gave a nod. Yaoyorozu's helmet pinged her, and he turned to the hole in the fake bank. A tiny window with a live feed from her drone appeared on her HUD. She waved her partner away with a smile. Deku, I got something. As the everything hero took out her phone, the young inheritor approached. My drone picked up movement several blocks east of here, she stated. It looks like 2 people holed up inside an old office building. Midoriya kept an eye on the feed. The drone remained near the ceiling and seemed to have entered through an open window. When the young inheritor saw their villains, his smile dimmed. It's Kachan and Uraraka. Yaoyorozu's eyes grew wide. Well, this got a little more interesting, she replied. She grinned at the young inheritor and said, your girlfriend and rival kicking your butt will surely keep any attention off me. Midoriya looked at Yaoyorozu. Don't make a fishing pole and dangle me outside their base, said the man. Yaoyorozu's grin only got bigger. I would never. Besides, you're too heavy for any regular string. Thanks, Kriti. Bakugo sighed and leaned against the wall inside the makeshift villain base. He yelled, what's taking those heroes so long to find us? I'd hate to win by time running out. Uraraka used her quirk to juggle a few chairs in the air and shrugged. It's not like they know where we are. Just gotta wait for them to make a move, she stated. Bakugo gave an eye roll. I can't believe you talked me into staying in here until they make a move, he said. I'm surprised you listened to me when I did. Honestly, I should play the lotto because of that. Shut up, Cheeks. Grinning, Uraraka kept his attention on the floating chairs. You gotta chill sometimes. Honestly, you're so tense that it's making me uneasy, she replied. Maybe you should be stabbed by Shigaraki in multiple places, so you know why, he replied. She gave up fiddling with the chairs. You know, for someone with little tolerance towards Deku, what you did was so. Don't, snarled Bakugo. It's over, and I'm over it. Besides, getting frozen by those robots took my mind off it. With a nod, Uraraka kept moving the chairs. Bakugo rubbed his chest and glanced back at her. You and Deku doing alright? Huh. Bakugo gave an eye roll. He yelled, you and Deku are doing alright. Oh, yeah, we are. I'm honestly surprised you're asking, she said. Well, sometimes that nerd needs someone to keep an eye on him. Since you two are fucking blind sometimes, I guess I have to ask, Bakugo said. She smiled as she said, ah, you do care. Again, Bakugo rolled his eyes. Whatever, it's fine as long as he doesn't slack in his training. He can be all lovey-dovey to you on his time off, he replied. Mr. Next symbol of peace, needs to keep his head on right. You do know he's not stupid, right? Bakugo grinned. That's up for debate, he declared. Uraraka let go of her quirk and let go of the chairs. She remarked, you're something else. And you're talking too much. Shut up and keep an eye out for those heroes. After rolling her eyes, Uraraka left the room and headed for the prisoners' quarters. The quadcopter drone hovering outside the window was unknown to her. It landed on a box after flying to the roof. After the live feed ended, Midoriya was pushed by Yaoyorozu. So, what do you think? Well, no audio doesn't help us much, he replied. Sorry, but the live stream feature came at the cost of live audio, she replied. Anyway, now we have them ID'd and a location. Let's plan. Way ahead of you. First, we should head to the cell towers near their base, he replied. With a nod from the everything hero, the two sprinted in the direction of the villain base. Yaoyorozu made a pair of skates and handed them to her partner to save time. With a sly smile, Midoriya used full cowl to stay ahead of her. A few minutes later, the two reached an office complex close to the villain base. It lacked any distinguishing features and was not as tall as the nearby structures. Yaoyorozu turned to her partner after tossing the skates aside. With a nod, Midoriya knelt beside her. Yaoyorozu climbed on his back and hooked her legs around his torso in a move that caused the class to look at him with wide eyes and raised eyebrows. Jiro jammed her aux cords into the back of Kaminari's neck as he stared at the screen and lowered his head for a while. After securing her on his back, Midoriya jumped into the air, grappled onto the roof, and pulled them up the building using his black whip. The everything hero flipped over the edge and landed on the roof, his grip tightening. After settling in, the two examined the cell tower. It had a dish at the top and was a typical tower. A computer with a monitor and a small keyboard attached was situated at its base. The keyboard featured a large red button enclosed in a glass case between two crucial slots at the bottom. While Midoriya examined the setup, Yaoyorozu tapped her helmet to check on her drone. The villains are getting antsy. Bakugo is pacing around the place, she stated. If you have a plan, we need it now. Midoriya looked over at her. All right, he said, gesturing for her to approach, I have a plan. As he described the strategy, she examined the setup. The keys we got from Deku activate these towers. We have to insert the key, turn it in, and input our team number as the password. We are Team 5, so that's our password, he explained. Once it's in, a signal is sent and alerts the villains. Yaoyorozu gave a nod. Are you proposing what I think you're proposing? Midoriya gave a nod. A bait and switch. I lure the villains out here while you sneak into their base and free the hostages, he stated. Yaoyorozu considered the plan and nodded. With your speed, you can make it seem as though we are taking one tower each. Both villains will deploy to stop us in our tracks, she stated. And Kachan is restless, right? The second the alarm sounds in their base, he'll rush right into fight. The everything hero grinned. She took her key out of her pocket. She stated, I'll need a head start. Midoriya kneeled and nodded. We'll get there faster if I take you. I won't be able to take you there directly, but I can get you close. She climbed onto his back after nodding. If Ochako saw this, I think she would kill me, she stated. Before jumping off the roof, Midoriya remarked, she should not be that bad because she gets piggyback rides too, but I think you're right. Midoriya's float and air force smashes propelled the pair through the air. He moved through buildings like a competitive swimmer, with strength and grace. He jumped from a beam that was suspended over a small building site on the other side of a fictitious park. Midoriya eyed the building where the pretend villains were and slipped them through an alleyway as soon as he hit the ground. Bakugo was peeking out of the window and almost saw the heroes if they hadn't retreated into the shadows. Midoriya sighed deeply as he made his way back to the cell tower. He inserted the key that Yaoyorozu had in his hand. Showtime, he said to himself. He turned it 3 times counterclockwise after inserting the key. Every turn was more difficult than the previous one, but it was still manageable. After the key stopped spinning, he entered the team name as the password and selected Execute. He struck it, triggered full cowl, and bounded off in the direction of the second tower. He pulled himself from one building to another using float and black whip until he came to the second tower. This time, the tower stood atop a bigger structure that almost took over the skyline of the made-up city. He began to think that, if not for the robot patrols and the bad guys, the city would be practically habitable. To switch on the second tower, he landed after flying up the structure. Bakugo was checking the clock above the hallway that led to the QICD hostages as he turned on the second tower. It was simple to keep track of their 15 minutes because they began at the top of the hour. He was half prepared to go out there and battle the heroes before the allotted 3 minutes ran out. This was reflected in his readjusted grenadier gauntlets. The building's alarms began to sound just as he was about to jump out the window. Uraraka ran in and he staggered to the window sill. She exclaimed, "It's a cell tower. The heroes are actually going for it." Bakugo looked at the clock and grinned. "Those bastards are in for it now. I'm going." "Wait, what about the—" Another alarm went off before she could say anything more. Her eyes grew wide as she dashed to one of the consoles. "Another cell tower. One more, and they are free to capture us and win," she stated. He blasted out of the building after saying, "Like hell, they will. Cheeks, you take the closest tower and deal with the hero there. I'll go to the other." As she prepared her foldable bow staff, Uraraka sighed. She muttered, "So much for actually using my name," as she launched herself toward one of the towers with her grappling hook. Yaoyorozu was on the ground when the anti-gravity dummy villain flew out of the structure. When she saw her opportunity, she ran to the building's main lobby. She dashed into the only operational elevator and past what would have been the receptionist's desk. The only thing operating was the light, and the doors were ajar. She eyed the hatch right over her head once she was inside. She leapt to her feet, opened the hatch, and climbed out of the unit, creating a grappling hook. Before aiming her grappling hook up, she took a moment to steady herself. She fired the hook and shot up the shaft after locating her first anchor point. Before she reached the top of the shaft, she did the same thing several times. Fortunately, the door was open. She ran down the hallway and toward the hostage area after bursting through a door after leaving the elevator shaft. Checking the drone's feed, she grinned. "This thing mapped out this entire floor so that I won't be aimlessly searching for the detention room. I am so glad this worked." She was beaming. She had no idea that the bad guys had planned for it. They left a tiny sensor at the door where she burst out, but they were not aware of the drone. It began to sound a silent alarm as soon as she passed it, but only one of the villains could hear it. Bakugo noticed the trick as he got closer to the first tower. There was no hero in the area. There was only one key in the slot on the console that was connected to the cell tower, and it was blinking. He grabbed his communicator and growled. "Hey Cheeks, there's no one here," he exclaimed. "Same here. I think they went to the other toe." The explosive foe villain was alerted by her pause. "Cheeks. There's an alarm coming from the base. Someone is there trying to free the prisoners. We got played. Like the fiddle you are." Bakugo's head jerked up in time to see Midoriya leaping in with his feet erect. The young inheritor kicked the explosive villain hard, knocking him to the ground before he could react. Midoriya applied pressure to his communicator while remaining suspended in midair. "Kriti, your position is compromised. I think Uravity will be coming to you," he stated. "I just got to the cells. I'm getting the hostages out now. What about Bakugo?" The explosive villain picked himself up with a groan. "Dynamite is mine. Deku, going dark," he declared before turning off his communicator and launching himself in the direction of his opponent with his Delaware smash. Bakugo blasted the ground beneath him while grinning. With fire in their eyes, the two clashed in midair. They didn't anticipate a 2v2 match with professional heroes on standby as a villain enforcer when the day began. Despite being on Todoroki's team, Mina Ishido didn't think she would win when her team was revealed. They tricked Kirishima into hanging over a pool of acid, so even though they won, it was a dirty victory. When the match was over, he didn't seem to appreciate it, but she felt she performed admirably following a conversation with Deku. Villains will play dirty when they can't match a hero's strength or intelligence. Don't feel bad if you get played dirty in the future, alright? They were pushed aside, and the acid user grinned. While Deku provided them with play-by-plays from the field, they observed their classmates finishing their exams. He would even ask them unexpected questions, such as how a particular move would benefit another team or more common inquiries about hostage situations. Her smile was as big as ever when the final match rolled around. She didn't anticipate seeing Midoriya and Yaoyorozu compete against Bakugo and Uraraka, but she wasn't sure who to support when they faced off in the field. It was amazing to watch Midoriya kick the explosive fake villain out of the air after swinging off a lamppost. Bakugo almost squeaked when she recovered with a backflip in midair and exploded underhanded. The two competitors landed with their backs to one another. With a quick push of one for all energy, Midoriya leapt forward, grinning as he cleared some smoke from his hair. The young inheritor leapt to the side and delivered a broad roundhouse kick in response to Bakugo's point-blank explosion at the ground in front of him. Easily deflecting the blow, the explosive hero retaliated with another blast. Midoriya vanished in a burst of green light before it could make contact. The young inheritor shocked him with a gut punch before he could register his disappearance, sending Bakugo flying into an office building window. Grinning, Midoriya trailed him into the structure. Yaoyorozu was occupied in the villain's lair across the city, while the two fought on indoors. She gained access to the cells by hacking into the computer that controlled them. When the doors were open, she turned, slingshot her forearm, and shot some ammunition at the station's security camera. President QICD approached her as the QICDs left the cells. "I'm grateful, young hero," it said in a female voice. "I was becoming concerned." Yaoyorozu said, "Madam President, are there others?" "No, we were all imprisoned together by the villains," she said. "I heard them discussing collecting a ransom." The everything hero said, "Well, it looks like they missed out on a massive payday. We have to get out of here before they come back." With a nod, the QICD signaled for one of the units to begin moving. The Prime Minister's guards began to move alongside the mechs, who were probably Secret Service QICDs. They dashed toward the stairwell and down the hall. While some of the Secret Service QICDs ushered in the Prime Minister and the President, others burst through. Following their example, Yaoyorozu had some of her Russian dolls and made a bow staff. Towards the end of the building, Yaoyorozu's communicator began to buzz. "Kriti, what's your status? Hostages secured. Moving to extraction. According to Midoriya, be ready. Uravati is moving to intercept. Wow, this radio talk is interesting." Yaoyorozu rolled her eyes and grinned. "Practice it later, K." The window facing her broke as she turned a corner of a set of stairs. She smashed through the window with her legs outstretched, giving the everything hero a moment to make a cushion as she faced her opponent. When Uraraka's kick struck the buffer, Yaoyorozu was launched into the air. The everything hero moaned as he fell to the ground. With her bow staff ready, Uraraka stood above her. "Gotcha." Yaoyorozu picked herself up and grinned. "Not this time," she said, raising her bow staff to a protective stance. "Your move." Grinning, Uraraka sprang at her, raising her staff for an overhead blow. When Yaoyorozu dropped and blocked her left hand, the staff of the gravity fake villain slid down. After turning around, the everything hero swung a reverse roundhouse kick in the direction of her opponent's head. Uraraka swiftly ducked and moved away. With a sigh, Yaoyorozu spun her bow staff and lunged in. With ease, Uraraka blocked it, knocked it away, and then fired a wire at the wall. Yaoyorozu was knocked to the wall by the mechanism's swift pull, which sent the fictitious villain into her personal space. The everything hero then blocked her bow staff after she slammed it at her. Pushing against one another, the two struggled. As they fought to stop each other's attack, they both had fire in their eyes. Yaoyorozu shifted her bow staff to grab Uraraka's while maintaining her hold on hers. Before bursting through a nearby door, she pushed against her opponent and threw her bow staff down the stairs. Uraraka took a spare collapsible staff and shook off the attack before trailing the everything hero through the door. Uraraka flung open the door and froze. One of Yaoyorozu's Russian dolls was tucked inside the handle. When the top was removed, a tiny cylinder was visible. The flashbang exploded, giving the fictitious villain a second to turn away and jump back. Across the corridor, Yaoyorozu grinned. She touched her communicator with a finger. Madam President, I have the villain's attention. Keep moving, and we'll meet up once she's dealt with. Got it. Stay safe, hero. As she shifted to her partner's communication, Yaoyorozu grinned. Deku, come in. I've engaged with Uravity. The hostages are still moving. Great work. I'm keeping Dynamite busy for now. Capture Uravity if you can. She kept running down the hall, saying, copy. With her staff prepared, Uravity was pursuing her closely. Upon entering the observation room, Principal Nezu grinned. As you all can see, communication is key. It is also worth noting that Midoriya's primary objective is to contain Bakugo instead of fighting to capture him. It's also worth noting that the two are heavily invested in each other in terms of combat, All Might stated. Some heroes will have a nemesis, and their shared history can play out to either party's advantage. Mr. Aizawa gave a nod. Notice that Yaoyorozu isn't entirely focused on escorting the hostages. She knows that keeping the villain busy is necessary. If they had a backup that the villains did not account for, a third hero would be leading them to safety. Instead, the President's Secret Service leads the escape as they are considered one of the world's best security organizations. They can have quirks that can make the job easier for the heroes. Every student began whispering to each other. But Mina held up her hand. She said, wait a minute, where's Deku? Conversations in the class ceased. Yeah, he's usually asking the questions or something, Kirishima said. Bathroom break or something, Shiro pondered. Mr. Aizawa glanced at Principal Nezu. He gestured to the monitor while shrugging. He'll be back in a minute, I think. Let's keep watching. Bakugo sat atop a broken light pole and extended his hands back at the fight between the two competitors. Stay down, Deku, he yelled, launching a volley of powerful explosives. To avoid his blows, Midoriya used about 45% of One for All. He moved with such grace and speed that Bakugo was having trouble keeping up with him. He changed to his AP. Shrouded in dense, black smoke, they used autocannons and sprayed the street with explosive rounds. The explosive foe villain rubbed his wrists and panted heavily as the smoke cleared. He checked his gauntlets and snarled. He muttered to himself, not yet. He jumped off the light pole and looked around at the destruction. Along with numerous fake cars and other items, the road was destroyed. He looked around the street and saw Midoriya floating against a building's side high in the sky. He shook his head, removing any smoke from his hair, and wiped the perspiration from his brow. That was close. I gotta be more careful with his blasts, he said. He looked around the remainder of the block. His eyes widened and he paused in the middle of his thought, saying, I gotta keep him on the move. Just being here is working, but keeping his attention squared on me is my best bet. Oh, crap, this is just like our first battle simulation last year. What is my older self thinking? Bakugo yelled, I can hear you up there. Midoriya's gaze went back to the ground, where Bakugo was giving him a fierce look. Asshole, how about you come down here so we can fight like men? I don't suppose I can convince you to come up here and fight like birds, huh? Bakugo smiled. Let's see what you got, he said, blasting the earth beneath him and taking off. The fake villain slammed into Midoriya and grabbed him by the ears of his mask, causing his eyes to widen. Bakugo ran while holding the young inheritor, using his free hand to propel himself up the building with his feet planted on the wall. As they ascended the structure, the young inheritor swung like a bag of potatoes. Bakugo's ascent was halted when Midoriya swung forward, using his momentum from moving around so much. The two flew toward an empty office building over the wrecked road. First, Midoriya used a Delaware smash and float to reorient himself. He used his black whip to capture Bakugo in midair after he stopped spinning. With tremendous force, the young inheritor grabbed him, threw him into the building, and then somersaulted in the air with his captured rival. Bakugo fell to the ground after slamming into a cubicle wall. Midoriya used dual black whip to grab both sides of the smashed window he sent his opponent into and pulled himself toward him once he had him precisely where he wanted him. The young inheritor crashed through the cubicle and flew farther into the office area, but Bakugo woke up just in time to avoid it. After shaking off the dust from his illegal entry, the explosive foe villain detonated a typical explosive blast. In order to counter the explosion, Midoriya had to blast through some debris and fire an air blast from the Air Force. Midoriya disappeared from Bakugo's path as he charged forward, his hand ready for an explosion, as the two attacks collided in the center. Bakugo turned to his right side and snarled. He shot a blast at the location where the young inheritor resurfaced, saying, "Fuck you." Midoriya was knocked back by the force of the blast. After flying through the air, he landed violently on his back. Bakugo launched himself into the air and launched a powerful counterattack. The blast hit where the young inheritor was, giving him enough time to roll away. Midoriya sprang forward, leaping off his back foot and swinging to his feet. Midoriya swung and knocked Bakugo back, his leg ready for a roundhouse kick. He flew out of the building and toward another as a result of the attack. He radioed in, taking a moment to catch his breath. "Kriti, what's your status?" "I taught your girlfriend too much about fighting with the bow staff," she said. Watching the hole he had made, Midoriya grinned. "I have dynamite contained for now. Deal with Uravity and get the hostages out of there," he stated. On it. At that point, she ended the call. When Midoriya looked up, Bakugo was running in with his hand up. The explosive fake villain fired an explosive round point blank at him, but he was too late to react. The attack was a spectacular attempt to give him the upper hand, but it didn't do much damage. When the pretend villain grabbed the young inheritor's arm and threw him out of the building with an explosion, it worked. Bakugo pressed against his ear and moaned. "Hey Cheeks, tell me you got the hostages." "Kriti is holding her ground. I'm trying to go for them, but she keeps stopping me," she said. "Wah ponytail. Damn it, of course, this would be her idea. Make her float or something and get them back." "What do you think I've been doing?" Bakugo snarled and bit his tongue. "I'd hate to say it, but having another villain on site might be beneficial," he replied. "I won't be able to get to a console and set up the call." "Find an opening and use one of the towers," she suggested. Bakugo turned off the communicator and blasted out of the building, only to be struck by a blast of air. "Shut up and focus," Bakugo said. With his Air Force gauntlets ready, Midoriya patiently awaited the return of his opponent. He shot the fictitious villain in the stomach with a single, well-aimed blast of air, halting his progress. Bakugo groaned as the blast caused a persistent pain and he fell hard onto his back. When he landed, Midoriya winced. When he noticed Bakugo rolling over on his stomach with his right arm beneath his body, he halted his rush to assist the fictitious villain. As the fictitious villain rolled over and threw an explosive blast at the young inheritor, it took him too long to realize the trap he had just entered. The windows of the surrounding buildings cracked as the explosion shook the block. As the two young heroes to be in the hostages battled in the villain headquarters, Bakugo's explosion alerted them. Uraraka had jumped out of a window, used her grapple hooks to swing around and crash into a window where Yaoyorozu was, and then used her quirk on herself. It wasn't until her big, pink books crashed into her back and propelled her skyward that the everything hero realized what she had done. Yaoyorozu leapt to her feet and rolled backward using her momentum. She let go of her bow staff and covered her hand with a boxing glove by pressing her fist against her stomach. Uraraka dropped her staff and assumed a defensive stance, grinning. Uravity followed suit as the everything hero grinned and charged in. Yaoyorozu fired a high right hook, causing the pretend villain to duck. With her quirk ready, Uraraka reached for her opponent's core, but instead she pressed against a small shield, which caused it to lose its gravity. Uraraka's bangs were barely touched by Yaoyorozu's low-angled uppercut as he retreated. She countered with a jab to the left and began to advance, catching the phony villain's blocks and sweeping dodges. She countered more successfully with each block. Uraraka charged back in after the two separated from their close-quarters altercation. She caught hold of Yaoyorozu's bow staff as she slipped beneath an approaching attack. The gloved hook of the everything hero landed squarely in her cheek as she flipped. Uraraka stumbled backward, allowing the future hero to pursue her multiple times. With a smile, Yaoyorozu created a spring-loaded boxing glove from her stomach and made direct contact with Uraraka, knocking the fictitious villain away with a rising hammer strike. The fake villain was flung backward with wide eyes by the spring-loaded gag attack. As she crashed into a wall, she screamed, What the?" The spring dropped from Yaoyorozu's stomach, and she grinned. She congratulated herself, saying, "I think I've finally improved that technique. The timing is perfect." With a moan, Uraraka stood up again and studied her opponent. She straightened her back and grinned. "Why, you definitely getting better, though that doesn't mean that I'm not," she replied. She whirled her staff and assumed a fighting stance. "Arm yourself." The everything hero prepared herself in a defensive position and grinned as she made another bow staff. "You're training with Midoriya. No wonder you're getting stronger." "Deku and I train, but I'm making myself strong on my own. I can't tell you how many times I've surprised him whenever we spar, Uraraka joked. Yaoyorozu grinned. Well then, bring it on. Their staffs clashed as the two future heroes charged forward. The sound of the metals colliding was so loud that it reverberated throughout the corridor. Uraraka swung it around to barely miss Yaoyorozu's head after jerking to the side to break her opponent's guard. They both heard an alarm as the Everything Hero slammed her staff into Uraraka's to stop another attack. The announcement was not made by Deku, but it was the sound of reinforcements approaching. The sound of Mr. Aizawa's voice reverberated across the testing grounds. The villain team has called in their enforcer. Reinforcements inbound, he stated. The ground started to tremble in an instant. After that, there was an explosion, and a lot of dust shot out of the city. Just a second ago, Bakugo was gradually losing the battle, as much as he hated to acknowledge it. Indeed, they frequently trained together, particularly when Uraraka was involved. Although Bakugo was aware of Midoriya's new tricks and even maintained his new 55% limit, the combination of speed and stamina proved to be a lethal weapon against the fictitious villain. Bakugo could no longer make out Midoriya's movements. In order to keep the explosive foe villain at bay, he kept his shoot-style attacks a secret until the very last minute and stopped announcing them before they were carried out. Every time there was a chance, Midoriya even launched compressed air shots at his opponent, though they weren't delivered one at a time. When feasible, the young inheritor fired about 3 shots for optimal effectiveness. He was really getting the better of him, and Bakugo detested that. Bakugo leapt away for a brief instant after firing a brief blast at point blank. His hands and head were beginning to hurt, and his breathing was becoming labored. He needed to move quickly because he had one last trick up his sleeve. He felt the flash drive Deku gave him by pressing his hand into his pants pocket. He could change the outcome of the battle by calling in an enforcer, but that would be acknowledging that he was unable to deal with Midoriya. He could claim that his injuries from the fight with Shigaraki were heroic, but was that really the case? He let out a moan. The only option left to him was the one he detested. Taking 2 grenade canisters from his belt, he threw them in Midoriya's direction. The 2 exploded at the young inheritor's feet, giving Bakugo the one change he needed before he could recover. The pretend villain blasted off toward the roof of the building where they first met while wearing a smokescreen. The fictitious villain quickly reached the console by scaling the building with amazing speed. Naturally, he had to move quickly because Midoriya could reach him more quickly than he could. He grabbed the flash drive and ran to the console, inserting it into the port. A straightforward command to enter the password appeared on the screen. Bakugo moaned, recalling how Deku had given him the password. He heard the young inheritor land on the roof behind him as he typed it in. The fictitious villain slammed the enter key and smashed the red button next to it, with Midoriya right behind him. The training arena was filled with the sound of the alarm. Instead of hearing Deku announce the call, he heard Mr. Aizawa make it. The villain team has called in their enforcer. Reinforcements inbound. The building shook as the 2 future heroes heard that announcement. With the possible exception of Smintos, Bakugo was unaware of any educators capable of causing an earthquake. The rumbling was followed by an explosion, and the 2 young heroes saw a single object arc toward them from the rooftops as it shot into the air. The sharp pain of danger sense told Midoriya to move, and his eyes widened. When the object crashed into the roof and crushed the building, he and Bakugo jumped off. The structure stumbled back and fell into a huge dust and debris pile. Bakugo landed beside Midoriya, who remained suspended in midair. The pain kept stabbing at the young inheritor, who clutched the side of his head. Himiko Toga seemed to be fulfilling her wish and stabbing him in the head. They noticed a figure emerge from the debris as the dust began to settle. It was a tall, rather heavy figure. He had more hair on top than the sides, and his hair was faded and short as usual. For some reason, Midoriya fell to the ground as a pair of light blue eyes glowed from the dust. His breathing was shallow and short, and he could feel his pulse quicken. He asked himself, I feel terrified. What's going on? The 2 were stunned when the large man emerged from the dust and approached them. Deku's goggles, which included a modern take on his traditional respirator, had blue eyes. Beneath a sleeveless denim jacket covered in numerous patches, he wore a skin-tight black sleeveless shirt. In addition to the faint purple branch at his right armpit, his sleeveless jacket showed more scars running down both arms. 3 of Mei Hatsume's weighted bracers with fingerless gloves encircled his forearms. He was dressed in shin-high black combat boots and beige cargo pants. Everyone in the observation room appeared to be in disbelief. Mina was left stunned and unable to finish. Is that? Kirishima yelled. That's Deku. He looks so jacked. He has more scars on his arms, ribbit. Those muscles didn't look that big before, exclaimed Hagakure. Kaminari pondered. Damn, he's really hitting the gym in the future, huh? Mr. Aizawa's gaze grew wide. Problem child. What in the world happened to you? He murmured. Deku straightened up and looked at Midoriya. With his voice muffled by his respirator, Deku said, So, you're the hero causing us trouble, Before he could reply, Deku closed the distance between them and delivered an uppercut that sent the young hero flying through the air after hitting his stomach. He landed in a stack of office supplies after crashing into a nearby building's window. Bakugo looked at the enforcer he had just released and gulped. Oh shit. Everyone in the observation room was taken aback when a villainous-looking Deku suddenly appeared on the scene and instantly sent Midoriya flying. The on-duty medic, Abigail Winters, moaned as she realized how much pain she would be taking from him at the end of the match. Recovery Girl merely shook her head at the screen and sighed. Mr. Aizawa covered his mouth to conceal the startled, "Oh," he was making, and his eyes were wide. Snipe, on the other hand, was equally as shocked as the other employees, but he was more difficult to read. Aside from Principal Nezu, when he sensed the rumbling, he concealed a tiny smirk, which only got bigger when he saw Deku show up. Well, it looks like he went and did it, he said. Parent Nezu, excuse me, Mr. Aizawa said. But did you know he was going to be out there? The principal gave a nod. He had the weights brought up from the support department before the rest of the class arrived. As the principal, I needed to know what he was planning so I could approve it for the students, he stated. Though, if I'm frighteningly honest, I fear that Deku isn't in the same level as All Might was during last year's final exam. For better or worse, All Might found himself wondering. As Deku drifted to where Midoriya landed, Principal Nezu watched the screen. That, I fear, I do not know. Deku looked around the room for his opponent as he landed in the building. He exuded strength in his movements, which betrayed his dedication to the villain enforcer's part. He located his opponent's landing spot after tossing aside the crash-landing debris. There was no debris left where Midoriya had landed. Along with a portion of his Air Force gloves, the young inheritor's mask was ripped and abandoned. Deku inhaled deeply as he surveyed the impact site. I didn't think that heroes were cowards, he said, mocking the young hero. Though I will admit, I am hoping to see more of you before I beat you. Deku strolled around the area after kicking away the pieces of a desk. Don't think you can hide forever. I have my ways of finding you, boy. The young inheritor was hidden in the shadow behind a concrete pillar in the room's corner. He used float to avoid being in his line of sight while bracing his back against the post. Midoriya struggled to regulate his breathing while covering his mouth with his hand. He could still feel the terror, but he was unable to pinpoint its source. While Midoriya was still looking, Deku moved closer to his hiding place. You were proficient in hiding, though. Finding you won't be as easy as I thought it would be, he said. Midoriya inhaled deeply and let out a nasal sigh. But if I can't find you, then perhaps your partner will be easier to find and entertain me, Deku said. I can probably have my fun with those hostages, too, while I'm at it. Midoriya's gaze grew wide. With a lowered hand, he activated full cowling. He took a quick look at his senior and was ready to attack. With Deku's back to him, he slipped out of his hiding place, kicked off the wall, and prepared his signature kick. He roared toward his opponent without a sound, with one for all on his side. The young inheritor swung his leg, thinking that the enforcer would be dazed by his blow, but Deku's instincts were quicker than he anticipated. The enforcer effortlessly deflected Midoriya's attack by turning around and lifting his arm. Midoriya swung another kick to his opponent's opposite side, but the enforcer stopped it too, and his eyes grew wide. Angry, Midoriya kicked his opponent repeatedly in succession. He used float to stay in the air and boost the speed of his attacks by putting as much energy into them as possible. The building began to feel the effects of the shockwaves from each impact as his kicks kept colliding with his opponent's blocks. The floor they were on began to tremble as though an earthquake were occurring, and the remaining glass windows began to break. The enforcer was able to put an end to their struggle when one of Midoriya's kicks completely missed Deku. He stepped out of the young inheritor's line of sight and seized his outstretched leg. Deku threw his valiant opponent into the driver's seat of a box truck after swinging him out of the building. Bakugo stood close by, his eyes wide. Midoriya jumped through the windshield of the truck after shaking off the shattered glass that had rained down on him. Deku crashed feet first into the truck's cargo hold section, crushing it in the middle as he cleared the way. The young inheritor looked at Bakugo as he jumped away from the wreckage. His eyes turned to the truck, and his shocked expression changed to a smirk. "Be quick and claim that quirk for yourself. I want to beat you as hard as you can." He recalled him saying on Naboo Island, "I'll be the next #1 hero." Is this actually a good thing? I doubt that my future self was unaware of this. He prepared himself in a defensive fighting stance after landing close to Bakugo. With his guard up, Midoriya stared at the wreckage, searching for any indication that his future self was moving. The crushed truck began to move, and he watched. With a creak of metal and a crunch of glass, the enforcer emerged from the wreckage, focusing on its target like a Terminator emerging from a roaring fire. Deku aimed for Midoriya as soon as he was completely out of the wreckage. As he got closer to his opponent, he began to shake and stretch his legs. "You're getting faster with each day that passes. Soon you'll definitely match All Might's top speed. You'll even surpass it if you keep training," he stated. With a smile, Midoriya took up his fighting position. "Although I doubt he would turn down the chance to face someone more powerful than All Might, I can't rely on Kacchan to come running in and assist me. He's not using his other quirks, but he's using his speed to keep me on my toes. I can keep him at bay with Black Whip." The young inheritor extended his arms and gave Black Whip enough power to be useful. It's time to apply that knowledge. Full cowling. One for all. Deku began to approach the hero. 55%. Midoriya hurried after Deku, who disappeared in an instant. Leaping into the air, he struck out with the Black Whip. Deku reappeared, just missing the attack that hit the ground where he stood. The enforcer locked on to his target and took off to counterattack when the attack failed. As Deku reappeared, the young inheritor blasted himself out of his reach with a Delaware smash. Flying backward down the street, he caught a mock sedan with Black Whip. He swung the car around and slammed it into his future self after readjusting. It wasn't until the cool metal struck his face that the older hero realized the move. He was thrown into an office building by the attack force, and after breaking through multiple walls, he swung his legs out and skidded to a stop. The enforcer shot back through the building, slamming into the young inheritor with his sights set on the prize. Midoriya crashed into a brick wall after flying through the air. The impact woke up the young inheritor, but Deku's counterattack was insufficient to send him through the building. He fell over a set of garbage cans after sliding to the ground. The enforcer landed in front of Bakugo, who watched as it moved slowly toward his younger counterpart. Deku taunted his younger self as he approached, saying, "I suppose that our time is up. It's such a shame, really. You showed such promise. The villains will simply watch as I clean up their mess." When Midoriya looked up, he saw Deku coming toward him. With his fist ready for an uppercut, the young inheritor revived full cowling and raced toward his opponent. Deku felt a slight prick in his head as he prepared to swiftly counter. He turned around in time to witness Bakugo's red-hot hand explode as it pressed against him, sending a tremendous shockwave through the city block. The young inheritor saw Deku's goggles fly away and land close by. The hero paused and turned back to the goggles just as he was about to confront his classmate. They were simple triangular goggles that fastened to the respirator. He grabbed the goggles with Black Whip and jumped to Bakugo. As he examined his creation, the explosive foe villain grinned broadly. When he retreated after the attack, the smoke was still quite dense. "I doubt that did much, but damn, that felt so good." Midoriya took a seat beside him. He handed the goggles to Kacchan and said, "Kacchan, check this out." Bakugo eyed his opponent and his smile dimmed. "TCH, so what? It's just his goggles," he said. "Yeah, but they were blue earlier. This is just a plain old pair of glasses with a weird shape," Midoriya replied. "And where was the blue light coming from?" Bakugo looked at the goggles and paused to consider the question. He snatched up the glasses and flung them around, searching for something that might help him answer his query. No battery packs or other power sources were visible on the opposite side of the frames, nor were there any lights that would have caused them to turn blue. He thought, what the hell? Deku's silhouette emerged as the smoke in front of them started to clear. His arms dangled beneath him as he hunched over. With his back to the two, Bakugo threw the goggles at Midoriya. "Enough chit-chat. You stand back and watch me fight him. If he's the #1 hero in the future, I have the perfect chance to fight him. You, at your peak." Sarcastically, "Yeah, because you defeated All Might last year," Midoriya shot back. Bakugo complained, "Remind me to slam your head against a wall later." Noted. More of Deku's villain costume emerged as the smoke continued to dissipate. He straightened up, keeping his back to the two, and shook his head. Midoriya felt his eyes roll into his head at that very moment, causing him to double over and clench his head. Bakugo turned and grabbed his opponent as he screamed in agony. Deku? As the searing pain continued to wear him down, Midoriya clenched his eyes shut. He pondered, danger sense. What's going on? Bakugo raised his gaze to Deku. He hadn't moved to confront them. Deku, what the hell? Something's wrong. I can't tell what it is. After Midoriya straightened up with Bakugo's assistance, the two locked onto Deku. The enforcer closed his eyes and turned to face them. He passed through the smoke and reappeared to the two in all his splendor. You should not have done that, Dynamite. If you wanted me as your opponent, then you should have made sure that attack was powerful enough to put me down, he said. Bakugo grinned. He stammered, realizing that the other students were observing and possibly listening. Like I would pass up the chance to fight you at your best. Come on. All of those techniques, he said. I want you to use them all. Deku grinned. I signed on to fight as an enforcer on the condition that I only use one technique besides my strength. You won't be leaving here satisfied, he stated. A shiver went down Midoriya's spine. He thought that didn't sound good. But if you want to fight me, then I'll oblige. Your partner needs to retrieve the hostages and lock them back up to win, Deku replied. Bakugo made tiny explosions in his palms to prepare his quirk. In preparation for battle, Midoriya fully straightened out and engaged full cowling. Deku just opened his eyes and relaxed his smile. To put it simply, the outcome was horrifying. Suddenly, the two felt helpless and small in the face of an impossibly difficult world. Their whole body froze, and their blood ran as cold as ice. Their hearts beat faster than they had a few seconds before, and their joints locked up. Midoriya felt himself want to scream, but the feeling was too familiar. In order to avoid facing Deku directly, Recovery Girl repositioned the cameras in the control center. The class behind her, as well as the majority of the faculty, were all in disbelief. Principal Nezu and All Might were the only ones who weren't taken aback. But their expressions varied as they watched. Principal Nezu watched with awe at the future symbol of peace. He had a lot of questions about the hero who had once possessed such a powerful quirk. But All Might was experiencing the complete opposite. He looked at the screen and shook his head. Young Midoriya, what on earth? The first student to speak up was Sato. So, who else saw that coming? Kaminari questioned. Bakugo blasting Deku. The hero with a sugar theme nodded. The faculty were among those who raised their hands. I feel like Deku knew it would happen too, Mina said. I wonder why they aren't doing anything, though. If anything, they're probably sizing him up. Those two took down 9, so I bet they're coming up with a strategy, Kirishima stated. Too bad we can't hear them until they use the radio, Jiro replied. Recovery Girl gave a nod. As they should by now. The game has changed for both sides now. Everything depends on Miss Yaoyorozu and Miss Uraraka, she stated. The sooner the game finishes, the better. All Might gave a nod. He gave Mr. Aizawa a quick glance. Leaning in to whisper to the erasure hero, he gave him a quick tap on the shoulder. You'll have to train young Midoriya with this ability soon, he murmured. Mr. Aizawa leaned back and nodded. He sighed as he turned back to the screen. Oh no, troublesome child. The adversary's new electric blue eyes drew the attention of both rivals. These eyes were the living embodiment of terror, in contrast to his naturally green eyes, which displayed compassion and inner strength. As Deku walked slowly toward them, neither of them was able to move a muscle. You two look as stiff as a steel beam. What happened to that courage earlier? He chided. I don't get it. I am completely immobile. Wait a minute. It feels like when I saw everything for one. It reminds us of the time we saw All for One while trying to save Kacchan. Midoriya pondered. Damn it. I am immobile. What on earth did Deku do to me? Bakugo pondered. Deku grinned and took off the respirator. Gentlemen, say hello to Paraly's Stare. This little beauty is the quirk of the first inheritor of One for All. This is the younger Shigaraki's successor, he stated. When neither of them answered, he went on. His name is lost to history, I'm afraid. Even within the core of One for All, he doesn't want to be named, but his story is good. Of course, I'll tell it to you later when Uravity recaptures the hostages. For now, though. Deku lunged at them. Bakugo watched the enforcer approach and hurled daggers. He fired his quirk when Deku got close enough, and he was fortunate that his right hand was still open before he was frozen. He protected his eyes from the blast, but his grip on them broke when the explosion was too weak to cause any harm. Midoriya saw his opportunity as he turned away and increased his power to 55%. The entire class watched as the younger inheritor doubled over by connecting a rising uppercut to his older self's stomach. With both hands clasped together and moving in a rising arc, Bakugo was right behind his opponent. Die! He yelled as he detonated another explosion at close range. Midoriya launched an attack after the explosion. He leapt away, slipping past Deku. He whirled around to confront the older man, grabbed his back, and swung his black whip at him. Midoriya threw his older self through an abandoned building with a powerful pull. Deku slammed into a parked 18-wheeler after emerging from the opposite side. Midoriya sighed as the dust settled. Before starting a group call, he took out his phone and typed for a short while. He pushed the communicator against his ear with the proper settings. Krieta, Uravati, come in. The two young women were standing apart from one another on the opposite side of the building, both clearly suffering from battle wounds. Uraraka had lost her upgraded helmet, and her hair was a complete mess. Her costume was torn, and the exposed skin showed signs of bruising. Yaoyorozu had bruises and scratches all over her body, and her signature ponytail was undone. When the call came in, the two were breathing heavily. Deku? Yaoyorozu pondered. What's going on? Deku? What are you doing? Midoriya angrily exclaimed. We must stop the test immediately. The villain enforcer is my former self, he is destroying the city. Bakugo shot back, to be fair, you're the one who sent him through a hotel. The young inheritor stated, whatever. Anyway, he is attacking the both of us, and if he finishes us off, he'll be coming for you too as well. Uraraka pondered, why would he? He's on our team. Ask Kachan about that one. Both of the young heroes let out a sigh. They all said at once, ask a stupid question. Before either young hero could say anything, an explosion in the call's background cut off communication. You guys have to make a decision and end the simulation to stop him. It took a lot from us to even slow him down. Before the building was rocked by another explosion, the two briefly locked eyes. When the two rushed to the window, they noticed a huge hole in the skyline and a cloud of smoke rising from it. The communicator of Yaoyorozu beeped. She briefly looked away before picking up the phone. This is Krieta. The robot president pleaded with her, ma'am, we heard there is a villain enforcer in the area. We need to evacuate now. Krieta said, stay put, Madam President. I'm on my way, and hung up. Uraraka was staring out the window when she looked up. I think we have a dilemma on our hands, huh? The fake anti-gravity antagonist gave a nod. I can't count on our enforcer to not attack me. As much as I want to see him in action, ending this simulation is necessary, she stated. Yaoyorozu gave a nod. So here are our choices. We either escort the hostages to the exit gates, or you capture them and me. Of course, you would have to bring us all back here, and we don't know how long they have left, she said. Uraraka's lips were pursed. Bakugo's gonna kill me for this, she thought. She turned her gaze to Yaoyorozu. Hero, I surrender. Get me out of here before that raging enforcer comes and kills us. Yaoyorozu covered her smiling face with her hand to conceal it. Desperate to get rid of the amusement, she shook her head and coughed. Okay, villain. Your heinous deeds have come to an end. Uraraka's friend made a face that made it difficult for her to contain her laughter. As she stomped on the ground, Yaoyorozu's harsh glare at the villain only made her want to laugh. She averted her gaze to the everything hero's laughter and shook her head. Yaoyorozu saw her opportunity and made a pair of Iida glasses. You will cease your laughter at once and come with me, heroism is no joke. That's when the two girls lost it. Uraraka stumbled over to Yaoyorozu, her eyes watering. After descending the stairs, the two made their way to the hostages. Midoriya was able to warn the girls, but when Deku came back, he and Bakugo were completely outmatched. In an instant, the evil enforcer reappeared and crashed into Midoriya, sending him through two parked cars. Before Bakugo could even register the enforcer's blow, he felt himself fly through the air like a bullet. After he calmed down, Midoriya jumped into the air and used Black Whip to cling to the two cars. Several thousand pounds of metal slammed into Deku as he arrived to kill his younger self. The enforcer was embedded in a crater after being slammed into the ground by the force of Midoriya's twin hammer strike. In an attempt to temporarily bury him, the young inheritor threw the cars on top of him while he was still in the air. As the enforcer blasted the cars off of him, the brief moments stretched into a few seconds. Deku rushed at his younger self after wiping the dust off his jacket. Bakugo rushed in with an explosion to Deku's face before he could counter Midoriya's surprise attack. The enforcer was slammed into a nearby building wall after the attack sent him in a different direction. Bakugo changed direction and charged forward to carry on his attack. Deku knocked the explosive fake villain away with a swing of his arm. Bakugo flew through the air as Midoriya rushed in and slammed his fist into the enforcer's stomach. Deku doubled over and gasped for air as a result of the unexpected attack. After changing his flight path, the explosive faux villain struck Deku in the face. Bakugo shot off in the other direction, but Midoriya caught Deku by the undershirt and threw him away. He put one hand over the other and grinned evilly. Die, Deku. AP autocannon. When Bakugo's first blow struck the enforcer, he instantly readjusted in midair. With a sigh, Midoriya charged in to attack as the autocannon sprayed the air with ash and smoke. Before he could approach, Midoriya felt his whole body lock up, and his pulse jumped out of control. On his own 2 feet, he stumbled and fell face first to the ground. When Bakugo felt his explosions begin to falter, he was next. He collapsed to the ground, motionless in the pose of his attack. Deku came out with his denim jacket all but ruined when the smoke cleared. His right shoulder and several other areas of his undershirt were ripped. Recovery Girl saw a jagged purple mark underneath and gasped as she zoomed in on the spot. All Might's eyes grew wide as he took a closer look at the mark. That's. Recovery Girl put a finger to her lips and turned to face him. She had a clear expression in her eyes. Later. Midoriya stumbled to his feet as Deku walked toward them. He was able to move his arms, but they all felt like lead. Pushing himself up, he slid his legs under his body. Bakugo caught Deku's attention as he saw him overcome the quirk's effects. Deku's eyes grew wide as he saw him get to his feet, and Paraly's stare turned off. Midoriya turned on his heel and gave the enforcer an uppercut to the stomach without the quirk stopping him. He doubled over, but Midoriya grabbed hold of him with Black Whip and threw him down the street. Bakugo shot into the air, grinning. When he had gone far enough, Bakugo veered off course and began to blast around him, spinning at amazing speeds and forming a tornado. When Deku saw him approaching, he made a safe landing. Howitzer, impact. Bakugo's attack sent a huge shockwave through the arena, and Deku's eyes widened. Midoriya buried his face in the crook of his elbow as the attack launched ash and smoke plumes into the air. The observation room was shaken by the explosion. As the building rocked them all to the ground, everyone inside was handing on. Kirishima was redder in the face than his hair, and Mina had to push herself away from him when the shaking stopped. He shook his head, then got up and accepted the assistance of the acid-throwing hero. Now that everyone was all right, Snipe was the first to speak. That's definitely gotten stronger than before, he stated. Behind the rest of the class, Abigail Winters nodded. I'm really thankful you guys forgave me for those QICDs earlier this year. That would have put a serious dent in Project Zero P, she stated. Sato gave a nod. Damn, you think Deku survived that? I hope so. Uraraka would be pissed if her future boyfriend died here, Zero said. Recovery Girl gave a nod. It's a good thing there's a heart monitor in all of your suits. Don't worry. Everyone is all right, she continued. Jiro cried out, wait, what? We have heart monitors. Oh yeah. It makes it easier to keep track of all of you medically. Deku decided to turn them on for this exercise too. Wait. So where's mine? Mina asked, settling in to look for any indication of a gadget. More importantly, where's Yao Momo's? Consult your updated hero uniform instruction booklets. It explains where the device is. Don't worry. Males installed the devices in male costumes, and women installed them in women's costumes, Nezu, the principal, said. The young hero who threw acid made a mental note to review her outfit later. She knew where to look, but it wasn't the right time or location to be certain. Midoriya fanned the area close to his face as the smoke started to clear. He sighed with relief as he surveyed the space. At least 2 buildings were completely leveled, and windows in some of the nearby buildings were completely broken. Every street and traffic light was torn out of its socket and inserted into a few of the buildings that were still standing. Cars were nowhere to be seen. Overall, he was fortunate to have left the area at that time. The dense smoke cloud surrounding the impact site started to clear. Midoriya's eyes grew wide as it did. Before he could see it clearly, the scene was shown by the camera connected to the observation room. Deku remained upright. He had a strong, rigid posture. Bakugo was limp in the air, and a little pool of blood had formed beneath him. Ichi put a stop to it. He stopped the explosion by catching Kacchan at the point of impact. The wave of shock. Bakugo gave a pained yelp. His right arm was entirely purple, and he dangled from Deku's extended hand. The enforcer grinned at the young inheritor, barely scratched. Nice try. But I think that was all he had. He flung the fictitious antagonist to the floor. Deku moved past him and went over to Midoriya. Now then, let's finish this. Midoriya took a brief step back and shook his head as his gaze settled on Bakugo. I'm not giving up. Deku halted his advance. I'm going to win this, I will defeat you. At 55% of one for all. I am you of the future, Izuku. I know where your limits are in this time because I lived it. Midoriya grinned. So? Just like I promised Sir Night-Eye. A shockwave was sent through the area as full cowling instantly reactivated. When Deku witnessed Midoriya's change, his eyes grew wide. His hair was lighter and flowed in the wind instead of spiking up like it used to. During the transformation, his sleeves ripped off, exposing his forearms. I will smash that future, everyone gets one. Complete cowling 65%. Deku assumed a fighting stance and grinned. You're past your limits. Let's see if you can make use of it. The two Midoriyas exchanged a smile. The two crashed into each other at such high speeds that the cameras observing them hardly had time to adjust. Since quirks were first released 200 years ago, technology has had to change to keep up with the quickly evolving times. A good place to start is with support gear. From basic armor and amateur listening devices, this technology advanced to space-age technology that could react quickly. With the introduction of high-speed quirks and people, the standard camera's capabilities also increased. With superheroes like All Might breaking speed records, the world's top cameras had to be technologically capable of capturing action shots. If you're lucky and have the right camera, you could get a picture of Golden Age All Might moving faster than light. These cameras served as drones for school surveillance in the United Arab Emirates. The conflict between the two Midoriyas was monitored by these same drones. As the two collided at high speeds, the arena trembled. Midoriya alternated between punches and kicks against the enforcer, employing float and the fighting techniques he had acquired during his training with Uraraka. It changed from a double-shoot style attack on the head and ribs to a low to mid-rising hook punch. As his younger self unleashed fast-paced blows, Deku withstood the assaults and increased his defenses. Midoriya was stunned by the enforcer's small shockwave, which caught him off guard. Deku grabbed Midoriya by the back of his head at that precise moment, slamming his knee into his stomach and forcing the air out of his lungs. The young inheritor was then flung into the lobby of an abandoned hotel by Deku's sweeping blow to the head. Taking a cue from his elder self, Midoriya reoriented and steadied himself in the air with tiny flicks of air. Floating only a few inches above the ground, he launched himself away from Deku's appearance with a dual Air Force-type smash. Moving faster than the young hero could see, the enforcer had attempted to take advantage of his speed by striking. Midoriya leapt to the overhead balcony by pushing off the reception desk and vaulting over it. Additionally, Deku smashed the desk he was at just in time. Midoriya took a combat stance, grinning. Deku rushed into his opponent and slammed into him with a strong shoulder charge after appearing in front of him. The young inheritor was unprepared for the attack, which sent him hurtling through the hotel's wall and into another structure. He slammed into the floor this time because he was unable to quickly reorient himself. The rest of 2A's young students watched from the control room as the fight continued. As the fight unfolded, everyone was riveted to their seats and gazing at the screen. Jiro rubbed her eyes and then raised her voice. She pondered, so, did he get faster all of a sudden? Kaminari yelled, doesn't he have a limit? Well, he hasn't broken any bones yet, Mina said. When Kirishima said, keyword being, yet, here, I'm still reeling from the fact that he stopped Bakugo's howitzer like that. Abigail was massaging her right arm behind him. That'll be a bitch and a half to heal, she stated. That was brutal. Who would have thought Midoriya would be that strong? Shoji replied. Nezu, the principal, glanced at All Might. The animalistic principal made the former #1 hero turn away. If he had control of that power last year, the League of Villains would not have taken Bakugo. Imagine that, said Tokiyami. The strongest hero out of all of us was in last place last year. Hagakure laughed. Who would have thought? I can't remember what I thought UA was going to be like before the first day. I can't remember either, said Sato. Mr. Aizawa grinned. I'm happy to hear that you all have improved so much in the last year. Keep pushing yourselves to newer heights, he said. Yes, sir. Midoriya had returned to the battlefield and was now fleeing. The young inheritor was able to maintain his mobility with One for All on his side by continuously dodging Deku's last-minute attacks. Midoriya leapt out of reach by using his feet or pushing away with an arm planted on the ground. moving with the grace usually associated with members of acrobatic clubs. He was able to make tighter turns when needed by using his hands, but he was also able to gain more ground by moving with his feet. Wherever his younger self was, Deku kept slamming into the ground while Midoriya moved gracefully. Every blow was an explosion that was very similar to Bakugo's. As they moved, smoke and debris would be released into the atmosphere. With his speed on his side, Midoriya would sometimes use Black Whip to leap into the air and grab onto a car. He once caught Deku off guard by grabbing onto a box truck and spinning in the air, sending him crashing hard onto the street. Midoriya continued to move, trying to stay clear of both Yaoyorozu and Uraraka's villain lair and Bakugo's resting place. A quick move with Black Whip fixed the error if he found himself heading in either direction. In order to keep his opponent focused on capturing the young hero, he launched a string of Delaware smashes at him. Deku made the decision to end their game as they raced down one street. The enforcer disappeared in a flash, putting a little more one for all into his speed, then reappeared with his hand on Midoriya's face. With great force, he immediately slammed the young hero into the ground. All Might gazed wide-eyed at the live stream in the control room. "Come on, young Midoriya." Deku viewed his younger self with Paraly's stare active as the dust settled. "Submit, hero." Looking up at his opponent, Midoriya grinned. "I won't. There are still people who are counting on me," he said. "Then surrender. Fight another day, young hero." Midoriya gave a headshake. "I am not scared of you, I will keep going." Deku's eyes narrowed. He's already adjusted to the effects of Paraly's stare. He is already aware of the emotion. Midoriya turned to face the enforcer with his right hand. Deku became aware that he was waiting calmly at that precise moment. Take this then. Delaware smash. Midoriya launched a column of air at his opponent with a single flick of his finger. Deku took off, allowing the young hero to catch his breath. He blasted away using his smash to propel himself forward after using float to hover in midair. Midoriya knocked the wind out of Deku by jamming his iron-soled feet into his stomach just as he was reorienting himself. Then he pulled himself up onto the enforcer's back by grabbing onto Deku's undershirt. Midoriya threw a twin Delaware smash at the air, sending the two flying to the ground with his feet planted on the middle of his back. As they approached, Midoriya used Black Whip to cling to one of the tall building's roofs, causing Deku to fall alone. Debris and smoke flew into the air as the enforcer crashed hard into the ground. Midoriya was happy with his work, so he jumped off the building and descended slowly using float. Eventually, he touched down close to the location of Deku's crater. His older self was already upright when he looked in. "You're getting better, Izuku. Pretty soon, you can inflict lasting damage on someone like me," he replied. Midoriya swallowed. Until then. He lifted his hand and sent the young hero through a nearby building with a point-blank Delaware smash. Before driving off to complete his task, Deku shook off Midoriya's previous attack and extended his arms. Midoriya was still standing when he got there. He was fortunate to be stopped by the enormous vault door, which was still sealed, when he crashed into a bank. With all of the smoke being thrown into the air, his uniform was starting to appear ripped and filthy. Deku felt a sense of pride at seeing his opponent still standing. As Deku walked into the building, Midoriya grinned. His words, "I'm still not giving up." Deku chuckled. "You do know that defeating me is pointless for the exam. You don't win when I'm taken down," he stated. Midoriya continued to smile as he nodded. "I know. We win when we get the hostages to safety." At his younger self, Deku's eyes narrowed. Midoriya's ear comm was producing static when the enforcer activated enhanced hearing because there was no outward sign that enhanced senses was active. He turned to face the enormous hole he had created, and his eyes grew wide. Wait a minute. The arena was filled with the sound of the alarm. The hero team successfully escorted the hostages to safety and captured the villain. Hero team wins. Deku's jaw hung low as he stooped. He remained this way for several minutes before a chuckle and a cunning smile replaced his shocked expression. He turned to face his younger self and went up to him. He reached out and lifted Midoriya to his feet. "You got me good," he remarked. Midoriya braced himself on the small piece of desk and grinned. "I didn't think you would stay distracted for so long," he said. "It's a good thing that I didn't stay down all of those times." Deku chuckled. "Consider this. I don't have anyone in the future I can train with that can keep up with me. I had a little too much fun here," he stated. After a brief moment of laughter, the two Midoriyas departed the room. "Come on. Katsuki is probably pissed at me for leaving him in the dust like that," Deku replied. Midoriya paused for a moment. "Katsuki? You don't call him Kachan anymore? Deku grinned. The change will be worth it, now come on. Deku arrived with Midoriya and Bakugo after the girls were brought in for treatment and the QICDs were put back in their holding cells. Despite their wounds, the two could still walk. When they reached the facility, Bakugo's good arm was over Midoriya's shoulder. Bakugo was seated by the young inheritor at the temporary medical tent that Abigail Winters had set up, where the young woman was waiting. Recovery girl, and she watched Bakugo lay down on a cot. Deku approached Abigail as Recovery girl led her through the evaluation procedure and took a tiny, metal tube out of his pocket. The tube featured a dispenser at the bottom and a button at the top. "Open up," he said to the dynamic hero. Bakugo shot back, "Fuck you. You could have blasted my arm off." "Hey, I know your explosions. You knew what I was about to do, and you dampened your howitzer's strength," Deku replied. "Open up." Bakugo squinted at the symbol of peace of the future. Deku placed the tube over his tongue as he reluctantly opened his mouth. A tiny pill emerged from the tube when a button was pressed. "Chew and swallow. It's a healing stimulant that should make it easier for Abigail to heal you," he stated. "It tastes like a Pepto-Bismol," Bakugo remarked. "Just swallow it," and he did. Deku looked over at Abigail. "You shouldn't have too much of a problem with healing him," she was told. "I'll wait until we're all done before I give the final debrief." Midoriya gave a nod. Pulling a tablet into the young hero's hand, he said, "You might need one too, Izuku." Standing at Bakugo's head, Abigail watched the young hero pop his tablet. She took a deep breath and placed her hands on either side of his head. "Ready." "Just do it," complained Bakugo. Abigail used her quirk and rolled her eyes. From her hands, gold mist poured out, converging on the temples of the explosive hero. Then, like a waterfall, the mist fell down his body. His wounded arm and a few other places on his body started to glow a deeper shade of gold. Abigail let out a cry and swore. She could feel his arm injury starting to show on her own body, along with some cuts and bruises from the glass that must have fallen on him. Abigail's body started to exhibit signs of the fight as Bakugo's wounds healed. But the cuts and bruises vanished as soon as they appeared. Abigail's arm did not turn purple like the explosive hero's. The gold mist vanished after the healing process was complete. Bakugo felt no pain when he flexed his previously injured arm. He picked himself up and sat at the edge of the bed, groaning. "That's fucking weird," he remarked. Abigail gave a nod. She took a lollipop out of her jacket and said, 4 months later, and it still is. Have a lollipop for being a good sport about it." "Shove it," he said. "I'm not into that." "Take it," she shot back. Bakugo accepted the lollipop while Deku laughed. As they all stepped out of the temporary tent, he complained. Now that Bakugo was completely recovered, the three of them went into the observation room. Uraraka jumped Midoriya as soon as they walked into the room and hugged her tightly. Deku went up to the entire class while the feisty young hero made it a point to gag aloud. There was a good reason why everyone was still buzzing. A montage of everyone's performance from the exercise was displayed on the screen behind him. It was an inspiring experience when the appropriate music was dubbed over it. Mr. Aizawa and Snipe stood beside Deku, and he waved to every student. Principal Nezu perched on the back of Deku's head after climbing up his back. "Hello everyone. I can see you all are in high spirits," he said. Kirishima yelled, "Hell yeah, talk about a dramatic finish." "Yao Momo and Uraraka are MVPs for sure," exclaimed Mina. "I had a lot of fun messing with you, Ribbit," Sue told Tokiyami. "Your mucus is very potent," the Birdman said. Deku grinned. Yaoyorozu had received a high five from Midoriya and had bumped fists with Todoroki. Bakugo was watching the highlight reel in the meantime. When he saw how Kirishima had been captured, he began to laugh at him. "You look like a piñata," he yelled. Kirishima pleaded, "Ah, come on, don't be like that," as Shiro and Kaminari laughed too. Both Mina and Todoroki smiled at Bakugo's enjoyment as they observed the group laughing. But Deku gestured for everyone to calm down. "Hey, everyone, I wasn't done yet." Everyone came to a halt. With a sigh, Deku went on. "I'm so glad you all enjoyed this exam. It wasn't like fighting robots or the pros from last year, and I'm glad we got to see some new dynamics on the battlefield. It goes to show you that you can and will be called on to help other heroes at a moment's notice," he said. "Even though roughly half of you failed your objective, no one in here just gave up. You all gave it your best shot and found out that your opponents were a step ahead of you. There's nothing wrong with failure. The enforcers were meant to be a surprise, and I'm glad that they were called in. I'll be honest, though. I expected every team to call in their enforcer, but 2 calls are better than none in my book. You all were thrown into the battle with no idea of what to expect and still went for it. Great work, all of you. Snipe stood up and nodded. Now, I have a couple of announcements before we let you all go. Firstly, your grades. You'll have your grades by 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. You will still be showing up to class in the morning, but it will only be homeroom. Second, you'll all be turning in your required training hours to me in class tomorrow. You have until 5 o'clock tonight to log them in before it's lights out in the gyms. You can still train outside of gym hours. Make sure you have either the class rep or the vice rep around to log them in. Thirdly, Class 2B will be coming in at noon to take their final exam. It'll be the same as what you did, but you are not to tell them anything. If you want to stay, you can get comfortable here, understand? The class all said, yes, sir, at once. And finally, a special announcement. The rest of this week and the next 2 weeks are your summer vacation days. Since you all passed your provisional license exams, there is no special need to train. However, that doesn't mean you have no responsibilities until the autumn term rolls around. Deku here will be hosting a special 2-on-1 bootcamp in the TDL. This is entirely optional to all of you. Sign-ups will be available at the end of next week. The 2-on-1 aspect of it is pretty simple. If you sign up, you will be paired with another one of your classmates. That decision will be mine alone, so don't expect to be training with your best friend, Deku stated. Beyond all of that, you all have the next month and a half off from your academics. This will be your first summer in the dorms, so I hope you all stay safe and out of any trouble. The school will remain open so that you won't have any issues traveling to and from the dorms. Keep the curfew in mind, though, Nezu, the principal, said. The pool will be open to student use, with a proper heads up, of course. Snipe got everyone's attention with a single clap. Class dismissed. Thank you, sir. They all turned and left through the door. Bakugo and Kirishima were among the few students who remained in class. Deku looked around the room and fixed his gaze on All Might, who was standing at a set of doors that led out. With All Might at his heels, Principal Nezu jumped off his head and left. Mr. Aizawa gave him a back pat. We need to talk about some things, he stated. Deku gave a nod. The teachers were aware of the hidden purposes of the temporary city, which was primarily constructed to train the next generation of heroes. For starters, privacy existed. Not every room in every building was completely renovated to withstand young quirks. Teachers who needed a respite from teenagers could find temporary housing and hidden lounge rooms in certain rooms. There was a teacher's lounge in one of these rooms, complete with electricity and furniture that gave the impression that it was occupied. The room felt cozy and airy, with bright wallpaper and plenty of lighting. The couches appeared to be fairly new. Everyone took a seat around the room once all of the teachers had been identified. Deku sat with his back to everyone on the couch. I think we all know what's the topic going to be in here. Aizawa, Snipe. We know, said Mr. Aizawa. All Might filled in the details last year. A little heads up earlier in the year would have been nice. All Might gave a sheepish grin. Anyway, we are all familiar with One for All and its rapidly changing nature. I think I speak for all of us when we have to wonder about the quirk you displayed today, Nezu, the principal, said. Deku gave a nod. Yeah, I figured you would all be put off about it. I'll be honest, I wasn't a fan of it myself when it first manifested, he said. Everyone appeared to hunch over. Paraly's Stare is a powerful quirk stored within One for All. When All for One's brother realized the power of One for All, he trained it as much as he physically could. It wasn't enough, in the end, so he passed it on. To a hero? Inquired Principal Nezu. Deku gave a headshake. He passed it on to a villain. Specifically, a villain within All for One's inner circle, he explained. The eyes of All Might grew wide. But, how is that possible? I figured that only heroes were given the quirk, Snipe thought. This was later. The younger brother knew that there were those in All for One's inner circle that doubted him. He even assigned an enforcer to watch over the younger Shigaraki so he couldn't cause trouble, but that backfired. The younger brother sought him out and passed One for All onto him, hoping to increase its power, and it worked. The heroes all remained silent, allowing him to carry on with the tale. At the end of his life, the first to inherit the quirk struck his name from public records. He erased himself so no one would know his secrets. Even within One for All, he doesn't want to be named. I've only seen his face once, and that was enough, Deku said. The quirk is a strange one to me. The power allows me to summon the fears that I have and projects them as energy through the eyes. The stronger the fear I summon, the stronger the fear I project, he stated. His eyes turned blue as he blinked. Only a moment passed before the feeling vanished, turning his eyes back to green. Mr. Aizawa questioned, and it works with anyone? Deku gave a headshake. There are a lot of people who can overcome their fears. Izuku managed to overcome Paraly's stare when I used it against him. My enemy, the Chaos King, cannot be stopped with this power. Between all of us, I've been working on fixing that. Aizawa put a hand up to his chin. Who do you use his power on? Rampaging villains, if possible. Petty thieves when they're trying to run. Sometimes, when I'm off duty, and someone wants to try and start something dangerous, a quick flash of Paraly's stare will make them jump and abandon their plans, Deku responded. Nezu, the principal, nodded. Do you know when your younger self will activate the power? We can be ready to help him train with it when the time comes. Sheepishly, Deku blushed and scratched the back of his head. Well, it's funny when you say that. He actually unlocks the power soon. I'd say it's days from now. Though it could be hours. Really? You remember the day well? Deku held his head in his hands and looked down. It's a day that's burned in my memory. I'll never forget it. All Might questioned, was it bad? Deku lifted his head and began to laugh. Be bad? It was the most awkward day of my life, he said frankly. Now All Might was interested. What happened? Deku took a slow breath and covered his mouth. He had a fiery red face. Well. Every member of the faculty leaned in. I accidentally activated it while sharing an intimate moment with Uraraka. Oh, God. Moaned Mr. Aizawa. Snipe replied, yikes. You're right about it being awkward, as he lowered his hat to conceal his face. I feel like my master would have died of laughter if she wasn't already, said the All Might. Young love at its finest, said Principal Nezu. Deku gave a headshake. I accidentally used it on her, and she panicked. She didn't talk to me for a few days after that. I've had to start using a blindfold whenever we do those things. Even when I go to sleep, he said. Inside his mask, Snipe snorted. For some reason, Mr. Aizawa appeared to want to laugh. Nimari would have enjoyed hearing that, he replied. She wouldn't let you live it down. He was asked by Deku. Experience? Mr. Aizawa gave a middle finger in response. Anyway, I can train Midoriya to use Paraly's stare when it comes up. Personally, I think you should do it since you're the one with the same quirk, the hero of Erasure replied. As for the others? Inquired Principal Nezu. After Paraly's stare comes enhanced senses. The power will allow my younger self to instantly strengthen one of his 5 senses at the expense of others. Like I told Snipe, with proper training, he could upgrade that limit to 2 senses. Mei Hatsume and Kyoka Jiro will help my younger self there since enhanced hearing and sight are their specialties. Present Mike won't be the best teacher for enhanced speech, but the help would be appreciated. As for touch and smell, inquired Principal Nezu. Deku gave a shrug. Those are trial and error. My path might be different than his, though. I'll leave notes behind when I return to my time, he replied. That brings us to wielder number 6. And since the younger Shigaraki's successor is the source of Paraly's stare, that leaves quirk number 3. It was the final one from an unidentified user, All Might concluded. Without mentioning the user, Mr. Aizawa looked at Deku and said, So? What? The symbol of peace asked, looking up. The third user. Who was it? Which quirk is it? After a brief pause, Deku sighed and got to his feet, saying, I'd rather not. Deku, we need to know this information. We have not been able to identify the 2 unknown quirks or their users. Principal Nezu stated, You're the only one who knows and could give us an advantage when it comes to training your younger self. Respectfully, Principal Nezu, I won't give you all of that information. It is risky to use the third user's quirk. Witnessing it is even worse. I vowed never to use the power again after using it just once. I hope my younger self will reach the same conclusion if he unlocks it, he said. Wait a second. Snipe yelled. I apologize, sir. The only reason we came in here was to talk about Paraly's stare. We must be prepared for the impending arrival of Class 2B. Before leaving the pros in the room, Deku said, I'm sure Recovery Girl is waiting for us in the other room. Getting out of his chair, Principal Nezu said, Let's get started. The next test is coming up, he stated. Sir, Snipe said, how about Deku? We shouldn't press the issue further, Principal Nezu said, shaking his head. We have a task to complete for the time being. Additionally, he clarified, it sounds like our young hero went through an ordeal that turned him away from using the ability. Forcing it out of him will only make things worse. After letting the fuzzy principal climb his arm and settle on his shoulders, All Might sighed and got to his feet, saying, "Let's get going." Mr. Aizawa and Snipe exchanged glances before getting up and leaving the room. The following day. What? They all stood outside their classroom, where a corkboard was set up, and their scores were printed out on a sheet of paper with a few columns beside the names of the students. The first column contained their scores from the written exam, and all of them were above the minimum requirement to pass. Even those who struggled the previous year were shocked to see how high they soared. Class 2A screamed with the collective power to rival Present Mike on a good day. Teams 1 and 5 were the only ones with Enforcer in brackets in the second column, which focused on the 2 versus 2 final exam the day before. 10 of them had success, and the rest of the class had failed. The third column contained the reason for the outcry. Their final grade from the battle was in the column. Even though 10 of them failed the objective, their final grade was stamped with "Pass" in large, red letters. All of US passed. "I'd say congratulations are in order," Snipe said to Yaoyorozu, grinning beneath his mask as he saw them all crammed into the board. "BB but the mock battle," she said, turning to face the Western pro-hero. "A few of us didn't succeed," Kaminari grumbled. "Yes, you did," Snipe said with a nod. Snipe stated, 10 succeeded and 10 failed. "B but." Snipe chuckled. "Ms. who informed you that the mock battle was for a grade, Yaoyorozu?" He questioned her. When he said that, the entire class fell silent. "Come on in, everybody," everyone responded appropriately when he called out to them. "I'll be taking the final roll call in a few moments," Snipe said as he reached under his podium and took out a cardboard box as everyone shuffled into their seats. "You will come up and turn in your training log cards when I call your name. To ensure I know who did what, please make sure your name appears on it. Make sure that any training time you spent outside of gym hours is recorded and that Ms. Yaoyorozu or Mr. Midoriya's signature is on it," he advised. The stun gun hero leapt at Midoriya for his signature as Snipe sat down to let them all sort things out, and Kaminari was the only one who panicked and scrambled for a pen. Uraraka laughed as she saw him sign his name smoothly. "It's so weird to have to ask them for a signature for my work," Iida muttered as he examined his training card in front of her. "Iida, are you thinking back on the past?" Uraraka questioned him. "I'm proud of Yaoyorozu and Midoriya," he said, nodding and putting down his card. "Their leadership of the class has been outstanding. I wonder how they would have done last year," he remarked. "Hey, you did great last year," his friend in anti-gravity said. "Although it would have been a nightmare for you if you found out about Deku and me back then. It would have been a stressful week, to say the least," Iida said with a laugh. The two looked up to see Yaoyorozu signing Jiro's and Shoji's cards behind him, Kaminari repeatedly slapping Midoriya's back while holding his training log card, and everyone getting up to turn in their completed cards. "Thank you, everyone," Snipe said, putting the box away after they had all turned in their cards. "If you want to stay in shape until the next term begins, Deku's summer bootcamp is optional, but the next few weeks will be all yours, and you won't be given any training cards for the term," he said. "Now, just because the term is over, that doesn't mean you'll be running around and going crazy. I have some ground rules to establish because this will be your first summer living in the dorms. Rule 1 states that each building's air conditioners are centralized, providing coverage for the entire structure. I beg you not to leave it on all day. Don't do it," he said, adding that it would be costly and unnecessary. Rule 2. Unless instructed otherwise by the class representative or vice president, keep the door open if there are several people in a room at once. Co-ed couples must adhere to these rules, understand? Snipe eyed Midoriya and Uraraka, but his mask prevented the rest of the class from seeing it. Rule 3. You still have a curfew, he said. You must be on campus by 10 p.m. and in your designated building by 12 a.m. Follow instructions to turn off lights when instructed, and everything will work out. Finally, let the staff know if you intend to be away from the Heights Alliance for longer than 3 days. You understand that giving your representatives advance notice will make their job easier when they take roll call in the mornings. Yes, sir. Enjoy your summer break, everyone, Snipe said, nodding. Please don't do anything crazy and be reasonable. I don't want to begin the fall term with someone who is either missing or pregnant, he stated. Hagakure held up her intangible hand and said, Has that ever happened? Yes, it has. Recovery Girl has a supply of birth control in her office for a reason, he said. Anyway, everyone, be careful. All right, summer vacation at last, he said as he picked up the box beneath the podium and walked out of the room, leaving everyone to unwind and some to recline in their seats. Kaminari gave a cheer. I'm coming, sunshine and ice cream, You doing anything, Madam Prez? Mina exclaimed, reaching for her book bag. As she gathered her belongings, Yaoyorozu grinned and said, funny you should mention that. As he tucked his hero journal into his bag, Midoriya grinned and said, Midoriya and I were talking about what we should do to celebrate another successful term, and we got to thinking about how to celebrate. Yao Momo, tell me you're about to say. Hagakure and Mina both slammed their hands on her desk. There's a section of Takoba Beach that has fire pits, the everything hero grinned. We were considering having a barbecue and a small 2A beach party, she said. Mina's smile tripled in size, and stars formed in her eyes. You are fantastic, she screamed, attracting the attention of a few of the guys. Yaoyorozu said, Takoba Beach was really Midoriya's idea. Yeah, but I can't give him kisses for the idea, she continued to smile. Yaoyorozu remarked, fair enough, as the acid-throwing hero leapt up and gave her several kisses on the cheek. I can wear a swimsuit without worrying about Mineta. Same here, Ribbit. However, we will require items for the fire pit. Utensils, a grill, firewood. Sato began to go through the list. We're also gonna need food to cook and chairs and blankets, Midoriya stated. We'll do a supply run in a little bit while everyone gets ready. Me and you. Sato pondered, and anybody else who is able to participate, Iida? I'm in. Jiro? Midoriya inquired. I'm game, she declared. Yaoyorozu, and I'll help get everything ready at the dorms, added. As they all left the room, Midoriya and Uraraka waved at the former pro hero, Snipe and All Might, who were conversing in the hallway. Everyone began to express support for their outing. All Might went on, he's working a case right now, after the students had left their meeting. Did they really say Takoba Beach? All Might pondered. Snipe gave a nod. I don't like the idea of having Midoriya under constant supervision, but with Tamura Shigaraki out there, I don't want to take any chances, he stated. If anything, he continues to remain silent in order to evaluate his advantages. He's not prepared to attack us once more, All Might remarked. I understand, but I don't want to take any chances. I have papers to review, but I'd go out there and watch them, Snipe said. I can try calling Deku and see if he can take some time to keep track of them, All Might said, nodding. But just in case, we need a backup, he said, taking out his phone. In any case, what is he working on? He can't really register as a future hero, Snipe pondered. There were a few obvious things that prevented Deku from being arrested, but he was camped out behind a dumpster on the opposite side of the city, watching a small group of men standing around an empty van, looking like a criminal stalking a group of unsuspecting workers while wearing his respirator and hoodie. Deku had to break up a robbery in progress, which included 3 things. First, the men waiting around were all dressed in suits with the Chaos Star embroidered on the back. Second, some of the men were carrying rifles. And third, actual retail employees were loading the van while being held at gunpoint. After loading the goods into the truck, Deku lifted his hood and sprang into action, grabbing 2 gang members by the collars and throwing them into the open dumpster lids behind him. The other members of the gang turned to face him and fired their weapons. The future symbol of peace grinned, calmly disarmed the criminals and pressed them to the ground, then began to arrest them while whistling to the tune of Hero 2. Deku's perilous stare had enough power to freeze everyone in their own fears instead of raining bullets. He turned off his quirk as he stacked the criminals on top of one another, saying, So? You guys trained for Black Friday early, huh? Hero, screw you. The public no longer wants people like you. They spat out one of them. He replied, I'm pretty sure the public doesn't want their access to flat-screen monitors to disappear either, but hey, that's just me. While holding a stout thug with antlers sticking out of his head. Where were you when Endeavor got outed as Father of the Year, huh? Another gang member said as he put the thug down. Did you accompany him? He uttered those words. I was trying to keep one son from killing the other, Deku said, sighing as he completed zip-tying the thugs. You were aware that Tamura Shigaraki intended to destroy Hero Society. He was successful. What have you been up to lately? He snorted. You have no idea what I've been doing, Deku said, moving to the dumpsters and grabbing the 2 thugs he had thrown inside before throwing them on the pile. However, destroying society won't make any issues go away. All you'll be doing is giving the Chaos King and all for one more authority to dominate everyone else, he said. Long live the king, said one of the thugs, he yelled. Speaking of which, do any of you know where to find the Chaos King? Deku asked, rolling his eyes. He remarked, I owe him a punch in the face. His skin is stronger than steel, hero. The thugs chuckled. One of them remarked, Punching him in the face would not accomplish anything. Really, it's more therapeutic than productive. So, where is he? The symbol of peace groaned as he sorted through all of the captured gang members, and all of the thugs remained silent. All right, then, keep your secrets, he said. I'll locate him by myself. Deku checked on the workers who were being held at gunpoint after wrapping up the remaining thugs like a Christmas present. Are you all okay? He asked them while taking off his hood and respirator. Thanks for that, Hero, said one of the staff members with a nod. Even though we have insurance, it would have been terrible if they had simply fled, she remarked. The other person admitted, I'll be honest, I wasn't expecting anyone to show up. You guys needed help, Deku said, nodding. I wasn't going to watch helplessly, he declared. Still. Thanks, the female employee grinned. You were looking for someone? The male employee asked, reaching into the van as he passed her. Their boss, Deku said, nodding. Have you already made a police call? The manager already did, the female employee stated, so we just have to wait? Yes. Until they arrive, I'll remain with you guys. With the final part of his remark directed at the group of Discorder gang members, Deku said, just in case someone wants to try something. Hero Society will perish. In response, Deku said, you sound like a broken record. His fists and forearms grew large and red as one of the gang members escaped his restraints and charged at the hero. His arms took on the appearance of armor, and judging by his sardonic smile, that's exactly what it was. Your deceptive tactics won't work on me, hero, now pass away. The gang member delivered a single blow with a swing of his powerful gauntlets, but he was unsuccessful because Deku deflected the blow with one hand, causing everyone to look shocked. The gang member who was most shocked had wide eyes and a shiver down his spine. He attempted to push against Deku's block, but the young symbol of peace remained motionless. Deku lowered the gang member's arm and grinned, saying, transformation quirk, huh? Although wearing heavy armor gauntlets increases your strength, they appear to restrict your range of motion. If you shadow boxed with the gauntlets on, you'd be able to punch faster, he said. The color scheme makes me think of Iron Man, the early comic book hero. Is the color natural or do you have control over it? The gang member grunted, shut up. If that's real metal, you could definitely be a tank hero. Your defense would be extraordinary. Damn. What a wonderful power, said Deku. The gang member reddened. Now, power down and sit with your friends. I don't really want to hurt you, he stated. The gang member followed his advice and sat on the ground after powering down. The other gang members were too taken aback by his strength to speak to their comrade. Now that the threat had been eliminated, Deku turned back to his colleagues. He said, you guys okay? Okay. Damn, that was awesome, bellowed the female employee. Didn't even break a sweat. That punch must have been super strong, exclaimed the male employee. Oh, he hit hard, but if you can see the attack coming, it won't matter how strong you are, he replied. Speed and strength are awesome combinations to have, and adding a good technique to the mix will certainly make combat better. The female employee remarked, but, giving a villain that kind of advice? That's just asking for trouble. Probably, but it's also important to respect others and the hard work they put into their craft. I've met plenty of villains in my time, and most of them aren't necessarily evil. Just, in a tough spot. Deku jumped onto the roof of the van and unwinded while the two employees grinned and sat at the building's steps. When he took out his phone, he saw that a message was waiting for him. Every might. Call me when you get this, Deku. With a sigh, he dialed the number. Hey, Deku? The former professional remarked, oh good, it actually worked. Are things going well? How did the children react to the final surprise? They feel deceived, but overall happy at their passing marks, he stated. I need a favor from you. Obviously. What is it? I still feel bad about letting the majority of the class go without any support as they head to Takoba Beach to celebrate the end of the term. In case someone from the PLF tries something, I was hoping you could follow them. When do they leave? Deku asked, glancing first at the two employees and then at the group of Discorder gang members. In a few hours. Great. I will meet with the class after completing a report that I need to submit to the local police department. Thank you, young man. All Might immediately hung up. Deku sighed and pocketed his phone, murmuring, of all the places in Japan. Sir? Are you all right? The male employee questioned him. Yeah, Deku said with a smile. I just need to finish an additional task later. It appears that today will be hectic, he remarked. The teenagers nodded and sat in silence for a while longer before Deku leapt off the van and changed his hood and respirator as police sirens began to sound. After filing the appropriate report and getting his name cleared by the police, Deku left the local precinct and met up with Class 2A, who had just arrived at the beach's parking lot with bags full of towels, 2 coolers full of ice and drinks, carried by Sato and Midoriya, and other items one would bring to a beach hangout. Yaoyorozu led the way, and they easily found their spot. Deku had replaced his gauntlets with 2 silver bands, one on each wrist, and had replaced his hoodie with a black tank top. He also had a pair of dollar store glasses on his head. Iida was the first to call out to him, and it took a moment for the class to recognize him. "Deku, why are you here?" "Catching some sunshine while I can," he remarked as the other students turned to watch the symbol of peace approach them. "It's such a beautiful day out here, isn't it?" "Yes," Jiro remarked, "I'm glad the city finally cleaned it up. I remember when this was a landfill." "It is a relief," Deku remarked. "Anyway, I won't be getting in your way or anything, so enjoy your day," as Uraraka glanced at Midoriya, who grinned back at her. "You're not going to stay?" Did Shoji ask. "Besides, it's your day today, so no. You all made it through the first term of your second year and passed your final exams." Deku insisted. "You don't need someone to follow you around." "Are you certain?" Yaoyorozu inquired. "Enjoy yourselves," Deku said with a smile. Before they could press him any further, he turned and left, saying, "I'll catch you all later." After Deku left, the students proceeded to set up their day trip, with Midoriya helping to put the coolers down and Jiro setting up her Bluetooth speaker on one of them, Iida helping to arrange the chairs and blankets while Mina and Shoji set up the umbrellas. Their place was formally theirs after a few minutes. "All right, everybody, please remember that we still represent the United Arab Emirates and have a reputation to maintain. He ought to respect other beachgoers and maintain order," Iida declared. "Dude, what?" Ciro remarked, "You're acting like your class representative once more." After a brief pause, the former class representative sighed and said, "I forget." "In any case, we do need to be respectful," said Yaoyorozu, grinning as she let out a giggle. "We are still in the process of becoming heroes. Everyone, stay safe and enjoy yourself." As the class applauded, a few of them fled to the beach, leaving Midoriya, Uraraka, and Yaoyorozu at the side. Uraraka pushed her boyfriend as the everything hero arranged her chair. "You didn't want to tell them?" she inquired. "Nah. They don't need to," Midoriya remarked. "Tell them." Yaoyorozu pondered. "What should I tell them?" "That it was Deku who cleaned up the beach last year," Uraraka stated. "Really? By yourself?" Yaoyorozu pondered. "Was it community service or something?" Midoriya asked, nodding. "No, it was training." The young successor explained. "It's a long story, but in order to use my quirk effectively, I had to work out my entire body." A chuckle escaped Yaoyorozu's lips. "Did it work?" "Nope, but at least I got a great workout and killed 10 months. I think it was worthwhile," Midoriya grinned. With a smile, Yaoyorozu put on her sunglasses and said, "You two, behave. I expect the two of you to know your limits when in public because you are the only out couple in the class," she remarked. Uraraka grinned and said, "You sound like a mom, Yao Momo," as she and Midoriya turned to leave the everything hero. When the couple arrived at the shore, they saw their classmates having a good time. Kirishima, Hagakure, and Shoji were all occupied with burying Shinso under the sand. Mina and Sue were swimming quite far away from them, earning some stern remarks from Iida, who feared that a high tide would sweep them away, and the rest of the class was either exploring the coast or taking in the waves crashing close to the shore. With a smile, Midoriya put his arm around Uraraka's waist and murmured, "What a beautiful day." "Thanks for suggesting this place, Deku," the anti-gravity hero said, kissing her boyfriend on the cheek. "It's wonderful to see everyone unwinding here," she remarked. "And then there's Kachan." Bakugo was burying Ciro in the nearby sand when the couple turned around, but instead of being buried lying down like Shinso, Bakugo was burying him up to his head with a bucket on his head, holding All Might's face and a sticky note that read, "I am." Buried in the sand, the young couple was staring at the explosive hero, but he was too preoccupied with laughing and taking pictures of him to notice. "Deku, you're growing stronger," Uraraka said with a smile. "You've reached 55% now?" she inquired. "According to the vestiges, another quirk is on the horizon," Midoriya said, nodding. "But hey, you're getting stronger too. The sooner I master one for all completely, the sooner I can fight Shigaraki," he said. "I witnessed your altercation with Yaoyorozu. She's really good with her weapons," the anti-gravity hero grinned. "In order to make the next fight a little more fair, I want to find out more about them, she remarked. Are you serious? You're more agile than she is, Ochako. While she works on melee weapons, you incorporate more hand-to-hand martial arts into your fighting style. I think it's fairly even, he remarked. Deku, thank you. Next month, I'm enrolling in that boot camp. I think training with your older self will be interesting, she pondered. I think I will too, said Midoriya, nodding. He might be able to shed some light on the remaining quirks for me. He said, I'm sure he's mastered them all after 12 years. The future symbol of peace was standing at the railing overlooking the beach, and he sighed when he heard Midoriya discussing the other quirks. He turned off his quirk and leaned onto the railing, unaware that Deku was using enhanced hearing to listen in on their conversation. The symbol of peace was standing at the edge of the pier, wearing a suit vest and white-collared dress shirt underneath. He was not wearing his trademark red boots with black slacks, and he didn't feel the same as he had when he was at UA. He noticed a memory creeping in as he looked out on the beach. The sun and everyone else vanished. There was Uraraka, he recalled, Bakugo, with Yaoyorozu and Mirio Tagata at his heels, the clouds rolling in like a storm, which in a sense it was, his heart clenching in his chest, his blood still rushing beneath his skin, the cold winds grazing his bare skin, but nothing to jolt him out of his reverie. Deku closed his eyes as he heard his younger self scream in agony. The memory faded quickly, returning him to the sounds of laughter and applause on a bright day. The hero's phone began to buzz in his pocket, so he quickly pulled it out and answered, "Hello." Deku, correct, there is an urgent situation. In Isaha City, a truck struck an office building. Witnesses saw a number of men in suits running from the scene before Fat Gum caught them. The voice said, I was informed that you would want to take this due to their affiliation with the Discorder organization. You're correct. When did this occur? Just a short while ago. The truck hasn't been touched yet. Great, I will be there shortly. The caller hung up, saying, thank you, hero. Deku put his phone in his pocket and looked up to see that everyone was still having a good time, but that a little girl had lost her balloon near the coast, so he didn't have to do anything because Midoriya jumped into the air and used float to get it before coming back to Earth. The little girl hugged Midoriya and ran off with her prize back in her hands. When another memory came to mind, Deku grinned. This time, he and Ochako were adults strolling along the shore with Eri and Kota at their sides. They had recently been accepted to UA, so he took them to the beach to show them where his starting line was. Kids, never forget where you came from. He told them, I can't wait to see you become great heroes. You'll soar higher and farther than us pretty soon. As the memory faded, Deku saw Midoriya and Uraraka staring directly at him. The young heroes responded to the future symbol of peace's raised arm, and Deku left the beach parking lot after receiving the message. Deku's commute to Eshua City wasn't too long. Aside from his brief detour to the Heights Alliance to retrieve his hero uniform, it didn't take long to get to the city's outskirts. Naturally, as a hero, he didn't go directly there. On his way over, he made stops in a number of villages and neighborhoods, offering assistance if he saw villain activity or if someone needed help with something else. He managed to help lift a beam for a construction crew, snatched a getaway car full of 2-bit criminals, and helped 2 young teenagers get to the roofs of their houses to fix something. Naturally, he would always keep it brief and not linger for any photos or questions. He saw some notable changes as he approached the city. Along the route, a number of buildings were fenced off from the public and boarded up, with graphic representations of the League of Villains and the Paranormal Liberation Front lining their walls. He noticed one building that had multiple open windows through which the faint glow of a trash can fire could be seen. Some of these buildings were familiar to Deku. They had been hero agencies before they closed because their heroes retired, and with society abandoning most heroes, the pros had no choice but to fade into obscurity in order to survive the storm. Tamura Shigaraki and Dabi managed to bring a hurricane into their lives, and the eye was nowhere to be seen. The young symbol of peace landed in the shopping plaza in the center of Eshua City, where there weren't many people, and the world saw Deku for the first time. The symbol of peace sighed as he crossed an abandoned building and arrived at his destination. And, as he had hoped, nobody noticed him. Deku turned on a heel and headed over to the location after checking his phone and discovering a message he had received on his flight over, which contained the address where Tsukauchi and other law enforcement were waiting. Fortunately, the location wasn't too far away, and he had no trouble navigating the plaza despite some people pointing and staring at him as he went, which made him feel a little self-conscious. He was stopped in his tracks by a civilian who approached him and said, "We don't need you here, hero." The man shouted directly at him. You most likely started this so you could save us and look good. The young hero heard a woman shout behind him. All of you are dishonest. Get lost. Zero. Why don't you simply retire and spare us the suffering? Deku sighed and carried on with his journey as the people's cries persisted. This is just the past, my past. In 2 years, everything changes, he muses to himself. Police officers surrounded the scene, keeping reporters and civilians away from the wreckage, and as Deku pushed through the chaos, he arrived at the office building, which was mostly intact except for the front door, though the box truck had smashed the double glass doors that revealed the lobby. As he approached, the symbol of peace noticed a large, orange blob that looked very familiar. Deku jumped into the air and used float to reach the police barricade. He showed the officer his hero ID and gestured for the young hero to proceed, which caused some protests from onlookers. After landing behind Fat Gum, he pocketed his ID, cleared his throat, and tapped the BMI hero. Fat Gum, it has been an eternity. With a bewildered expression on his face, the big hero turned to face Deku, who was grinning broadly. Sorry, but have we met? He pondered. Remember the Shi Hasaikai raid? Deku grinned at the BMI hero. He said, I was the little green guy up at the front. Fat Gum furrowed his brows in an attempt to recall the raid, and Deku continued to grin as he observed the hero's right hand moving, indicating that he was trying to piece everything together. The light bulb in his head finally turned on. Deku, my goodness, I forgot all about you. Isn't it the hair? With emphasis, Deku combed his hair back. Well, in comparison to your friends, you're not that ostentatious. Still, hey. Deku's smile widened. But, you're older, he said. How? Time travel. Don't ask how I got here, though, because I got no clue, he explained, referring to himself as that Deku from 12 years in the future. That's amazing, actually, Fat Gum said, his eyes widening as he turned to face Tsukauchi, who nodded to the big hero. 12 years, You've changed a lot. I still can't out-eat you, though, he replied. What? I'm sorry, but I'm combining you with the future Fat Gum, Deku said, shaking his head. I apologize. Fat Gum recovered. Anyway, Detective Tsukauchi called me in to help out since you nabbed some guys that I've been tracking for a while, Deku said. Thanks for that, by the way. The right place at the right time, Fat Gum shrugged. Did he ask? Detective. Deku said, nodding. Tsukauchi nodded and said, well, really, it's all here. The criminals all fled from the cabin and ran directly into Fat Gum, but the truck hasn't moved an inch. They were taken into custody after the police were called, he explained. Any reason? Deku questioned the two of them. Not at all. Their phones were already smashed when they crashed, Fat Gum remarked. They clammed up as soon as their asses hit the pavement. Papers. A manifest coming in from a warehouse outside city limits, it stated the detective. And get this. The destination was Might Tower, stated Fat Gum. Might Tower. Deku's eyes grew wide, however, they were going in the wrong direction. Detective Tsukauchi and Fat Gum both nodded. All Might was already informed of the situation. The detective stated, as soon as we sent word in, the tower was locked down. Additionally, it might have been a distraction. We're investigating potential deliveries that might be on their way to the tower, Fat Gum stated. Eyeing the truck, Deku said, so strange. That the tower was their target. That they chose to drive their truck over here. The Discorder organization wouldn't exactly operate in this area. This place has too many hero agencies, Deku remarked. There were, he was told by Fat Gum. Deku paused for a second, grimacing so hard that he briefly believed he had activated one for all. Fortunately, his head remained resting on his shoulders. All right, I totally forgot. Many heroes were forced into retirement by Dabi's video. Deku cried out. You forgot. Fat Gum pondered. Times have evolved. When the next generation of heroes takes to the streets in 3 years, everything Dabi and Shigaraki attempted to accomplish will be undone, Deku clarified, but right now, the area is primed for the picking. A high-strung anti-hero culture combined with little hero traffic makes for the ideal cover for any unlawful activity on his part. The BMI hero said, well, at least it won't be forever, as Tsukauchi and Fat Gum exchanged glances. However, what about right now? Why bail after smashing a truck into an office building? Surely it couldn't have been a bomb. They wouldn't risk crashing the truck if they had one in here, Deku said, turning to face the vehicle. They're villains, not insane, Deku said, knocking on the truck. It would have been bad for them to accidentally blow themselves up like that because the building looks pretty strong. What's inside, then? Sukauchi pondered. Shrugging, Deku said, let's find out. With Fat Gum and Detective Sukauchi at the ready, the young symbol of peace broke the lock and raised the door as a few policemen rounded behind him, their guns drawn and prepared for anything. Deku moved to the back of the truck and grabbed the handle at the bottom. They all moved in once it was open, the rest of the cabin lit by flashlights, boxes piled on top of one another, and a sea of foam peanuts on the floor. Deku was the first to enter through the open door and picked up one of the boxes, which caught his attention right away. It's empty, he said. When he kicked one of the boxes, one of the officers who had been following him inside the truck widened his eyes and said, this one too. This doesn't make any sense, Sukauchi said, pushing some boxes aside. Why would they fill a truck with these things? More officers came into the truck one by one and looked through the boxes, most of which were packed full of foam peanuts, some of which had other boxes packed inside, and most of which were labeled with the same sloppy writing one would find when someone was moving. This is familiar, I think, Deku thought to himself as he pushed through the sea of cardboard, grabbing a box or two, shaking it near his ear, and tossing it to the ground once he was satisfied. Has this occurred previously? Fat Gum inquired. I believe it was the Chaos King's first attack on society, Deku said, nodding. When he began, I was still quite young, he remarked. The young symbol of peace was still examining the cabin when he kicked one box away and felt something different. Unlike the other boxes, this one had some weight, so he picked it up, opened it, and reached inside. The clock was an analog chess clock with gold and steel trim around the face, rosewood body with gold buttons on top, steel patterns all over, including a steel chaos star between the two faces, neither of which was ticking, but a button was pressed on top of it. He turned it over and examined its features. It's my move. Deku pressed the other button, acting on a gut feeling and restarting the clock. Everyone quiet for a minute, Deku said after taking another look around the cabin before turning to face the officers. When the truck was silent, Deku turned on his enhanced hearing, narrowed his field of vision, and concentrated on the heartbeats of all the people inside, counting to 6 without counting himself. Only 5 officers were with him in the truck. When Deku heard the 6th heartbeat, he turned to face the far wall, where there was a space devoid of any boxes. As he turned to face the police, the young symbol of peace felt his heart sink. Get out. They reacted instantly, leaping out, and Deku turned to see a hideous monster occupying the area at the rear of the cabin. It was a winged Nomu with dark, leathery skin, piercing yellow eyes, 2 claws that were sharpened to the point of death, and a slim body save for the protruding gut at the base of its stomach. The moment the beast materialized, it burst through the truck and knocked Deku to the ground. While the other officers drew their weapons and opened fire, the majority of the surrounding police and civilians fled to safety. Deku immediately realized what the Nomu was doing when he saw its fangs begin to glow orange. The Nomu flew toward a small group of people, closed its mouth, and growled, exposing its teeth to the escaping civilians. No. He jumped into action and swung his black whip, which wrapped around the Nomu's head and yanked the beast away with a powerful pull. Deku released the whip and rushed forward, slamming his knee into the side of the Nomu's head and slamming it face first into the ground. His triumph was short-lived, though, as more Nomu began to terrorize the surface, emerging from the ground like zombies from the classic pre-Quirk monster movies. Unlike the Nomu they were all familiar with, these creatures were more stream-like and monstrous. The ground beneath their feet exploded, sending debris and cops into the air. The police and the 2 heroes jumped into action as their attention shifted to the emerging Nomu, with several officers concentrating on one Nomu when Fat Gum ran interference whenever one of the monsters chose to target the civilians. In a single flash, one of the civilians could only watch with a hanging jaw as the symbol of peace jammed his elbow into the gut of a winged Nomu, preventing it from attempting to take people away. Deku jumped into the fray to help when the Nomu began to slip through his defenses. The police officer and civilians watched as Deku disappeared in an instant and then reappeared to deliver a strike against the monsters. Fat Gum grinned as he took a blow from a Nomu as Deku ran interference. Damn, he's good, he gave a compliment. As he aimed his gun at one of the Nomu's brains, Sukauchi glanced at the symbol of peace and nodded. Reminds me of All Might back in the good old days, he said. A serpent-type Nomu charged at the officers attempting to reach the civilians first, and Deku saw that the Nomu were beginning to attack in groups as the monster blocked the bullets. The first Nomu with the protruding stomach flew toward a group of people with two other Nomu flying with it. Deku vanished in an instant, snatched the serpent Nomu by its tail, and swung it at the flying monsters, using a single blow to knock two of them away. He tossed the serpent Nomu aside, and he saw the last Nomu's jaw glow and spit out a huge ball of fire. The fireball exploded on Deku's back, scattering tiny flames around him, but fortunately the escaping civilians were outside the splash radius. Deku's eyes widened, and in an instant he grabbed the civilians in its direct path and shielded them with his back. Deku's back was on fire, so Fat Gum rushed to help, but he stopped when he saw Deku get back up without any problems. The flying Nomu flew over the symbol of peace and attempted to fly away, but the civilians were quick to find cover as bullets flew above their heads. The symbol of peace stomped out the flames after Deku reached up and unbuckled his cape from his suit, leaving it on the ground. "Are you all okay?" he questioned the people he had rescued. "Why, you saved us," one of them said, nodding. "You sound surprised," Deku said, nodding. "This thing is supposed to be stronger than napalm," Deku remarked, sighing as he watched his cape burn while the civilian remained silent. "NN napalm. Go to cover now," Deku said, nodding. "You're not getting away," Deku yelled as he turned to pursue the escaping Nomu while the civilians fled. He said. With tremendous force, he leapt onto the roof of a parked car and launched his black whip at the creature, causing its tendrils of black energy to cling to its wings. Once the creature stopped flapping, Deku used float to hold both him and the creature in place. The Nomu screamed in agony as its wings were ripped from its back, bringing the beast back down to the ground, and its wings fell as Deku's black whip released them. Fat Gum, the police, and the nearby civilians watched as Deku pulled with tremendous force. The police quickly surrounded the beast with their guns drawn as the Nomu crashed face first into the ground, its wings falling around it. Fat Gum could only stare at the fallen, dismembered wings, looking back up at Deku as he fell back to the ground. Once on the street, the BMI hero went up to the symbol of peace and exclaimed, "WW, what was that?" "It's not the worst thing these things received," Deku shrugged. "It's not that. Why, you were floating in midair, and those whips," cried Fat Gum. "I'll explain later, but there are still a few Nomu that slipped away," Deku said, putting a finger to his lips. He said, "I'll locate them and meet you at the station." "Everything will be okay," Deku said, sighing and pressing on the armor supporting his jaw as his respirator appeared over his mouth and he turned away. Fat Gum was about to argue, but an explosion down the road stopped him. Civilians were fleeing from the source, while some were running toward the chaos while wearing support gear. "I will not allow them to suffer harm," he declared. After making his promise, he vanished in a flash, leaving Fat Gum in shock. He turned to face the fallen Nomu and sighed, saying, "All right, let's clean this up." When Deku showed up, the rest of the Nomu had no chance. 10 Nomu, 4 bulky Nomu, 2 napalm-bellied Nomu, a serpent Nomu, and 3 high-end Nomu, slipped away from the original group and led the pack through the city, causing as much chaos as they could. The napalm-bellied Nomu spat their fiery loads at the escaping civilians, the bulkier monsters tossed cars and trucks around like they were nothing, and the serpent Nomu weaved through the chaos with his claws ready. The serpent Nomu swung its poisonous claws at the few civilians who charged into the battle with support items, and the napalm-bellied creatures spat fire in their path, dividing them and reducing their combined strength. As soon as Deku arrived, their attack collapsed. He slammed on the serpent Nomu's tail and quickly reached forward with a clawed hand, sharpening his gauntlets to a point before plunging his fingers into the beast's brain and instantly shutting it down. The other Nomu saw right away, but Deku vanished before they could catch a glimpse of him. One of the high-ends looked around before the symbol of peace body slammed him. The Nomu collided with another high-end, and the two crashed into a building's side. The symbol of peace jumped into the air and slammed his fist into the stomach of one of the napalm-bellied Nomu, who screeched as its mouth glowed bright orange, and the civilians at arms halted their charge and watched as Deku easily defeated them. The monster tried to spit out the napalm in its stomach, but the gel inside had nowhere to go but back down to its stomach, so Deku grabbed its face and slammed its jaw shut. Then, as the stomach erupted into a fiery blaze, he jammed his elbow to the side of the monster's head and threw it at the ground with great force, and as soon as it hit the ground, the Nomu erupted. The 4 large Nomu attempted to charge at the hero as Deku hit the ground, but the symbol of peace retreated and seized a street sign, tearing it from the ground and slamming the sign portion off of the metal bar. He then took the jagged end of the sign and smoothed it out, forming a makeshift spear. When the monsters jumped at him, Deku used his makeshift spear to swat them aside, pushing through their line and grabbing the burning Nomu on the ground. Then he turned in midair and threw the burning monster at the charging bulky Nomu. The bulky Nomu did not falter, giving Deku exactly what he needed. Deku poured more one for throughout his body, prepared his spear, and threw it with the force of a pre-quirk javelin champion as the hefty Nomu caught the burning one and was about to toss it aside. The spear carried enough flaming gel to pierce through all four monsters, including the napalm Nomu's stomach, the bulky Nomu, and its allies behind it. It then embedded itself in the head of a high end, causing the high end to collapse as its brain was consumed by flames. Before collapsing, the four large Nomu examined the scorching wounds they had sustained. Too much napalm Nomu's gel had coated and burned their wounds from the inside, preventing them from regenerating. "That's 7, right?" Deku asked, turning to face the two high ends and the remaining napalm-bellied Nomu. He was approached by one of the high ends, a slender but formidable Nomu with a skull-shaped head and a protruding brain, its claws sharpened to deadly points and glowing green. "Who are you?" it questioned in a male, raspy voice. "I'm the guy who slays monsters," Deku declared with a smile, clenching his fists as he charged at them. The symbol of peace didn't slow down as he jumped into the air and grabbed the napalm-bellied Nomu by its leg, slamming into the ground like a ragdoll, and threw the dazed monster at the remaining high end, leaving a beautiful imprint of the monster embedded in the street. One of the high ends barely noticed Deku's speed before its face was smashed in by a powerful fist. The high end scrambled to its feet, growled at the hero, and charged with its claws ready as the monster just managed to catch the napalm-bellied Nomu before Deku came and kicked it square in the chest, sending the two flying through the air. The high end snarled in exasperation as it missed each swipe, making its attacks more unpredictable with each one while Deku grinned as he avoided one after the other, guided by danger sense, which prevented the Nomu from touching him. "Stand still, you fake hero." The Nomu erupted. Deku continued, saying, "You are not needed by society. Heroes are no longer needed in the world. You are out of date." It went on. "You're mistaken there, beast." With a clamping grip that threatened to shatter the bones inside, Deku took hold of the Nomu's arms and held them apart. "So long as there is one person in the world in need of a hero." The beast stumbled back after Deku head-butted it. "I will not abandon them." Deku lifted the beast off the ground with a strong rising uppercut, leapt into the air with it, and struck it in the brain with a powerful axe kick that sent a shockwave through its body, shutting it down as it slumped on the ground. "That's too many Nomu for a coincidence," Deku said, pulling his respirator back as he stood over the dead Nomu. He muttered, "He better not be doing what I think he's doing." Deku disappeared, putting out the fires in whatever way he could, burying the burning Nomu and the clusters of burning napalm in the ground, gathering the rest of the beasts and running toward the local police station, making sure that every single Nomu was permanently destroyed. A procedure he was relieved no one witnessed. Deku dropped off the monsters' bodies at the police station, where a few heroes, including Fat Gum, were present. The future symbol of peace was inundated with questions as soon as he arrived, and before he could respond, the police commissioner pulled him aside and led him to an empty interrogation room. It took hours for the police to get what they needed from Deku, and when they did, the young hero was free to leave, and the heroes, including Fat Gum, didn't wait around for an explanation from Deku. The questions were lengthy and hard to answer. Deku, however, requested that a specialized crew put out the napalm-bellied Nomu's fires before departing. He guided the group to the buried monsters and ultimately put out the fires, but sadly, his cape sustained too much chemical damage to be saved. Deku quickly fled the city and returned to UA, his cape in ruins. In the future, the hero agency of Toshinori. After graduating from UA, Deku and Uravity founded the facility, which was home to 4 professional heroes: the number 1, the number 3, the number 6, and the number 7. Leading the agency's combat and criminal investigations divisions, Deku and Dynamite addressed more public crises that required strong arm tactics. Uravity led the rescue and support efforts in addition to being a combat hero. In many disaster scenarios, anti-gravity was a helpful tool. Lastly, Krieda oversaw the agency's more logistical personnel. Her exceptional intelligence aided the agency in understanding the Chaos King's more intricate illicit operations. They collaborated more than any other hero agency, even though they were a hero agency and were therefore operating independently. Together with other heroes, Deku and Dynamite were able to halt the Chaos King's more destructive actions. In order to keep many heroes and law enforcement officials informed, Kriti disseminated information about the Discorder organization. Uravity, the number 6 Pro Hero, was in Deku's office. She took a seat at his desk, a gorgeous rosewood partner desk with drawers and gold handles. The young hero was facing a number of pictures on a green mat that covered the desk. Deku's time at UA, his summer vacation at Island following All Might and Deku's victory over Wolfram, a few photos from his stay at Naboo Island, and even some laid-back photos of his time off with classmates were all included. The size of one image was larger than the others. One of Deku, All Might, Uraraka, and even Bakugo flexing at Takoba Beach was the largest photo on his desk. They would always remember that day. 2 weeks later, All for One and Tamura Shigaraki attacked Tokyo, and this was their final photo together. With a sigh, Uravati looked at the photo and then back at the piles of documents on Deku's desk. Some of the documents were copies of police reports of the jobs he had accepted, but the majority were letters of gratitude. Letters from the Tokyo Relief Fund sponsors, the fund's director, and a few requests from various organizations to sponsor them were all included. The bills were not included in any of that. Deku and the Chaos King had been missing for weeks, and no one was even close to finding them. After their boss vanished, the Discorder organization became quiet, and Dynamite and a few other heroes, including Uravati, had to take over without the symbol of peace. Deku's absence was immediately noticed by the public, and the agency was starting to suffer as a result. The office intercom buzzed as she rummaged through the never-ending pile of papers on Deku's desk. "Uravati, you have a visitor," said the man on the other end. "It's Pinky." As Uravati put the papers down, her face brightened. She said, "Great, where is she?" Pinky walked into Deku's office after the door opened. With the exception of the jacket, which she now wears more frequently, her outfit was unchanged from her time at UA. Compared to her UA, her hair was much shorter. Days. Mina applied training bandages to her left hand. She wore a loose-fitting utility belt around her waist. She threw open her arms upon seeing her best friend who was anti-gravity. "Ochako. Mina, so good to see you." The two hugged each other. "I didn't know you were back in the country. How was Egypt?" The hero who threw acid sighed. "Too hot. It turns out the Chaos King did have a sponsor in the region. The last remnants of the PLF," she continued. "You're kidding." Pinky gave a headshake. "They were flying the flag, and they had a portrait of Shigaraki. We stomped them, no problem, but I'm worried that maybe there's more out there," she admitted. Uravati gave a nod. "The sooner we shut down the Discorders, the better," she stated. "I know Yao Momo is cracking that hard drives we nabbed from the Chaos King with the others right now." "Yeah, I heard. How are you holding up?" "With Midori being gone for so long," Pinky said. "Well, I'm not used to the house being quiet. I sent Eri and Kota to Mandalay in the Beast's Forest for safety," she explained. "I don't want them to get hurt, again." Pinky gave a nod and turned her gaze away from Uravati to a photo of Deku and Eri posing for a photo that was hanging on the wall. "Ochako, I can't say sorry enough for what happened. It wasn't your fault," declared Uravati. "When we find the Chaos King, however, I think he'll be the one saying sorry." Pinky grinned. "Hey, let's get you out of here. It would be best if you had a walk, and I need to shake off that turbulence," she stated. The girl who defied gravity gave a nod. "I'll get changed and ask if Yao Momo wants to join us," she replied. "She's been working twice as hard." Pinky gave a nod. Uravati locked the door behind her as the two departed the room. Kriti was working diligently to get past the Chaos King's hard drive security. She had many items from her previous residence scattered throughout her office, which was not too dissimilar from Deku's, including the same partner desk. On the left side of the room, she had a bookshelf filled with numerous Russian dolls, many of which featured images of her former classmates. She sent the couple a picture of a small Uravati doll lying face down in front of a large Deku doll as a joke. The two consequently sent her pictures of themselves raising their middle fingers. The pictures were put on the shelf beside the two dolls after being printed and framed. Her little prank made her and Dynamite proud. It was one of the rare occasions when the two became close. In addition to the dolls, there were UA photos, adorned the walls. The pictures included her hugging Midnight following a lesson with the R-rated hero, as well as a few action shots from band practice and training. A tiny plaque that said, "Midnight, the mighty hero," was placed in front of a duplicate of Midnight's mask. The everything hero made a few trinkets on her desk out of boredom. The majority were dolls, but there were also tiny statues, tiny robot spiders, and even a tiny drone with a helmet next to it. One of the hard drives was plugged into Kriti's computer as she sat at her desk. She looked at her monitor, sighing. She muttered, "Come on, please work," and hit a button to try again. Kriti leaned back in her chair, pinching the bridge of her nose as she watched the computer do its job. She grabbed her office phone and punched in a number. "This is taking too long," she whispered. It took her a moment to receive a response. "Hello," Kriti said. "Abby, hey. Sorry, I hope you're not too busy. It's a slow day, thankfully. What's going on? You sound tired." Kriti gave a nod. "It's this stupid drive we grabbed from the Chaos King. I've been running program after program, and they keep crashing," she replied. "Sounds serious. Are you using a good password recovery tool?" She stated. "That was the first thing I used. Brute force won't cut it either, I imagine. I think I have something you can use, though you would need to use a computer you have no intention of using ever again," she continued. She questioned, "You have something from the old days?" "Sort of. It's an old program I used to break into the UA servers back before we became friends. I'll need to give you a hard copy of it, though, so it'll take a while," she said. "You still have that? I thought you dumped everything after graduating from UA," said Kriti. "I got bored one night and rewrote most of the program. The core of it is still the same," Abigail stated. Kriti gave a nod. "Let me know when you can send it. We'll catch up." Abigail abruptly ended the conversation, leaving the everything hero alone. "I'd love that. Gotta go," she exclaimed. As the program was unable to get past the Chaos King's firewall, Kriti reclined in her chair. With a groan, she began to turn everything off. Her door opened as she did, letting the two young heroines into the room. "Yao Momo," cried Pinky. With weary eyes, Kriti looked up, and as soon as she recognized her, life came into her face. "Mina, I didn't you were back in town. Just got back. We're going on a coffee run. You wanna come?" Kriti's grin widened. "Give me a minute to shut everything down. I'm right behind you," she replied. Uravati turned to leave the room, grinning, but she paused to take a quick look at her bookshelf. She laughed when she saw the Russian dolls. "You're a nerd for framing those," she yelled. Kriti gave a shrug. "You're surprised." Uravati gave a headshake. After finishing her work, Kriti shooed the anti-gravity hero out and retrieved her civilian clothes from a rack behind her. "I gotta change." Shoo. The everything hero was left to change peacefully after Uravati left. The three of them strolled through Musudafu's streets after leaving the agency. The agency was located close to the UA in an inner-city area, campus. The Toshinori Hero Agency was a stunning structure made primarily of steel and glass panes that allowed anyone passing by to see what the occupants were doing, even though it was not as impressive as Might Tower. On one occasion, as Dynamite emerged from the restroom with Uravati skulking up behind him, civilians watched as Deku threw a water balloon at him. Their antics demonstrated that they were just as human as everyone else, even though they were viewed as juvenile and did not fit the mold of the number one hero. They didn't act like deities. The three heroes headed to a coffee shop near the agency. The store had a steady stream of patrons and was modest in size. As soon as they arrived, they were identified as pros, but they stood in the back of the line rather than using their notoriety to get past. "Grabbed a picture of it, but I couldn't focus on it before we got jumped," Pinky stated. "This guy with a massive, rocky body towered over us and swung at us like bugs. He didn't like the acid I threw at him, but that didn't stop him from causing a lot of damage." "And your partner?" inquired Uravati, Coat when the guy showed up. "For someone with an armor-type quirk, he went down quick," the hero who threw acid remarked. Kriti pondered. "Well, the armor doesn't guarantee strength, right?" "That's what I thought," exclaimed Pinky. "But no, poor guy got his first internship, and he gets the sand knocked into him. With some more training, he'll definitely be a heavy hitter in the region. Maybe if Midoriya held training classes, he could definitely get the help he needs," Kriti said. Uravati gave a nod. Kriti's phone started ringing as they approached the front of the line. As the everything hero responded, Uravati and Pinky signed a few documents. "Hello." Abigail Winters cried out, "Yaoyorozu. Is Uraraka with you?" "Yeah, we're here. Mina's here too. What's going on?" "Come to Hatsume's lab. We're going to be waiting for you guys. I think we have a solution to your problem," she stated. "The hard drives?" inquired Kriti. "No, Midoriya. I think we have a lead." After hanging up, Kriti glanced at her pals. After hearing the call, Uravati and Pinky nodded, took their orders, and departed as soon as they had their coffee. Mei Hatsume interned at Shield Support Technologies, led by the youthful Melissa Shield, following her graduation from the University of Arizona. As the young inventor rose to the top and collaborated with famous support engineers on inventions, their time together proved to be productive. Mei said goodbye to the company after 8 years and launched her own support company. Hatsu Technologies created a lot of creative support equipment, including surveillance, quirk-enhanced, and capture gear. When Mei was about 4 years old, she worked with other trained inventors to design support equipment in the main building. Instead, in order to design and test in peace, she renovated an old auto repair shop. The three were shocked to see a young woman with short, silver hair standing in front of the lab when they got there. She wore goggles around her neck and a plain white lab coat. Armored gauntlets adorned her arms, and a caduceus-adorned padded shirt was worn beneath her coat. Pinky sprinted in the direction of the girl. "Abby," she exclaimed. "Mina, so good to see you again." The hero who threw acid tackled her and embraced her. Pinky led Abigail down, and Uravati and Kriti closed in. "Girls, thank you for coming on short notice. You sounded urgent on the phone." "Thankfully we didn't have to wait long for our coffee before heading here," said Kriti. Abigail gave a nod. "Come inside. May should be done right about." The three heroes were startled by an explosion that shook the building. But the incident didn't bother Abigail. "Now, come on then." The silver-haired inventor led them through a narrow, steel-outlined hallway and opened the lab door. The entire lab was enveloped in black smoke when they entered through a different door. The smoke was dispersed when Abigail flipped a switch, causing a number of fans to roar to life. Mei Hatsume crashed into a wall, covered in soot, and they saw a whole lab in ruins as the smoke cleared. When the young inventor opened her eyes, Abigail and the three heroes were standing behind her. A smile appeared instantly as Mei bounded forward. "It's about time," Abigail remarked. "It's a shock that you didn't go into the bomb-making business while cleaning Mei of the soot." "Bombs aren't as fun to make as my babies, mind you," Mei replied. "Boot, it looks like I'm gonna have to shelve those hover skates. Anti-gravity servos with the wrong propulsion system can be disastrous." Uravati questioned. "You're producing hover skates. But what about your hover soles?" "Too clunky. I want them to be used out in the field by heroes who aren't very mobile. These new ones are supposed to be sleek, subtle, and fashionable. My electromagnetic soles are in the right area, but I need these to be perfect." Mei yelled. "I was hoping Midoriya would be back by now so he could test these, Boot." "Yes, we know," Kriti said. "That's why we're here." "You said you have a lead, Abigail." The inventor with silver hair gave a nod. "Take a breather, Hatsume. You'll need healing when I'm done," she stated. "Nah, I'm fine. This ain't my first broken butt bone," Mei replied. Abigail moaned. "I'd force you into a chair, but that would make it worse, wouldn't it?" Mei grinned. The heroes could see her attire better now that the soot was off her. She had on a black tank top underneath her sleeveless lab coat, the sleeves torn off. A pair of goggles hung on her belt, and she wore gloves. She was dressed in dark green boots and cargo pants. Her UA was a little longer than her pink dreadlocks, days reaching the tips of her ears. Abigail gestured for them all to follow her to a tiny area at the lab's far end. Mei waddled with a big smile on her face while everyone else walked normally. As they sat down in the cramped room, the heroes sat facing them, and Mei sat next to Abigail. "All right, so, about Midoriya," Abigail began. "It's not uncommon for him to go dark, right? I gave his new boots a massive steel upgrade and all, so at first glance, he's still on the job," Mei replied. "Right, except there are a few things that say otherwise. Firstly, the night he disappeared, there was a massive spike of energy around Ottawa Bay. Some of this energy was recorded before I arrived at UA, right?" Abigail inquired to the heroes. Uravati gave a nod. "Deku and I were caught in a rift in space and time and sent to another universe," she said. "And as great as it is that multiverse theory isn't a theory anymore, it raises a serious observation. A new rift may have opened," Abigail said. Mei said, "And it wasn't my fault, yet." Pinky gave a snort. "Which leads us to another problem. If we can confirm that a rift opened up over the bay, it must be possible that Deku and the Chaos King were caught in its event horizon and sucked in," Mei concluded. "So they were sent to another universe. We can use the Janus Stone to get them back then, right?" Uravati pondered. "The Janus Stone?" asked Abigail. "The amulet that Deku and I used to get back. You remember Marinette and Adrian?" Uravati responded. Abigail took a moment to reflect. She yelled at the heroes, her eyes widening. That gold thing with the ruby, right? Oh, that thing. Insisting, we can't use the Janus stone either, May said. The three heroes looked at her incredulously. Why not? Inquired Kriti. Abigail looked at the monitor behind them rather than directly responding. About 20 minutes ago, right before I called, I was going through some old recordings I made during my first year at UA. Most of them were training simulations, a few QICD test videos, a stupid reaction video, surveillance footage from inside Project 0P, and so on, she said. Kriti's gaze grew wide. Wait. Surveillance footage. Abigail gave a nod. Her cheeks turned a pale pink as she confessed, you guys didn't sneak into my robot without me knowing. I saw you guys coming a mile away, she said. But that means. Abigail grinned. They looked nice, by the way. Not as big as I thought, though that may have been your costume causing them to appear. Kriti looked away and held up her hand. We're talking about this later. The healing hero gave a nod. Anyway, I was going through those old videos when something just popped up. Uravati asked, what do you mean? Popped up. After taking out her phone, Abigail swiped up in the direction of the monitor. A video of ground beta in action appeared. Everyone in the room had a lot of memories of the urban playground they used back in the good old days. There were clear indications of damage, indicating that training was underway. They all realized why Abigail had called them in a moment. A cloud of dust appeared out of nowhere as the camera trembled. A young Izuku Midoriya leapt in and out of the frame, his eyes fixed on the ground, as the girls observed. The video slowed down as soon as Midoriya left the frame and another blur appeared. They were all able to identify the person thanks to the slow motion, an elderly Izuku Midoriya dressed like a villain. Uravati's gaze expanded. Abigail looked to the three experts. Does anyone here remember the Class 2A final exam? It was like a dam bursting when Abigail Winters brought up the final exam. They were able to piece together what had happened as memories of that day came flooding back. While Pinky gripped her head with both hands and moaned as the memories flooded back, Uravati and Kriti eyed one another. She complained, this hurts. Abigail gave a nod. She took out a bottle of pills from the pocket of her lab coat. Tylenol. I don't have chocolate milk, unfortunately. She replied. Which is a crime on its own, May joked. Uravati glanced at the screen while Pinky swallowed a pill. Why, it feels like I forgot about that day, she replied. Kriti reflected, me too. That day felt like a blur, or something, I don't understand, how could we forget? May gave a shrug. I don't dabble in time, she declared. Ask the old mecha menace over here. Abigail turned to give her friend with the pink hair a slap on the arm. Rude. May gave a shrug. Hey, you almost killed me, remember? I should have tried harder. Anyway, yelled Uravati. Why are we barely remembering this now? Kriti raises an eyebrow at Abigail. Time travel. That's the leading theory unless there is more that we can remember. My only issue is that we remembered next to nothing of that exam or the time around that. All I remembered before all of this was being rehabilitated and going through my first year without any hiccups. Then came Tokyo. And the rest is history, I know. But, maybe. Pinky looked at her friend while massaging her temples. Maybe what? Abigail began. So, all we know about time travel comes from those pre-quirk days. Movies and TV shows had so many different takes on the subject, hell, even books. Of all the various instances of time travel, there are only 3 theories, she continued. The first is, fixed theory, stated Kriti. Essentially, you can go back in time and change whatever you want, but when you get back, history remains the same. Kill a dictator, but another will reappear to take their place, and history doesn't appear to have changed one bit. Abigail went on, the second is dynamic, or the paradox theory, in my book. You can go back in time and change something, but it will have serious consequences in the future. You can change history by stepping on a butterfly in the far past. You won't be born if you kill a relative, but that implies you don't kill a relative, so. My head hurts, Pinky yelled. All right, said Abigail with a smile, these events are very fragile. We could change the moment Midoriya returns if he modifies the past in any way, she remarked. What about the third? Uravati inquired. Now it's starting to hurt. Abigail sighed as she turned to face May, who was occupied with massaging her butt. The third is multiverse, Kriti stated, rolling her eyes and shaking her head. Didn't you guys say you saw multiple universes when you were coming back from Paris? Pinky asked, glancing at Uravati. She inquired. So, every action we take creates a universe where something else happens? Uravati asked, nodding. Consider a time traveler going back in time and dropping a nuke on Nazi Germany in 1945, Kriti said, nodding. Or even before. Another timeline could be made, but ours wouldn't be impacted. Or what would occur if All for One were not defeated by Midoriya? Once more, our timeline is secure, but there will be one in which he loses and the majority of us perish, she remarked. Well, there's an image I've always wanted, Uravati replied. My fiancé dying in another universe. Any of these could apply to this situation, Abigail said, nodding. If Midoriya returns, our reality may change for the better, or worse, or he may be trapped there with no way out. I hope I can make an appeal to the universe so I can stay engaged to him, even if he changes things, Uravati stated. I'll heal her, but we can keep talking, Abigail said with a smile as she pushed May to turn around. Didn't you just want to touch my butt once more? May made fun of it. Putting her hands on her lower back and using her quirk, Abigail shot back, don't make me punch your broken butt bone. To answer your question about why we just remembered this now, I believe I have a theory, she said. Therefore, if this is a dynamic situation, it's possible that time attempted to correct itself by erasing these memories, leaving a significant void in our memory. This might be the result of something combining our two timelines, which time is correcting by causing us to forget. So, the harm is being undone. How? As our memories heal, we should know more about what happened and how we can fix this, Abigail said with a shrug. But it must be organic, otherwise, we risk harming ourselves. We cannot make our memories come back to us. The three heroes began coming up with ideas while Abigail concentrated on healing May. So, we can't use the Janus Stone. What is the reason? Pinky asked. It is a magical artifact that transcends dimensions. In theory, we could use it to travel the world, but we wouldn't know where we'd end up or when. We recall him being there in the past, but if he's in a different universe, we might be able to use it. We might be dealing with a dynamic situation, Uravati stated. I don't see any way we can travel back in time without the Janus Stone, Kriti said, nodding in agreement. Additionally, the likelihood of someone in the world possessing the ability to travel through time is extremely low, she hypothesized. So, what should we do? Did Pinky ask. Well, until we have a good plan, we have to hold down the fort. The world is aware that Deku has turned dark, so revealing that he time jumped would only spread fear, Uravati stated. Kriti nodded. Then we'll concentrate on the empire of the Chaos King. Once we crack his security and dig up names and locations, he'll be in for a rude welcome home, she said, adding that his lieutenants would undoubtedly be running around like chickens without heads if the big boss weren't in charge of everything. If it's okay with you guys, I'd like to assist, Pinky grinned. Don't hesitate to call us in. Eijiro and I are still in charge of the outreach program, she said. I'll then inform Bakugo of the situation. As we uncover the Discorder's operations, let's begin uniting the heroes to begin eliminating them, Uravati stated. Abigail slapped May's butt, causing the tinkering young woman to turn on her heel and say something, while the healing hero jammed a lollipop into her mouth. Right, Hatsume, we'll work on figuring out time travel on our end, Abigail said, as the gold mist that was her quirk faded. As she nibbled on her candy, the pink-haired tinkerer nodded and said, all right, let's have the Janus Stone. We need all the assistance we can get if we want to break through this shell, she stated. I'll bring it later tonight, Uravati replied. They all left the lab and eventually made their way back to the agency after the meeting was adjourned and Abigail gave Kriti the tech she needed to crack the hard drives back at the office. In the past, the 2A beach party went off without a hitch, and when night fell and curfew approached, the young heroes went back to their dorm and decided that Sunday was a great day to relax and get ready for the upcoming summer vacation rather than sticking to their usual routine of training or doing other productive things. Even Izuku Midoriya chose to take the day off, claiming that the beach, his marathon swimming, and challenging the waves were great training. The dorm house was empty on Sunday morning, with the windows open to let the rising sun shine on the common area of the building. A few people would stop by to make tea or grab something to eat from the kitchen, but nobody stayed. Aside from the local symbol of peace. With a brown leather duffel bag in hand and a small pouch dangling from his side, Deku came down the stairs, waved to Yaoyorozu and Uraraka as they placed their teacups in the sink, and then, as the girls came upstairs, placed his bag on a coffee table between two couches, went to the kitchen, and made a cup of coffee. Deku went back to the couches and sat with his back to the stairs, taking his first sip before the symbol of peace opened the duffel bag, reached inside, and took his metal gauntlet, put it down, and unstrapped the pouch he wore, opened it, and revealed a burlap wrap inside, then placed it on the table and unwrapped it to reveal a set of tools. Deku started working after setting everything up. He took a long metal pick and twirled it in his fingers while he turned the gauntlet around so that the palm was facing up. He then inserted the pick into a small circular slot on the wrist and twisted it clockwise, causing the gauntlet to open up from the middle when he finished. A single beep reverberated throughout the room as the gauntlet was completely open. With the gauntlet open, Deku took another tool from his bag and put it in the same slot as the pick, pulling them in opposite directions before releasing the tools, leaving the gauntlet open so he could begin his work. While working, he was unaware that some of the young heroes were drawn to the loud beep. Yaoyorozu, Mina Ishido, and Hagakure were hidden in the stairwell behind him. The acid-wielding hero and the invisible girl were heading down for breakfast, with Yaoyorozu following to ensure the kitchen was kept tidy, when they heard the beep. Looking around the corner, the three saw Deku's new haircut sitting on the couch with his back to them. They heard the symbol of peace, ow, and then a spark come from the couch. "What's he doing?" Mina inquired. "But we shouldn't be spying on him," Yaoyorozu shrugged. "Let's ask him over there," she suggested. "Besides, we get to witness a future Midoriya working in his natural habitat without any interference." "Ever wonder what he does when he's not working?" Hagakure inquired. Yaoyorozu remarked, "Sometimes, but this isn't the same Midoriya. Sometimes, my invisible butt. Ya know, he did come back late last night," Mina said, laughing as they observed him at work. "I heard the door squeak as I was coming out of the shower." "Have you seen him?" Yaoyorozu inquired. "He didn't see me, but it looked like his gauntlets had blood on them," Mina remarked, nodding. "I hope it wasn't his own," Hagakure said, placing an invisible hand to her stomach. As the others nodded, Deku went on with his work, taking a pair of tweezers from his bag, opening a glasses case, and putting on a thin pair of eyeglasses before reaching into his equipment and removing a damaged metal frame from his index finger and raising a hollow disc he had next to his gauntlet to his lips. Full shield vs. Point 4 repair session number 15. The inner shell of the index was damaged by too many blows. However, it doesn't require a significant replacement. He put the tiny metal fragment aside and went on to work. The transformation module sustained significant damage. "I can purchase the majority of the parts at a hardware store," he called out, expecting no answer from the girls behind him, and began picking out most of the pieces, saying, "Plates D15 through 29 are shattered, the inner frame has fractures throughout the structure." Uraraka silently moved behind the three young heroes and peered over Yaoyorozu's shoulders as they listened in. She narrowed her eyes at Deku, focusing on what he was saying while he worked. "He's fixing his own gear," she muttered. "I barely see Bakugo do that," Mina said, nodding. A significant substitute. As he worked, he took occasional sips of his coffee and continued, "I'll need to phone in an order for a replacement soon." He had placed a small leather towel on the table to catch the broken pieces, and the amount kept growing. "Those Nomu did more damage to this thing than I thought," he remarked, wiping the perspiration from his brow and pinching the bridge of his nose as he finally sat back. "The underarm blade jammed during the battle too. It would have been well worth it to chop off one of those monsters' heads." Mina's eyes grew wide. "A Nomu," she whispered, "he fought one of those things." Yaoyorozu was using her phone to browse social media feeds behind her. "He fought. Oh damn," she said. As she showed the girls, she remarked, "He fought a lot." The headline read, "New Hero Stops Nomu Attack," and it featured a picture of Deku, who was moving too quickly for the photographer, charging at a group of high-end Nomu. Deku carried on working while Mina scrolled through the article. "The communications unit appears to be damaged. It appears that I will soon need a replacement because the antenna appears to be singed. It appears that the motherboard inside is unstable. Before completing the repairs, I should replace that as well," he said. He went to the thumb and opened it by hand. "It's shocking that the microphone still appears to be intact. However, the lower and middle joints are locked," he stated. He carefully closed the gauntlet after grabbing the tools in the wrist slot and unlocking them. "Replacement parts are already listed," he said. "The primary hub for communication is probably broken." He turned the gauntlet over so he could see the forearm, where the glass-like armor was broken. Lights flickered underneath, barely displaying a homepage with the words, Uravity, Kriti, and the loud one. He tapped the screen, but it didn't react. The communication hub is fried, Deku moaned. I'll have to wait until I get back to the future because the repairs will be extensive. I can't do this kind of thing as well as Melissa, he acknowledged. Uraraka's eyebrows quirked at the remark. Melissa, will he continue to speak with her in the future? She pondered. It makes sense because she might have invented that. Yaoyorozu remarked, he probably needs to stay in touch with her. Mina nodded, and she and the others jumped when Deku jumped up, put down the hollow disc, and drank the rest of his coffee like a shot of tequila. He went to put the mug away, and when he returned, the girls ducked away. He took out his wallet from his bag, leaving his glasses on top of it, and walked to the front door, disappearing in an instant. The girls came out of hiding after he vanished. Where did he go? Hagakure pondered. How long has he been able to teleport? Mina inquired. Guys, he isn't teleporting, he's moving so fast that it looks like he is, Uraraka said, shaking her head. Mina asked, and you know this because my boyfriend, Mina, has given me piggyback rides. Believe me, from his point of view, it appears more bizarre than ours, she remarked. When Hagakure arrived at Deku's office and noticed the holodisc and gauntlet on the table, she said, why not just take everything? As she picked up the disc, she pondered. Yaoyorozu's eyes widened as she saw her invisible friend pick up the hollow disc. Wait, Toru, Deku's personal hollow disc is that? What's on it is unknown to us, she yelled. When Hagakure hit the center button, a holographic video of their resident mad scientist, Mei Hatsume, and Melissa Shield, a young blonde with glasses, appeared. They were dressed in matching lab coats, with Mei sporting her trademark goggles. Hey, Midoriya, Mei yelled. Deku, I'm hoping you received this without any problems, Melissa remarked. So this is the full gauntlet versus Point 4, and I promise you that this is the last one, Melissa said, as the girls eyed one another while the video played. This will be stronger, sleeker, and more advanced than any of the other units. There are so many new tools in this baby. Each finger's scanner is more precisely calibrated to find traces of the instant Nomu serum, and the claws are sharper. Melissa remarked, don't go smashing the new comm hub for shits and giggles, but the forearm armor is stronger than versus Point 3. The two Tinkerers were replaced by an image of the gauntlet. The full shield versus Point 4 is the newest stage in protective support gear, the statement read. More of your power can be used without the armored gauntlets malfunctioning. They are lightweight, agile, and sleek. Melissa clarified, you'll feel as though you're wearing nothing. You can always wear 2 wristbands and armor up if Deku needs to be called in for heroics because the disguise feature is still in place. You can manually twist the bands counterclockwise to activate each one, or you can still use the microphone in your suit to activate the entire system. To deactivate them, turn them clockwise, Mei advised. As Mina and Uraraka examined the gauntlet Deku left behind, Yaoyorozu watched with interest, and the image showed the spot beneath the wrist where he would be twisting it. A button in both wristband and gauntlet form indicated that he had to press it before moving in either direction. The gauntlet has several OS updates lined up for the future, so don't break it too much until then, Melissa added. Now for the boots. The seismic step boots received the strongest upgrades for footwear yet, Mei said loudly, and the boots appeared in place of the gauntlets as she spoke. Shin armor is stronger, making your shoot-style attacks more potent. In order to make wearing them more comfortable over time, we replaced the inside padding. Compared to earlier models, the shock absorption material at the bottom of the boots was upgraded to absorb 23% more impact noise. You will outsmart Wolfram from all those years ago. Dad says hi, by the way, Melissa yelled. The disguise feature is still the same, but don't go playing with it all willy-nilly, Mei advised. The two Tinkerers reappeared as the image faded. We hope you'll enjoy this upgrade. To allow you to experiment with it at home, we also set up a repair kit. We're counting on you to fix it yourself if it breaks because Mei and I have a support convention to attend in the summer. So, good luck until we cross paths again. Because of what he did to Eri, dethrone that Chaos King jerk. Mei insisted. Mei's fist was in the air when the video ended, and Melissa had a resolute expression on her face. Eri, what was Eri's fate? Yaoyorozu pondered. Uraraka remarked, I almost don't want to know. Day 1. The mission begins tonight, Hagakure said, raising an invisible hand at the video before swiping it away and replacing it with a picture of Deku standing in front of a gray wall in his hero uniform, his hair slightly longer than it is now, and his face covered in bandages. I have special permission from the Prime Minister to free Crisis Island, but we are in danger. Japan is infringing on sovereign borders if the Chaos King declares the island to be a separate nation, which he is about to do. I'll have to exercise caution. The Hollow Deku went on, I'll be flying under the radar at 2230 tonight, while the girls eyed one another. The capital city is my target, but I'm willing to wager that he'll have anti-air defenses in place to keep it safe. Damn, thought Hagakure as the video cut out on them. Deku was in the military. It could be a hero-based mission, but the Prime Minister authorized it. Said Yaoyorozu, shaking her head. The Hero Public Safety Commission, why not? Day 10. I'm on the island. My plane was shot down, but I managed to land on the island thanks to float and some careful maneuvering. Villains are all over the place, so I need to stay low for now. All other journal entries will be on paper for now. I can't risk. Mina shrugged as the next video automatically played, showing Deku with soaked hair and wearing rags instead of his hero costume. The girls were left wondering what had happened when the video abruptly stopped. Ah, come on, I wanted more. Yaoyorozu pondered, a lot of villains. Did they take over the island? Mina exclaimed, I want to find out. As she began to swipe at the video and browse through other images and videos, none of which were nearly what she was looking for. Yaoyorozu yelled, Mina, you should leave his stuff alone. This is his private journal. She continued to swipe, saying, but it has future stuff on it. He doesn't say anything about the future to us, and it's getting kinda annoying. Still, we should be respecting his privacy. The acid-throwing hero yanked herself out of the way of the class rep's reach as she reached for the hollow disc. Uraraka entered the battle to stop Mina, but she was knocked down after colliding with Hagakure. The disc fell to the table and was knocked out of Mina's hands by the invisible girl as she fell. The last picture the acid user swiped vanished and a new one appeared. When the girls saw the image, they froze. A picture of what appeared to be a battlefield appeared in the newspaper headline. There weren't many buildings in the vast area. An intact city skyline could be seen far in the distance. The room was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Hagakure picked up the disc with care so that everyone could see it. Everyone's blood froze at the headline above the picture, which was already shocking. Siege of Tokyo ends, hundreds dead, it said. Hundreds, stumbled Mina. Yaoyorozu gave a headshake. She covered her mouth with her hand as she gazed at the article's startling date, which read 8, April 2xxx. She whispered, it's in 2 years. Mina instinctively began to scroll down. She began reading the article. The Tokyo Financial District is now smoke-free, and the winners are on their feet. The last few weeks of terror by the Paranormal Liberation Front are over, and now the cleanup starts. Heroes and civilians have started working together to rebuild the city and apprehend the fugitive criminals who caused the destruction. But the victory did not come without a cost. The well-known symbol of evil, All for One, is among the deceased. Tamura Shigaraki, the leader of the Paranormal Liberation Front, was also present. A hand reached out and grabbed the disc from Hagakure's invisible hand before they could finish reading the article. As Deku held the disc near his chest, the girls all jumped and looked on. When Mina saw how things appeared, her eyes grew wide. Deku. The girls remained silent. After staring at them for several minutes, Deku sighed and put his hollow disc in his bag. He had a small bag containing replacement gauntlet parts in his other hand. He sat down again and resumed his work as the girls scooted away. He worked quietly for a few minutes. Deku opened his gauntlet again and retrieved his glasses, putting them back on. The girls just watched him work without saying anything as he began to replace the parts. A few minutes later, he let out another sigh. Without looking at them, he said, going through someone's private journal isn't very heroic of you guys, isn't that right? All the girls' faces were blazing red. Mina uttered, we're sorry. I'm sorry, I couldn't help it. Yaoyorozu remarked, we couldn't help it, but I have to wonder. I'm not talking about Tokyo, Yaoyorozu, Deku cut her off. But it's in 2 years, we have to be ready. She caught the symbol of peace's attention. Tokyo isn't a concern right now. You all still have a summer vacation to enjoy and another term to get ready for. Right now, I have to make sure that this damn thing doesn't crush my arm when I put it back on. If that happens, I won't be happy, he said as he took his glasses off. Hagakure held up his hand. She pondered, question, why are you wearing glasses? I made them, Yaoyorozu declared. With a slight smile, Deku remarked, and you can blame Katsuki for that, in about 5 years. Mina rolled her eyes. I'm honestly not surprised. After chuckling, Deku resumed his work. Tell you what, if you guys help out a little bit, I'll consider you all forgiven for snooping, and maybe I'll tell you all a story after dinner tonight, he stated. A story, like, not Tokyo, but I will tell a story about my earlier days of being a pro. I won't reveal too much, but I think it should be enough of a reward for you guys, he stated. He slid his glasses off and turned to face them. His eyes narrowed as he waved it at the girls. But that means that you won't be snooping around again. If I catch any of you going through my stuff again, all 4 of you will be enlisting for my boot camp, and I'll make sure the training camp last year pales in comparison in terms of difficulty. Extensive weight and cardio training, torture chambers, sparring with me, and so much more, do you understand? They all gave wide-eyed nods. Uraraka and Yaoyorozu circled the couch and took a seat across from the symbol of peace. Hagakure assisted Deku with his gauntlet after reaching over and grabbing a few of the tools. Yaoyorozu kept thinking about the newspaper headline as they worked. Iida told her that he didn't want to discuss anything in Tokyo, but she was worried about his response. She was also alarmed by the way he grabbed the hollow disc because he could have simply asked to have it returned rather than acting as though she was about to see something unsavory. She pledged that it wouldn't occur again, but she needed to figure out what went wrong if she could stop hundreds of deaths in Tokyo. Are All for One and Shigaraki dead? That's good to hear, but did they bring anyone else along? She pondered. When the rest of the class descended from their rooms, there was still a certain amount of tension in the room. The only people who weren't present when the girls read Deku's journal were Sue and Jiro. When they questioned Yaoyorozu about it, she simply shook her head and ignored them. After working for several hours, the girls assisted in repairing Deku's gauntlet and other tools. So, I gotta ask about the glasses. Deku grinned. He gestured to Bakugo, who was eating his lunch in the dining room in silence, saying, "See that asshole over there?" He yelled, "Fuck you, old man. You wanna go?" to the dismay of Iida and Kaminari, who were seated directly beside him. The explosive young hero leapt in place as Deku grinned and used his pearly stare. "You really wanna do that again?" He responded with a growl. Deku turned off his pearly stare and turned his attention to the girls. This isn't the story I promised, but several years ago, he wanted to test a new version of his stun grenade attack, but he refused to tell me when he was going to do it. All he said was, "You'll know when." Yaoyorozu said, "He surprised you?" Deku gave a nod. In less than a second, I went from teaching a self-defense class at the agency to screaming bloody murder at the fucker because all I was seeing was a bright white light. I accidentally taught a bunch of middle schoolers colorful language that would make a sailor blush. Bakugo laughed at the image in his mind. So now I have to wear these glasses or use enhanced sight to see. It took me this long to finally get them because I took a picture of my prescription back in my time, and I was looking for the damn picture, the peace symbol continued. Anyway, I've gotten some healing from Abby and Recovery Girl, but the damage isn't going away. I don't mind the glasses and using enhanced sight. After their inquiry was addressed, they completed the repairs, and Deku replaced the gauntlets. The gauntlet appeared when he twisted the band and pressed the button beneath his wrist, revealing a technological waterfall that flowed up his arm and down his hand. When his arm wasn't crushed by the gauntlet, Yaoyorozu exhaled in relief. After putting on the remaining pieces of his armor, Deku got up from the couch, flipped into the air, and hovered over it. Everyone's attention was drawn to the display as the symbol of peace examined the gauntlets. Everything is holding together. The comms display and monitor are still in need of repairs, but I can wait until I'm back in my own time, he thought. Yaoyorozu volunteered, I could probably make the necessary parts. Thanks, but the equipment is very delicate, and it seems like only Melissa and May know how it's built. You've tried before, and, well, it didn't work out, Deku said. Yaoyorozu gave a nod. When Deku landed on the couch, he threw Mina off the cushion. Whoop, she said, sagging over the couch's armrest. Mina questioned, why do you wear armor anyway? You're strong enough not to need them, right? Deku looked at the left gauntlet with a faint smile on his face. They were a gift from All Might. I got them before Tokyo happened, as a sort of gift to celebrate my graduating from UA. All I will tell you of that day is that these were given to me with a new suit that I wore to battle. Ever since then, I felt like I needed these, so I could always remember, he said, his eyes turning cloudy as he looked at the pair. We saw the date. That was about 10 years ago, right? All this time, you've never changed them. Deku gave a headshake. Besides some repairs and size alterations, this is my final suit. Suit Omega, he stated. The end of my trials and the beginning of my time as a pro. Sounds like that ending in Smallville if you ask me, Hagakure remarked. Deku remarked, maybe it does. Abruptly, he jumped from the couch and gathered his supplies. After grabbing his hollow disc, he placed it in his bag along with his tools and other equipment. After packing everything, he turned to face the door and tossed his duffel bag over his shoulder. Thank you for all your help, ladies. As I promised, I will be telling a story from the future after dinner. Now, I have some errands to run, and as much as I want to trust you all by leaving my stuff here, I don't. As he said a story from the future, Bakugo looked at the symbol of peace and became alert. See you guys tonight, behave. In an instant, he left the building and disappeared. Mina collapsed onto the remainder of the couch with a moan. She questioned, he's still mad, isn't he? Yaoyorozu gave a nod. Still, at least we know what he was hiding. A battle in Tokyo that kills Shigaraki and all for one. I thought that battle a few months ago was bad. Mina thought, but the war ends in 2 years. Why not now? Yaoyorozu gave a shrug. It could be an issue with time travel. But, if we find out where they are now and defeat them, we could change history for him, she continued. Uraraka pondered, you think he's afraid of the change? No doubt, but I'm more worried about the death toll. We could save hundreds of lives if we did something about this information. If we told Sniper Principal Nezu. We don't know what happened to cause that, Yao Momo. Deku is hiding it for a reason, Uraraka stated. Yaoyorozu averted his gaze from the anti-gravity hero. I don't like it. This is vital information, but he has a right to privacy, and I cannot violate that right. Mina said to her, you ain't giving up, huh? Yaoyorozu remained silent. Rather, she turned and headed back to her room, climbing the stairs. Mina laughed and raised her eyebrows. Yeah, Prez ain't happy, she remarked as she slipped out of sight, leaving Uraraka and Hagakure in the living room. Later that evening, in the 2A dorm house, 1 or 2 residents would typically prepare dinner for the other residents. Naturally, the resident baker would experiment with new dessert recipes, and Midoriya and Sato would cook the most. The young heir simultaneously selected a dish from his collection of family recipes. Even Bakugo would occasionally assist, but when those two were involved, dinner preparation usually turned into a Hell's Kitchen episode. Naturally, Bakugo and Midoriya's kitchen chemistry improved over the course of the year, and they began to communicate more like civilized humans rather than yelling animals, though those moments still occurred. Since the previous evening was a beachside barbecue, the two had prepared a full-course dinner to commemorate the end of the term. Once served, the food was quickly consumed, but it was a delicious spread for everyone to enjoy. If they set their minds to it, a Saiyan could be outdated by a building full of ravenous teenagers with superpowers. Perhaps. Deku sighed as he looked around the common area after the class finished dinner and the cooks had finished washing the dishes. Everyone was enjoying a Smash Bros. Tournament on Nintendo Switch night, and Kirishima had already plugged in Kaminari's system. A pledge is a pledge. The symbol of peace began to speak while waving his arms. Excuse me, everyone, can I have your attention? As everyone looked to the hero, Kirishima stopped the competition. So, I know tonight is Smash Bros. Night, but I want to propose something new. I promised the girls a story about the future, and I'm ready to fulfill that promise and tell you all it, he stated. No way, really, asked Kaminari. It's about time, exclaimed Zero. Sue questioned, this isn't a trick, is it? Deku gave a sheepish smile. No trick, I made a promise, after all. So wrap up your game and settle in. Grab a seat or some pillows from your rooms, said the man. Smash Bros. The Baku squad all leapt from the map until the game determined a winner, and the tournament came to an abrupt end. They put the Switch away and joined the rest of the class after the game was saved and the results were in. Like storytime at a sleepover, some of their classmates went to their rooms to get blankets and pillows. Deku sighed when they were all seated in front of him. Leaping into the air, he stayed suspended by using float. Okay, so what should I talk about? Nothing too extreme to preserve the timeline, but something exciting. For a moment, the class watched him consider it, and then he snapped his fingers. I got it, the debut of my agency. Bakugo gave an eye roll. You only have stories about you, huh? Deku laughed. Oh, this isn't about me. Nope. This is my agency, the Toshinori Hero Agency. Deku used Black Whip to snap at the kitchen light switches, leaving only one light on in the living room. So, this story takes place about 4 years from now. The Toshinori Hero Agency was founded by 4 heroes, me, Uravity. Uraraka gave Midoriya a shoulder jab while grinning. Dynamite. A tiny smile appeared on Bakugo's lips. And Kriti, the everything hero. Yaoyorozu's eyes grew wide. Me, I'm a part of your agency. Bakugo pondered, I have to work with these extras. Kirishima remarked, hey, that's pretty cool, though. You guys were amazing during the final exam. Deku gave a nod. We continued training together well after our time in UA, and having an agency with the 4 of us cut costs and pooled our strongest resources together. Dynamite's fiery passion, Uravity's chivalrous heart, Kriti's magnificent mind, and my power as the symbol of peace. We started small by taking local jobs in helping the police, but it wasn't enough to officially debut ourselves. Of course, we aren't the only ones in the agency. We have our classmates occasionally coming in and helping out on assignments. These collaborations allowed us to cast a wide net across most of Japan, keeping the people safe and the villains at bay to prevent another PLF uprising. Jiro gave a nod. Makes sense, really. No more. One pillar of justice holding society by itself, issues, right? Deku gave her a finger snap. Exactly the point. Anyway, we weren't big names until the incident with the new and improved bullet train system. The improved system was faster than ever before, and it even traveled underwater straight to South Korea. The improvement and construction costs were up in the billions of yen, he explained, earning some whistles of awe from the group. The construction should begin in a few months, and it'll be sometime before it's fully complete. Before the government finished the train, they asked the citizens to make donations to help expedite the construction, and the richest families in the country pitched in with heavy amounts of cash with the promise to be passengers of its maiden voyage. Deku went on. Unfortunately, the government kept the public updated on the donations. With that in mind, who do you think would be paying attention to those yen figures? Villains, a few students uttered in unison. Right, all of that cash and the promise of very wealthy people on board was enticing to villains looking for a massive payday, so our agency decided to use that against them, Deku replied. Todoroki said, using rich people as bait. Doesn't sound right. True, it didn't sound good at the time, but there was increased villain activity around the area where the maiden boarding would take place. Taking down a bold villain organization would dissuade others from trying the same thing, right? A few people nodded their heads. When we realized that a train full of wealthy donors would be a perfect payday opportunity, the team and I decided to use it to our advantage. As I tell you this story, I will reference the others even when I wasn't there. We pooled our experiences together, so you'll know what everyone did and said. Thank goodness for detailed reports, right? As the class got comfortable, Deku told his story. Deku's time was 8 years ago. The bullet train was only partially finished in the summer, and Musudafu was the perfect location to celebrate. The train passed beneath the Sea of Japan, through the city, and south along the coast and mainland, in order for you to begin the day in UA and arrive in Seoul in time to enjoy the city's nightlife. Yes, insane, isn't it? The grand opening morning was hectic. Traffic heading into the city was a nightmare, but the donors arrived in the city the previous night. We came up with a last-minute plan after our agency received a tip that evening that some bad guys were planning a robbery by looking at the train. As 2 distant cousins, Uravity and Kriti would make an impromptu donation. If the tip was genuine, they would be on the train with the others, protecting the civilians. Since Katsuki and I stand out in our costumes, we would be nearby in civilian wear. Teituan Station, the place where it all began for Deku, was renovated to support the new bullet train system. The station had to close for repairs after MT. Lady damaged it during her debut, but it was later refurbished after the parliament approved a new bullet train system. The number of people who came to see the new train was enormous for the area. With the mayor of the city and the prime minister at the podium, the donors stood in front of the train. A disguised Kriti and Uravity, both wearing elegant gowns and delicate jewelry, were among the donors. When Uravity angled her face a certain way, her scarf concealed her noticeable blush marks. Deku had a view of the train station from the top of an office building. He had on a navy tie and a white button-up shirt. From a great vantage point, he recorded the event while standing with civilians who had their phones out. Down the train line, Dynamite sat atop another building. He had a suitcase at his feet and was dressed simply in jeans and a t-shirt. He could quickly raise the suitcase and suit, complete with bracers. You would initially assume that we were assassins trying to kill the Prime Minister. In a sense, we were anticipating the appearance of some villains. I could hear Dynamite through the earpiece, and for some reason he was making gunfire sounds. Since I had to pretend to be a spectator, it was his responsibility to organize the details, but he kept saying, "Phew, headshot." To get everyone's attention, the Prime Minister tapped the microphone. "Good morning, everyone. Thank you all for coming out here tonight." The crowd cheered as the Prime Minister beamed. This restoration project of a revolutionary piece of technological wonder serves to unite two countries with the hopes of more. While we continue the reconstruction efforts for Tokyo are still the top priority, I hope that the new bullet train system will pave the way toward new adventures. As she continued her speech, the audience applauded. Before the mayor took over, the speech continued for 10 or so more minutes. I won't go into what the mayor discussed because I never really liked him because he almost cheated my mom out of our apartment. In any case, he boasted about the city's declining crime rate and implied that the celebration was held at the train station, standard politician fare. As they cut the ribbon in front of one of the train doors, the mayor and Prime Minister exclaimed, "With great pleasure that we formally opened this new bullet train system." The public cheered loudly. The high donors were led in as the train doors opened. As the space grew, Kriti and Uravati took the front car and sat next to each other. As soon as the villains boarded the train with them, the everything hero saw them. Naturally, though, no one was alarmed because they were all dressed in suits and seemed to be well-to-do people. Only 5 cars, including the engines on both ends, made up the sleek bullet train. The donors filled only 3 of the cars with plenty of room to spare. 6 men wearing sharply tailored black 3-piece suits climbed into the car with the 2 heroes. One of them had glowing red eyes that shone through a pair of sunglasses, and 2 of them had beastly mutation quirks. The train's doors closed and it departed after a short while. It was slow at first, but as it moved away from the station, its speed increased until it vanished into the distance. One thing worse than witnessing the chaos bomb explode when staking out a public event for villains is failing to witness the fuse being lit. Fortunately, Kriti and Uravati were present. Naturally, though, they had to do what you guys must learn: play the long game, since civilians were in the line of fire. Uravati looked out the window and sighed inside the train. "We're surrounded," she told Kriti in a whisper. "And engaging them now will draw the civilians into the fight. So we need to let them do what they want, for now," said the everything hero. Uravati said, "I'll let them know," while sending the boys a text. The villains rose a few minutes later. One of the villains had thorns coming from his face, and more sprouted from his body as he turned to face the affluent throng. He yelled, "All right, everyone. Show me your hands." The other bad guys took out their nightsticks and pistols from inside their jackets. "In case you're too affluent to figure it out, you're being robbed." Together with the civilians, the heroes raised their hands. Kriti whispered, "These guys look familiar." "Sounds like they have it in for the rich," Uravati said. Kriti gave a nod. "It's not that hard, honestly." Before getting out of the car and getting into the next one, the men began patrolling down the aisleway. As they moved, they could hardly hear the villains repeating the same commands. Deku and Dynamite were conversing on the explosive hero's rooftop as the train was being robbed. Deku wore a dark green hero suit with silver and black accents. His forearms and many scars were visible because he was not wearing the gauntlets he would later wear. There was a black border around the V collar of his suit. He had a pair of silver clamps on his shoulders and a white cape on. Dynamite's hero costume combined a new design with his winter attire. His dark green cargo pants and long-sleeved black turtleneck still fit better than his younger costume. His grenadier gauntlets were thinner, and he wore black combat boots. He had a small multi-barrel case on his shoulder that was attached to his right gauntlet by a transparent tube. Deku put his phone in his pocket and sighed. When the symbol of peace said, "I lost Ochako's signal, which means that the villains hit the train, we need to act fast." Dynamite gave a nod. "No explosion or anything, so these guys slipped on the train with everyone else. If they're there for the money, they probably have a way to escape," he stated. "The train won't go too far, and bailing at those speeds would be risky, so they need a teleportation quirk," Deku stated. "And a rendezvous point. What's the play?" Deku moved toward the building's edge. He could hardly see the bullet train as it left the city because of enhanced sight. If they have a rendezvous point along the train line, then the teleporter can't go too far, probably a line of sight teleport. So I can throw you ahead of the train and look for anyone waiting for them. And blast them to the prehistoric era, exclaimed Dynamite. Deku grinned. Don't kill anyone, the explosive hero grinned. And you? Deku extended his hand for Dynamite to take, saying, I'll catch up with the train and help free the hostages. Ready to fly. With you. Can I bring a barf bag this time? Yes, Katsuki, I accidentally made you throw up once. But it was damned funny. As the two flew through the air, Dynamite grabbed Deku's hand and attracted the attention of the onlookers below. Strong explosions from Dynamite's free hand helped them get ahead of the train. They followed the track as it wound through the hills and along the coast, blasting their way over the mountains. Deku searched the tracks for a potential extraction crew using enhanced sight. Unfortunately, the crew was effectively hidden from view by the trees that obstructed their view of the tracks. A few minutes later, Dynamite indicated a patch of land that surrounded a train tunnel. Down there, I'll bet you my Platinum All Might power card that they're hiding out around that tunnel. He yelled. You mean the platinum card you lost in poker the other night? Dynamite grinned and said, you cheating rat. Give me a toss, and I'll check the area. If there are any villains down there, I'll make sure they're wrapped up nice and pretty. With singed clothes and ashen hair, Deku concluded. Deku threw his childhood friend through the air after swinging him around with Float on his side. Reorienting himself, the explosive hero charged toward the clearing. Leaning back, the symbol of peace propelled himself in the direction of the racing train with a Delaware smash. As it shot past him, he flew over it, landed on the train track, and chased after it. XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX shaped rear engine. The glass tint vanished as Deku got closer to the engine, revealing a frightened engineer inside waving at him. The door behind him had been sealed by the engineer. Leaping forward, Deku tagged the train's engine with his black whip. The engineer hurriedly opened the cockpit as he drew himself in. Just as the engineer sealed it again, the young hero rolled in. Deku saw a few things as soon as he entered. 1. It was an 8,300 steel maglock door. He was aware of the door's magnetic locking feature thanks to his introduction to quirk technology course at UA. 2. From the opposite side, there was a loud pounding noise. Before the engineer could seal it, the engine was not taken by the villains. He was now stuck, and the cockpit was his only escape route. And 3. He had gone past the point at which they were meant to halt. The former town was to be the destination of the first train ride. Iida and my younger self are aware of this, but at a certain speed, places tend to blend together. It would take me several prefectures to realize that I overshot my target if I decided to go all out and speed across Japan. Deku stood up and gave the engineer a smile. "Hello, sir. I'm sorry, but I don't have my ticket on hand," he laughed. "You're a hero, right? Those villains took over the whole train and are trying to kill me just for this seat," said the engineer. Deku gave a nod. Establishing full control of the train is critical for their plan then. "That door is the newest in maglock tech, right? Bosses upstairs spared no expense," wrote the engineer. "Good thing the villains don't know that. And the doors connecting the cars. Maglocked too, but they got to the controls before I could. I barely locked this one before they got here," he stated. Deku glanced at the door. He pressed his bare hand against the door, exposing his right hand's numerous scars and deformity. "Enhanced touch, enhanced hearing," Deku muttered, closing his eyes. He sensed the vibrations as the villains beat on the door. He looked at the hostages behind them and at their bodies. After concentrating for an additional minute, he withdrew and turned off his quirk. Deku looked over at the engineer. When he said, "I need a favor from you," the engineer gave a nod. "Is it possible for you to regain control of the magnetic door connecting the two cars?" he inquired. "I think so. Each car has an override panel to lock them individually before shutting the train down at night. I imagine the villains have access to these panels," said the engineer. Deku knocked on the door. "Okay, I can rush in and give you your access back so you can lock the doors of this car. I need you to open this door for a brief moment so I can rush in and take the villains down," said the peace symbol. With wide eyes, the engineer questioned, "You can move that fast?" Deku grinned. "Just open the door and then shut it immediately. Then, I'll tell you when you're clear to open it back up again," said the man. With a nod, the engineer covered the door opening button with his hand. What's your name, hero? My name is Deku. Don't worry about a thing. You'll be safe, he replied. Well, alright, Deku. I trust you. Deku gave him a thumbs up and grinned. Then he concentrated on the door and made a 3 with the same hand. Open on. Go. The engineer hovered over the door opening button. 3. The door was still being pounded. 2. Get out here and fight like a man, exclaimed one of the bad guys. 1. No one is here to save you. Go. The two villains on the other side retreated as the door opened. Naturally, though, backing up gave Deku the advantage he required. After jumping into the air and twisting, the young hero kicked one villain and punched the other. They were knocked unconscious and slumped on the seats by the door. The other villains were made aware of the surprise attack. As they turned to face the symbol of peace, two villains who had been exiting the car down the aisle near the door raised their weapons. Then, having mastered Black Whip, Deku took 2 seats and commanded Black Whip to crawl underneath and down the chairs. Too scared to shoot or do anything that could harm the train, the villains continued to stare at Deku. It was already too late for them when they felt Black Whip crawl around their legs. With a powerful tug, Deku reclaimed the power, dropping the villains and slamming their nether regions into the chairs' undersides. As the young hero let go of the power, they both let out painful howls. One more villain remained by the door as a result. Deku slammed the villain into the steel door after racing down the aisle as quickly as he could. The villain was then wrapped up like a Christmas gift using Black Whip after he threw him down behind him. Deku leaned forward for a brief interrogation after capturing him. He yelled, "Who are you?" The antagonist made an unsuccessful attempt to escape Black Whip. "What outfit are you? Tell me." The villain continued to struggle. Deku's eyes briefly flashed blue, triggering Paraly's stare in a train car full of witnesses. For a brief moment, the villain froze, staring at the young hero with wide eyes. After a minute of the effect, Deku pulled on Black Whip a bit more forcefully. The antagonist sagged and moaned. What are you?" The symbol of peace negotiated. "I'm Deku. How about you tell me who you are? It's only fair." Looking up at the young hero, the villain did not struggle. I'm a nobody. But I am a child of Midas." Deku's eyebrows went up. The guy turning things to gold. Punished for his greed. Now we punish the greedy. These bottomless pockets profited from years of misinformation and political corruption. They profit from others' misfortune. The villain gasped and struggled against the whip as Deku pulled harder on it. "Tell me about your boss. What kind of quirk does he have?" The antagonist snarled. "He can teleport. Our badges connect us to his quirk," he stated. Deku grinned. "How nice of you to share. And just to be clear, you're under arrest. I just thought you'd like to know." After releasing Black Whip, the symbol of peace looked away from the villain to examine the door panel. With a groan, the villain turned to face the hero. Then he grinned, grabbed a knife, and lunged at the young hero. Deku punched the villain in the jaw before he could approach the hero, instantly rendering him unconscious. After a few minutes of tinkering with the control panel, the door opened and a low hum could be heard. The train engineer behind him opened his door, gasping at the villain slouched on the chairs. "Boy, these guys dress good for villains," he replied. Saying, "Indulging in Midas' sin, believe it or not," Deku began to zip-tie the villains together. "Targeting the rich, but why?" Deku gave a shrug. "I'm guessing being named after Robin Hood wasn't an option, although who would take this group seriously if they all wore green tights?" He pondered. "Well, there's an image I didn't want," a hostage remarked. Deku shook his head in agreement, erasing the picture. He turned to the engineer after the criminals had been apprehended. "These guys shouldn't be a problem anymore. I gave them a small quirk restraining device that'll keep them from slipping out. Everyone, listen up. I need you all to move as far back as possible. Keep close to the engineer until this whole mess is cleaned up." He pointed to one of the people on the street. He said, "Ma'am, can I ask a favor from you?" The young hero was approached by the stylish, light-colored woman whose hair had been damaged by the villain attack. "I need you to seal this door once I go through. I'll let you know when it's safe to come out." The female gave a nod. Deku smiled softly and said, "Remain calm, everyone. You have heroes on this train. Everything will work out fine, and you all will get to go home." He moved to the door between the two vehicles and entered. From there, I shared the information with the other members of the team. Normally, I could have completed this on my own, but according to Jiro, having several pillars is preferable to having just one. Dynamite's intuition was correct. He thought the bad guys had a way out. Always assume that villains will have a way out, especially when they are under siege. Examine your surroundings, comprehend your opponent's advantages and disadvantages, and rely on reason and your gut. Deku observed the door he had just entered seal itself. He proceeded through the empty car after making sure the civilian had locked it. Kriti, Uravati, it's me. I just caught the train and dealt with the villains at the rear engine. The boss has some teleportation quirk and is linked to his subordinates, he said. XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX snapped her fingers as Kriti tapped her knee 3 times. Neither of them was heard by the villains. Dynamite, your assumption was correct. Take care of the extraction team and get the police to your location. The train will stop there, and we'll make sure of it. Uravati and Kriti, you need to take control of the train and deal with their leader. He'll try to slip away as soon as trouble hits. In response, Uravati and Kriti snapped and tapped. Dynamite was cleaning up the extraction crew during this time. Using his AP, the explosive young hero destroyed the long-range sentries as he blasted his way through their initial defenses. AoE area of effect damage was enhanced in shot. He then destroyed their leader and their custom jeeps, leaving the subordinates on their own. The battle quirks of 2 villains were similar. One used his bare hands to shape the metal from a damaged jeep into a spear. The other enlarged and transformed his arms into dark steel. Only when they assumed a battle stance did Dynamite laugh. Dynamite crashed into the earth after blasting the sky above him. He launched himself forward as soon as he made contact, slicing through the villain with steel arms and blasting his stomach at close range. The young hero grabbed the man's shirt and turned him in midair after the explosion knocked him unconscious. Dynamite threw his captured villain into the other, his momentum working in his favor. Rather than lifting the spear, he dropped it, sending the 2 villains tumbling down the hill. 3 grenades were thrown from the young hero's belt as he rolled on the grass. Merry Christmas, you filthy animals. When the grenades exploded and flew through the air, the few villains who were left were powerless to stop it. And a Happy New Year. Dynamite surveyed the devastation. Some of the villains had smoldering clothing, and they were moaning. Some of them were approached by the explosive young hero, who began patting their jackets to prevent them from catching fire. If you guys just listened when I said you were under arrest, this wouldn't have happened. One of the villains behind him silently got up and charged at the young hero. His arm reformed into a long sword after melting. When the villain approached, Dynamite blasted him with one hand behind him without missing a beat, sending him flying before colliding with his allies. See, cooperation is important, he remarked. After we graduated, you really cooled off. You know, it's surprising. Dynamite hit his calm button. The extraction team has been dealt with. Clean up the train, and let's go home, he stated. Deku said, copy that. Moving to the second car now. Girls, you're up, take the engine. Precision is key, over the other line. XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX remained, including the leader, after they examined the vehicle. All of the civilians had their heads down, either buried in their hands or simply out of sight of the bad guys. This was their opportunity. Initially, Kriti produced several pairs of earplugs. The two young heroes began distributing them as quietly as possible after they were made and the villains had their backs to them. They came in a small box, and inside each box was a small engraved note that read, "Keep your head down." After reading the note, some civilians with perplexed expressions realized what was going on. Due to their proximity to the front, some of the civilians were difficult to reach. Before she could react, Uravati tapped her partner. "Momo, wait." Kriti furrowed his brow. "If we draw the villains toward us, the civilians should be out of harm's way," she stated. Kriti pondered, "How do we bring them close to here?" Uravati grinned. She reached for her phone and tapped on the message from Deku. "I can tell him to make some noise and draw these guys in close." XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX inheritor got the message on his phone in the middle car behind them. Grinning, he touched the panel that unlocked the vehicle. Make some noise, huh? When he flipped a switch, he saw a sizable gang of villains robbing people of their jewels and cash. Noise is good. With their fists up, the two villains nearest the door rushed at him. Deku punched the other villain while grabbing one and yanking him away. He retaliated by giving the other villain a backhand to the head. He then knocked the air out of the first villain's lungs by putting a knee into his stomach. After defeating the two villains, Deku charged forward and disarmed the others with Black Whip. While some carried guns and knives, others carried other weapons. After being disarmed, they engaged in close combat. When they were near, Deku grinned. Before it happened, danger sense alerted him to growing animosity. One villain attempted to grab the young hero as he lunged forward, sparks flying from his hand. Deku used One for All's increased speed to close the distance before the villain could notice and slammed his head into him. He fell to the ground, deactivating his quirk. The hero was overrun by the other villains. When the villains used their quirks to attack, Deku pushed them back by dodging and weaving through the group. Most of them were unable to do great harm with their quirks because of the enclosed area. One villain, though, had steel hair. When she saw Deku approaching with a punch, she whipped her hair forward, causing it to grow into a shield. As soon as she formed the shield, the punch made contact. The villain was knocked off her feet by the blowback, and a big fist imprint appeared in her hair. Another villain trapped Deku in a full Nelson by hooking her arms around his and using her powerful strength to pull back. As a result, the young hero became vulnerable to other villains, who began punching him hard in the stomach. Deku attempted to move his arm, but the villain who had imprisoned him resisted. "I can match your strength, hero. You won't be able to break free." Deku grinned. "You have limits, otherwise, you would become the strongest villain in the world. I bet you have a power cap, and you can't exceed it. You also probably have a time limit, too, am I right?" Her eyes were wide as he explained it, but the villain remained silent. "I said this to Gentle Criminal and La Brava, I've fought stronger villains." The villain felt him lift her off her feet, and she felt the ends of her hair stand straight up. Deku used the full Nelson to slam the villain into her allies, stopping the onslaught. She was lifted by the symbol of peace, who then kicked her down the walkway and into the magnetically sealed door that led to the train's front. XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX warning the bad guys inside. Uravati watched with a smile as the villains, their guns drawn, came up behind them to the door. The last one to approach them was the villain leader, who stopped as he passed Kriti. His eyes narrowed as he leaned toward her. "Hey, wait a minute." Kriti raised an eyebrow. "Why you look familiar? What's your name?" he inquired. The hero of everything looked at Uravati. She gave an honest response, "The name's Momo Yaoyorozu." The villain's mind was spinning. "You might know my alias." As Kriti threw up multiple Matryoshka dolls, Uravati ducked. The villain leader recognized the design right away, but it was too late for him to take action when they suddenly opened to reveal her secret surprise. "No." The civilians ducked as his cry warned his allies. "I am Creati, the everything hero." Surprise. The villains were rendered blind when the flash grenades inside the dolls detonated. Kriti and Uravati leapt into combat with the everything hero during the explosion, seizing the leader's arm and hurling him over her shoulder and onto the ground. Following her, Uravati dashed out, seized the bow staff protruding from Kriti's back, and confronted the other villains. She forced one of the villains' stomachs with the end of the bow staff. As Uravati grabbed the back of the villain's collar, kicked the bend of his knee, lifted him into the air, and slammed him to the ground, the villain doubled over. She leapt to her feet and punched another villain in the stomach. "Heroes here," exclaimed one of them. "Kriti, that name." Grabbing the front of one of their jackets, Uravati fell to the ground and dragged him down with her. Then she kicked him out, sending him to the ground behind Kriti, and rolled him over her while placing her feet on his stomach. Reaching into her shirt, the everything hero pivoted on her heel. She took out a boxing glove gun that was loaded with springs and fired at one of the villains standing next to Uravati. Unconscious, the villain fell to the ground. With one hand raised in a defensive position, the final villain standing was massaging his eyes. There were thorns emerging from his free hand. "Damn bitch, can't fight fair, huh?" "Uravati, don't call me a bitch," she cautioned. "Then you won't touch me until my eyesight returns," he argued. Uravati grinned. The villain leader got up behind her and Kriti and reached into the inside of his jacket for a knife. "Kriti, You went to UA all those years ago. You were a part of. The everything hero slammed her shoulder into his stomach, causing him to double over before he could finish speaking. Startled, he dropped the knife. Uravati leapt over and kicked the leader in the face using her partner's back. He staggered back, attempting to regain his balance. Uravati chased after him, punched him in the face, and spun him around like a top before he hit the ground, so his effort was in vain. After that, he made no attempt to get up. As she watched her partner complete the task, Kriti grinned. Before she could reassure the civilians that the job was finished, she heard a gun cocking behind her. The barrel's metal pressed against the back of her head. Looks like I got my sight back. Uravati's eyes went wide as she turned. Then, behind him, the door opened. Before he could do anything, the conflict ended when the villain let out a loud gasp and dropped the gun. A quiet but menacing voice whispered in his ear from behind. "Did you call my girlfriend a bitch?" The villain's eyes were wide open. Sweat trickled from every part of his face as his breathing became more rapid. He was immobile and trembled slightly. With a sigh, Deku placed a hand on the villain's shoulder. "You should know that. Rude is too nice of a word to describe you right now," Deku stated. "So I recommend that you apologize to them and surrender." The two young heroes caught the villain's attention. I'm sorry." Deku retreated after giving the man a shoulder pat. All of a sudden, the villain was able to breathe and unwind. "Uravati, go stop this train at the rendezvous point. Dynamite sent the coordinates to your phone," he stated. "On it," said Uravati. "Kriti, some of the civilians need medical treatment. So I'll round up the last of the villains while you treat the wounded," he replied. "Villains too, I bet." "No problem." With a sigh, the final villain dropped to his knees and raised his hands. After securing the villain with a pair of zip ties, the symbol of peace proceeded to tidy up their mess. He gestured for the civilians to take off their earplugs and tapped a few of them. Deku took out his phone and placed a call after they had been cleared and comforted. "The train is secure. You should have full access to the doors and other security protocols. We're stopping the train right now," he said during the melee. The engineer he rescued on the opposite side of the train grinned. "Thank you, heroes. I'm taking the rest of the week off, and no one can tell me otherwise," said the man. Deku grinned. "Ladies and gentlemen, this is your driver speaking. The villain threat has been brought to an end. We will now be stopping the train and exiting in the presence of another hero and several police officers and buses. The police will return all of your stolen belongings to you once the police are finished with their investigation," Uravati said through the intercom. Deku could see the tunnel he and Dynamite had discovered earlier as the train began to slow down. He observed helicopters circling the region. With a sigh, he combed through his hair. Returning to the present, as Deku concluded the story, Class A continued to pay attention. Yaoyorozu had brought blankets and a few cups of tea, and everyone had settled in. As he related his story, even the symbol of peace received a cup. He saw several more groups of people wrapped in a single blanket, in addition to Uraraka and his younger self. Bakugo excluded. When the train stopped a few minutes after Uravati relayed her message, we found that Dynamite had leveled the Midas reinforcements. All villains were restrained and in police custody. Once we offloaded everyone from the train and the police arrested all the villains, we all had to answer many questions because the press was there as well, he said. Everything went about as well as it could have. The civilian injuries weren't that bad, and thankfully nobody was killed. The leader of the Children of Midas was a real piece of work, and he was in custody for a little while. Unfortunately, keeping a person with a teleportation quirk in custody is hard. So he slipped away one night, and we had to search the city for him for about 2 hours. Thankfully, he teleported into a woman's locker room, and the occupants knocked him unconscious, so that was a fun night, he said. Some of the group's laughter was audible to him. All in all, we prevented about a few 100 million yen from flowing into the pockets of the criminal underground at the expense of the new bullet train system. The remainder of the project was put on hold for a few years until it was finally finished not too long ago. We made our names known to the press, and a year later, we all placed in the top 10 on the hero charts, Deku said. Mina asked, "And the rest of us?" Deku grinned. "Well, we all made our names known as young and strong heroes, but professional debut. Well, you all made yourselves known on your own time. I know Pinky and Red Riot were the first to make themselves known, but they're busy with their..." Deku paused for a moment, observing the heroes in question. Well, they're busy. Anyway. His eyes grew wide as he looked at the kitchen clock. Holy saints, I've kept you all here too late. Lights out in 10, he yelled. Everyone sighed except for Kirishima and Mina, who moaned. After that, they all began to get up and tidy up the area. After turning off float, Deku went to put his teacup away. Then, as everyone else began to retire for the night, he assisted Yaoyorozu with the dishes. Yaoyorozu glanced at the symbol of peace as they were cleaning. What's wrong with what Mina and Kirishima are doing? She inquired. Is it about talk? He said, no, I just remembered something, that's all. The young hero remained silent. Rather, she observed Deku's serious expression as he finished cleaning the remaining dishes. Look, I'm telling the truth, it has nothing to do with Tokyo. It's a family matter, he replied. Yaoyorozu said, family, are you a father? After shutting off the sink, Deku dried his hands. Yeah, I am. I sort of adopted Eri after Ochako and I became pros. Kota is staying with us while he's enrolled at UA, he stated. That's great. But if you're acting like this. Yaoyorozu, he said, turning to face her. I know you won't drop Tokyo, but you'll do well in dropping this one. Eijiro and Mina are working day and sometimes night to ensure the youth of Musudafu and the surrounding cities have a haven to reach for. Now, I suggest you get some sleep, understand? The young hero nodded slowly. We passed Deku and headed for the stairs after she struck the kitchen light with Black Whip. With a sigh, Yaoyorozu left the room and went to bed. Nice story, though. Sleep came after the lights were turned off. That evening, at 0300, Deku was assigned a spare instructor's room on the same floor as Snipe when he arrived at the school and made the decision to live in the dorms. The young symbol of peace chose to use some extra furniture from the storage room rather than decorate his room because the school primarily used it when the instructor who lived there had to be away for any reason, night patrol, an assignment, etc. A full-sized bed, sheets, a desk, a nightstand, a love seat, don't tell anyone else, and the Wi-Fi password were among the extra furnishings. In order to avoid wearing his hero costume all day, Deku stocked his closet with a variety of clothes using some time-accurate money that Principal Nezu had given him. In order to document his time there and his opinions on various topics, he also purchased a journal. Naturally, though, before heading out for the day, he always concealed the journal. Sleeping soundly was the young symbol of peace. His sheets were all over the place, and his whole body was spread out. His journal was open and his desk lamp remained on. His sleep shirt was on the chair next to his desk, and he was dressed in black sweatpants. A knock on the door startled him out of his reverie. The young hero was startled out of his reverie by the unexpected knock and opened his eyes to survey his surroundings. With a groan, he eyed his desk lamp and flung his hand out, pressing the switch with Black Whip. I hope the person at the door saw the light go out and fell asleep. Deku tried to fall back asleep by digging into his pillow, but the knocking persisted. It became aggressive this time. A female voice called out, Deku. I know you're awake, can we talk? Deku moaned. The papers are on my desk. I'll sign them and get them to you in the morning, he yelled. The person at the door hesitated. What papers? The young symbol of peace narrowed his eyes at his bed's headrest. He thought, that's not mine. The young hero's memory was jogged by the persistent knocking. At last, he let out a sigh and kicked himself off the bed. He walked slowly to the door and touched the handle. Who is it? He made a groan. It's Yaoyorozu. Can we talk? He was awakened by the name. The young hero reached for his tank top as soon as he realized he was shirtless. Give me a second, he said. The knocking ceased. The young hero stopped and picked up his shirt. The right side of this tank top was hanging by threads due to damage sustained during his workout earlier in the day. He muttered, sweater it is, and threw away his top in favor of another. Using his UA, he opened the door wearing a faculty sweatshirt, light blue with the word, faculty, on the bottom and the UA in gold. With her phone flashlight on, the everything hero stood here, thankfully just as respectable as he was. Her eyes were red, and her hair was disheveled. Deku let out a sigh. He questioned, couldn't sleep. Yaoyorozu gave a shrug. I had a lot on my mind today. I was wondering if we could talk about things, she stated. The young peace symbol grinned. You're persistent. I shouldn't be surprised if I'm honest, he joked. Future knowledge. Deku grinned. Well, since you're awake and I won't get to go back to sleep until you do, how about some tea? Then, we can talk downstairs, he said. I was going to suggest the same thing, she responded. Taking something off the nightstand near the door, Deku slipped out of his room and followed the young everything hero to the common area. They had to use the stairs because, regrettably, the elevator on their floor was closed. The two made their way to the common area by sneaking down the stairs. The big room was as deserted as when they had left it. The 2A area looked more like a real living room and dining room than the common area in 1A. Principal Nezu decided that since the dorm system had been in place for a full year, the students should be able to live in a better environment than they had the year before. The kitchen was fully equipped with everything needed to prepare meals for 20 teenagers, and the dining area featured 2 large tables rather than 5 smaller ones. There was also a small island in the center of the kitchen, surrounded by a number of stools. Deku hit a kitchen light switch with Black Whip. Then, as the young symbol prepared the cups and other utensils, Yaoyorozu set to work removing her favorite tea. As Deku added the proper quantity of tea leaves to each cup, the everything hero observed. He is fully aware of my affection for him. The two sat down on the island opposite one another, their cups ready and the water on the fire. The room fell silent as they took their seats. Neither side was sure where to begin. There was silence for a few minutes before Deku spoke. He said, "So, what has been on your mind?" Yaoyorozu sighed and rubbed her knees. It's the story. It wasn't good. I know I had better stories, but damn. No, she repeated in a whisper, cringing at her loudness. No. The story was great. I mean, hearing how I go pro was just. I liked it. It gave me a lot to think about. Deku concluded, and kept you up tonight. Right, because, well. Deku leaned in and folded his hands on the table. Yaoyorozu asked, I'm on your team. Deku gave a nod. We started as teammates. Once more, the young hero nodded. Are we still teammates? Deku grinned. Yes, we are, was his response. All Yaoyorozu could do was nod while staring at him. I'm on the same team as the symbol of peace. But, hey, that was not what I expected when I came to UA, she said. I know. Honestly, I was expecting to open my agency, maybe have a sidekick or two, and that would be it. I know everybody else was thinking the same thing. Yaoyorozu questioned, so why didn't you? Why make the team instead of going solo? With a sigh, Deku dug into his pocket. He took the hollow disc out and flipped it on. After a few swipes, he finally settled on an image with the headline, Tamura Shigaraki, dead. Written in big, bold letters. In 2 years, I will be in a battle against Tamura Shigaraki. He will die in the battle, and the Paranormal Liberation Front will dissolve into relative nothingness, he stated. Turn to dust, basically. Yaoyorozu questioned, why you killed him? Deku's lips were pursed. You understand vibrations. The relative size and power of an object will determine the strength of vibration. Of course, the surface that the object strikes is also a factor, but you get it, right? Yaoyorozu gave a nod. Well, the Paranormal Liberation Front nearly shattered Japanese society when we fought them in Jakku City. The world hung by a thread but was still relatively intact. I can't say that people are fond of heroes after Endeavor's secret got out, though. But. He started to say something, but the sound of the tea kettle behind them drowned it out. Deku took out the kettle and placed it between the two on its stand. With great care, he filled Yaoyorozu's tea to a respectable level. When he was finished, he continued serving himself. Anyway, Hero Society is crumbling beneath our feet. Right now, I can feel the anxiety you all exhibit, even when you're all relaxing and joking around, he stated. It must have been a long time since you felt that, huh? Deku gave a nod. I don't miss the feeling one bit. I only wish that I could have gone further back in time instead of ending up here, he said. So you could stop Shigaraki from escaping? So I could kill him? As he said this, Yaoyorozu's head began to crawl with needles. When he said that, his eyes were cold and unmoving. I understand that not all villains are unsavable, but Tamura? To end him before he woke up from receiving all for one would have saved a lot of time and a lot of lives, he acknowledged. The rest of the PLF would have been demoralized, and cleanup would not have been that costly. But you're talking about killing a villain while he was defenseless? I know he's a terrible person, but that. Deku gave a nod. I'm getting off track, though. Back to what I was saying. Each of them sipped their tea. Japan's Hero Society was still in disarray after the dust settled, according to Deku, who also said, All Might once told me that he regretted being the only pillar of strength. When we defeated the front, the vibrations were felt around the world. Villain organizations started to rise and mimic what Shigaraki did. Everyone relied on him, even though the other heroes completed their tasks. We all paid the price when he retired. More antagonists emerged. Shigaraki, Overhaul, all for one. The gates of hell opened, and the demons arose to burn the earth, Deku said, nodding. We all acted when we understood what he meant. No more one-act heroes. We will no longer compete with one another. He asserted that society needed heroes rather than exalted celebrities. True. So we formed a team when we were old enough. As we entered a new era of heroism, other hero agencies joined forces with one another. In fact, there are youth outreach programs designed to find homes for kids with villainous or unstable quirks. In this harsh world, children need hope, and initiatives that provide it have produced amazing results, Deku said. All right, I still don't understand, but that makes sense. You selected me to be your fourth teammate out of all the students in our class. I get Bakugo and Uraraka, but me? Not Sue or Todoroki. You want to know why? Deku said, shaking his head and reaching over to swipe through his hollow disc. This is for you. When the battle in Tokyo occurred, the villains sought to kill as many people as possible to demoralize us, and others pinned the blame for all this chaos on us, he said, pausing on one report. However, a certain hero stepped up and brought many of us together almost immediately after the battle started. The evacuation of civilians from the battlefront was our main priority, Yaoyorozu said, leaning in to read the report. Out of the many heroes present, you organized about 20 evacuation teams, and you personally managed each one with your clever drone, Deku remarked. Me? Yes. You sent out powerful combat-type heroes to escort the civilians and the heroes who found them to evacuation zones, and you organized search and rescue teams to search the most affected areas for survivors. To get them to safety, you then collaborated with numerous vigilantes and neighborhood transit organizations. Information was flowing through us. Communications specialists kept the lines open, and Overwatch teams monitored blind areas. By pointing out tactics and patterns, you even assisted the heroes who were actively battling the villains. Deku stated, you are accountable for our 2 wins that day. Yaoyorozu read the report as he spoke. All of the approximately 250,000 civilians who were on the battlefield when the fighting began were evacuated. 5 civilians were taken to nearby hospitals for serious injuries, while about 1,300 had minor wounds. All 5 of them were still alive, though. You are still a fighter, of course, Deku said, nodding. Everyone went plus ultra during this battle. Including you, he said. I saw Bakugo take to the skies and shoot down several winged Nomu. Uraraka use her quirk to destroy a building and drop it on a group of beasts, and Kirishima battle Rappa until he won via TKO. I saw you use a heated sword to decapitate the chainsaw Nomu and the USJ. No way. Kaminari used close quarters indiscriminate shock to immobilize the 7 Sticks crime family without shorting out his brain. Then, as Rappa received his 8 hours from Kirishima, Shinso forced the Yakuza to engage in combat. The Reservoir Dogs and the Bare Knuckle Brawlers, a group of half-giants with extraordinary strength, were the target of Hagakuri's final guerrilla attacks, he claimed. Goodness, how? She tricked them into beating each other senseless, Deku grinned. He claimed that after they discovered she had deceived them, she blinded them, making it possible for Death Arms to overthrow them all. Every single one of our classmates, hell, every single young hero we've met, is an amazing fighter, Yaoyorozu said with a smile. You are intelligent and fierce. I'll admit that you were hesitant when I offered you a position with the agency, but you accepted. You are credited with a number of our successes due to your large brain. Yaoyorozu blushed. You won't stop fighting with Bakugo, though, which is sometimes concerning. She smiled and said, of course, I'd quarrel with him. That's all you get out of Tokyo, Deku said with a smile as he finished his tea, turned off the hollow disc, and put it in his pocket. Don't try it, because I won't give you another big spoiler like this, he cautioned. Yaoyorozu remarked, and it took me not being able to sleep to get you to spill. The smirking Deku said, don't make it a habit. Soon after Yaoyorozu finished her tea, she gave Deku the cup, and he began to tidy up, washing the pot and the cups and pouring the extra water down the sink. Deku. Well, you made the tea just right. Your younger self hasn't even come close to that, in my opinion. What's going on? She pondered. Ochako doesn't like it when I talk about it, but you and I once joined forces for a mission in Uruguay, Deku laughed. We stayed together during that time because we had a week to hunt a group of villains across the nation, he said. Red in the face, Yaoyorozu said, we did? Deku turned to her and turned off the water, saying, I learned how to make tea properly during that time, and nothing happened. Ochako still dislikes that mission even though she has faith in you, he remarked. Oh my. She was led out of the kitchen by the youthful symbol of peace, who laughed and said, "Go get some sleep, okay? Be down here when I go over the bootcamp schedules and teams tomorrow afternoon." "I got it." Yaoyorozu bowed and ascended the stairs, saying, "Thank you for the talk, Deku. Too much of the future over a cup of tea. I should be more careful," Deku thought as he sighed and glanced at the light switch after she left. Tokyo. "Damn," he said as he flipped the switch and the room went completely dark. Tokyo is not yet ready for them. I hope this bootcamp helps them get going. He returned to his room upstairs, in the interim. With his cigar in hand, the half-giant kept his eyes on the vacant slot as he surveyed his truck pool, which consisted of 10 parking spots, each containing 9 box trucks. He enjoyed the preview, the villain said, grinning as he took a big puff and blew out a lot of smoke. "I'm hoping he enjoys the feature presentation I made for him." The Chaos King grinned broadly as the sun began to rise above their base. "Part 2 is almost ready. I will soon possess the most potent quirk in human history. I'll be your 10th and last wielder, one for all." After their conversation, Yaoyorozu found her pillow particularly cozy when she went back to her room, and before she could think, she was unconscious. Although her conversation with the symbol of peace had allayed her fears and provided her with a glimpse of the future that Deku had concealed from them, it was sadly insufficient to fully satisfy her. Tamura Shigaraki would die in 2 years. Deku would be the symbol the world needed. He would start the Toshinori Hero Agency. They would make their debut together after preventing a train robbery, and then, well, they would become heroes. Despite this, she couldn't understand why she couldn't learn more about the event. Villains attack the capital, heroes rise and triumph, but at what cost? Deku, based on what she could gather, hated the event. Yaoyorozu chose to sleep rather than think about it any longer. She missed her morning alarm and woke up in time to see Deku's announcement. All of 2A was gathered in the common area when she hurried downstairs, and when they heard the disturbance, they all looked up, anticipating the young symbol of peace. "Oh, Momo, do you get enough sleep?" Mina inquired. The everything hero said, "I just got out of bed," and nodded. "I'm sorry, everyone," she said. "No, it's all right." Hagakure sat on the couch facing the stairwell and said, "I told the rest of the class what was happening." "Thank you, I'll wait. How did you find out that Deku was going to make a statement?" "He informed me last evening," she said. "I snuck in after hearing some disturbance down here and heard you discussing the bootcamp announcement with Deku. But you weren't visible to me, did you? My room gets really hot, Sumi," said the invisible girl. "Right then. He should be down any minute now," Yaoyorozu thought, nodding. "Maybe I have enough time to grab a bite to eat." "Yeah, you do," someone said from behind her. With a journal in hand and a pen resting on his ear, Deku towered over the class representative, who leapt to her feet. "You overslept too. I'm glad I wasn't alone," he remarked. "Pardon me for a moment." As Deku came down the stairs, Yaoyorozu moved aside. "All right, good morning, everyone." Iida added, "It's 1:30 in the afternoon," Deku replied, "It's morning for me. In any case, I'm happy to see everyone here. Next week, I'll review the roster for my bootcamp training. If you would like to participate, you still have time to submit your name. I have an odd number on my list, but I'll write your name down if you want to sign up right away." "I'll go," Hagakure said, raising an invisible hand. "Why not?" "That's an even 10 people signed up now," Deku said with a smile as he opened the notebook and wrote her name down. "Although they signed up for the bootcamp as well, my Class B asked to train with you guys." "Surprise, surprise," he said. "Really, wait?" Kirishima's eyes widened as she asked. "You won't be paired with Tetsu. Every time you two are paired up for a mission, you two waste time, which is what happens to me. I swear I've almost paid bail money for you guys, but you do your hero work," Deku acknowledged. When Bakugo heard that, he started laughing. "You need a fucking babysitter in the future, cheap. Anyway, these are my groups thus far," Deku said, deliberately biting his tongue. "Eijiro and Denki are in charge of setting up and implementing close-quarters combat training first," he stated. "All right." Kirishima erupted. Kaminari remarked, "I'm not good at close quarters." "That's the purpose of the bootcamp. Kyoka and Toru are then practicing guerrilla warfare techniques. Some of Abigail's QICDs will help you too after that," he said. Jiro and Hagakure slapped fists. Fumiyage and Shitai are then trying to use the actual dark powers. "Enjoy yourself in the dark," Deku remarked. "Next is Ochako and Itsuka, working on expanding your martial arts training," Tokiyami said again, causing the young symbol of peace to smile. "Although Gunhead is an excellent teacher, Mastering the craft requires knowledge from a variety of sources. I have no doubt that you two will make excellent sparring partners. Oh boy, said Uraraka. Mashirao and Momo will be together. You two are very good at fighting with your quirks, so this will be an opportunity to improve that area and, hopefully, give you two a new line of defense, Deku stated. And that leaves the last group, the class representative said, nodding with a fierce expression. Katsuki and Izuku. You'll enjoy the special surprise I have in store for you two. We'll investigate that, Bakugo complained. Friday at 3 o'clock is the last day to sign up, Deku grinned. I'll be posting a sign-up sheet shortly, and I'll be finalizing your training schedules over the weekend. So, enjoy the remainder of your day, he said. Thank you, sir. Deku waved them away with a smile before making his way to the kitchen. After a week, 2A and 2B were scheduled to start their training at 10 o'clock on a lovely Monday morning. The heatwave that had affected the campus the previous week had passed, and everyone outside of UA was enjoying their summer vacation. Midoriya got up early for his morning run, but before he left the building to start his routine, he noticed a note on the door that read, "Save your energy for later. You and Katsuki meet me in Gym Gamma at 10. Once again, the smell filled the building as Midoriya set about preparing breakfast for everyone, and before long, everyone in Class 2A thanked the young inheritor for the meal before starting to eat. Midoriya and Bakugo showed up at the building for their bootcamp session at 10 o'clock, dressed similarly in black t-shirts and various colored shorts. For someone who has everything All Might, you still can't seem to grasp the concept of it. I don't understand your strong opposition to it. An All Might support figurine has to exist somewhere, Midoriya remarked. You were just as shocked as I was when you heard that he used support gear. And I assure you that they don't. You would have already purchased 5 of them and created fanfiction about them if they were real. I wouldn't have purchased 5 of them if the supply was limited. In addition, I don't write fanfiction, Midoriya asserted. Hey, I discovered your account a long time ago. Fanfiction is terrible, and you fucking write it, Bakugo said. After a brief period of silence, Midoriya said, well, I don't write good fanfiction. Bakugo grinned and said, there we go, he burst out laughing. Wait a minute, whoa. How long did you spend reading my stories? We've been here since before. I forgot that I was going to use it as blackmail, he said. Very nice. Hello, I'm in need of a beta reader. Fuck you, Deku. You're fucking weird in the future, Bakugo whispered as he elbowed his rival. Deku, dressed in a black tank top, gray sneakers, and UA gym sweats, stood in front of them with his arms crossed, his eyes closed, and his head hanging low. Deku said, she has a name, you know, as he opened his eyes more. Bakugo lost it, turning away and stooping down to laugh like a madman, while Midoriya's mouth fell open. It's unbelievable. Midoriya stumbled. Don't tell her I said that, Deku grinned. She'll murder me, he declared. I believe Cheeks will murder you both, and I'll record the whole thing, Bakugo said, still laughing. Thank you very much, Katsuki. Jokes aside, though, let's start our session. So, before I begin, I want to congratulate both of you for your incredible work during the final exam, Bakugo said after taking a moment to gather himself and stand up. The outcomes were precisely what was anticipated, he stated. Bakugo's smile vanished. What do you mean? Were you applying your future knowledge to US? He insisted. I don't remember taking that exam when I was younger, Deku said, shaking his head. He acknowledged, all I can recall is hearing about the final exam and then I was done. So what the hell? Deku held up his hand and said, please, Katsuki. In any case, the outcomes matched my deductions. However, there's the issue, he stated. What is that, too? The young heroes were trapped when Deku lowered his hand and crossed them in front of him. And Bakugo was completely unprepared for the unexpected attack because Danger Sense failed to warn Midoriya of the sudden attack. You two are amazing powerhouses of energy and will, Deku said, gazing down at them while using Paraly's stare. When you work together, you can defeat strong villains and false gods, but you can also use that power against the general populace. You guys endangered lives and severely damaged public property during your first altercation. You two would have been answering a lot of challenging questions if it hadn't been a training simulation. But you guys didn't fail automatically because of you, Izuku, Deku said, pulling against them and tensing his hold. You had hero cutouts, directing the evacuations and did your best to keep the cardboard civilians out of danger. You handled this almost like a real situation. Once again, you let your pride blind you, Deku said, glancing at Bakugo. The pride will be your downfall, he said, adding, I remember getting over that slope with you after the assault on Jakku City, but your enemies will take advantage of that in the future, so I recommend getting that under control. Now that we cleared the air, we'll begin your training, Deku said, releasing both quirks on the young heroes and moving away from them to a table arrangement that looked sturdy and solid, almost like a kitchen table, with two long crates with rope handles on it. Can I now punch him in the face? He asked, placing the crates at the feet of the two heroes. Bakugo pointed to Midoriya and asked. Kei-Kachan, Deku grinned and said, not yet. The two young heroes were motioned to retreat from the crates by the symbol of peace. Deku used a single strand of black whip to make two lines in the cement with a swing from his arm. Then he moved to the edge of the concrete training ground and used his power to make another line. Come here, he commanded. When he said, I want 5 laps around this gym, Bakugo and Midoriya complied and met him at the line. I'll notify you when it's time to switch. You understand that after that is finished, you will go back to the lines I drew on the ground, and we will proceed. The two young heroes exchanged glances and nodded. Deku turned away, grinning, but paused before continuing, saying, oh, and one more thing. You're leaving your quirks at the door from the moment you walked into this building, he said, staring them in the eye. Neither Mach Speed Turbo Blasts nor one for all enhanced speed will be available. Rather, you will be focusing on your innate abilities here, he stated. Oh, I see. If we do, what's stopping us? During this preseason training, your face will be in close proximity to the concrete floor, Deku stated. Principal Nezu and Snape have given their approval for my authority. So follow my instructions, and there won't be any problems. Rolling his eyes, Bakugo said, whatever. That's 10 laps for you, Deku remarked. What the hell? The explosive young hero asked, his eyes widening. Would you like 15? When the symbol of peace gave the order, the two young heroes began their laps. You can match Bakugo's 10 laps if you want to, Izuku. Bakugo growled but remained silent. As they ran, Deku yelled. Bakugo rolled his eyes when he said this, but the young inheritor didn't say anything in response. Midoriya would naturally take the extra laps. He wouldn't turn down a little more practice. While they were running around the gym, Deku returned to the 2 crates he had placed down and grinned as he lifted Midoriya's box and opened the lid a little. The symbol of peace's uniform reminded him of the huge mission he and his friends had participated in, and he was reminded of how little they wore the suits. Deku didn't need enhanced sight to recognize that at least one of the 2 figures poking their heads through the entrance was Uraraka. He could tell by reading her name and Kendo's name for the bootcamp that she was interested in the training and would want to know what to anticipate. He sealed the lid and looked up. Deku sighed after a few minutes, saying, side to side, turn to face me and continue walking. If you don't pay attention to where you skip, you risk rolling your ankle, which hurts like hell, he cautioned. Deku kept eyeing the 2 boxes and grinning as he did so, eager to see their faces when they realized what training he had in store for them. The 2 young heroes switched on the spot. The 2 young heroes approached the lines he drew after finishing their laps. Control your breathing. It's time to stretch. Bakugo moaned to himself, but he followed his instructions without any problems. As they performed the stretches he had given them, Deku looked up to see Uraraka and the other student watching a little closer than before. Hiding behind a stack of gym mats for upcoming training sessions, he smiled a little. The 2 young heroes' breathing had stabilized after a few more minutes. Hurry up, you guys. At school, you do much more than this. You became soft after 2 weeks of relaxation, huh? Bakugo snarled. You believe we're weak? Why don't you increase the level of difficulty? Make this bootcamp worthwhile. If you insist. Deku said with a smile. When Midoriya heard his elder self give the all-clear, his eyes widened. I don't like the sound of that. The uniforms you will be wearing from now until the end of your training are in these boxes, gentlemen. Your quirks will be left at the door when you get there, as I previously stated. With the exercises and warm-ups, I'm going to put you both to the test. Is that it? The 2 of you are too dependent on your quirks when it comes to fighting, Deku said, shaking his head. As a result, you will encounter circumstances in which using your powers to fight is not a good idea, or your abilities will be diminished or eliminated. After you've broken them in, these suits will be used in combat training. With a motion toward the boxes, the symbol of peace said, open them up. After the young heroes eyed one another, Midoriya finally sighed and opened his box, saying, is that my stealth suit? I had the support department make these after the old ones. You know, Deku remarked, glancing over at the black suit with green accents that resembled his stealth suit from several months ago. The jacket featured a few empty slots on the chest. Bakugo opened his box and saw his stealth suit in all its black and orange splendor, with empty slots on the chest and down the torso similar to his rival's jacket. Your equipment isn't there, Deku said. No utility belt, no respirator, no grenadier, nothing else. It consists of a top, boots, gloves, and basic pants. As soon as the explosive young hero saw the top, he grabbed it, felt its thickness, lifted the garment, and cursed, "What the fuck? This weighs a ton," Deku grinned. "What on earth is happening here?" Midoriya picked up his suit after glancing down at it. "Holy cow, you're right. He had a hard time getting the jacket out of the box." "Izuku, you were able to lift and carry a 255 kilograms All Might when you first started training," Deku said, observing their struggles with their uniforms. "He felt heavier on some days than others, and I promise it was hard work. The total weight of this suit, however, is in the range of 320 kilograms because you can manage that weight without any problems," Deku stated. What? I really needed to consider your strength and weight limit, Katsuki. I felt that putting you at around 60 kilograms was safe." "You're crazy." Bakugo let out a cry. "Put them on, and I'll go over what the game plan is for this session," Deku said, nodding. Deku noticed Uraraka peeking out from behind the stack of gym mats as the two young heroes began putting on their uniforms. This time, he noticed that she was accompanied by Kirishima and Mina. Kirishima nodded and shielded Mina's and Uraraka's eyes, while the anti-gravity hero slapped his hand away and Mina attempted to slap the hardening hero. The two young heroes were too preoccupied with putting on their uniforms to notice Deku cover his eyes and gesture to the girls. Deku rolled his eyes, and a few minutes later, Bakugo and Midoriya were wearing their weighted training suits, straining to keep their arms up. "This is unnatural," Bakugo said. "However, it's not unheard of. For instance, I thought it was a great idea when I came across an old-world television program that used weighted clothing. Additionally, the total weight of these suits ought to be slightly over your tolerance, according to Deku. There's room for error. I really don't see the point of all this," Bakugo sighed. "Do you want to fight with me? I'll kick Deku's ass and drop everything but my shorts." Which one?" Midoriya inquired. "You too. I'll kick your ass so hard that the boy of the future will instantly remember it and cede the title of number one to me." "Oh, I see." "Yes?" Before Bakugo could react, the symbol of peace grabbed him with his free hand and threw him into the air, landing on top of the young inheritor as their spectators in the back of the gym watched in wonder. Deku swooped in without missing a beat, grabbed Midoriya by the collar of his outfit, and lifted him over his head with one hand. Deku began to demonstrate his point by juggling them, throwing them into the air and switching between using his left and right hands to catch them. As he was being juggled, Midoriya was the one yelling, "Stop, quit." With a sigh, Deku took them by the collar in each hand, lowered them, and let them fall to the ground, causing the concrete beneath to crack. The symbol of peace loomed over them. Great heroes are those with both physical and mental strength. Legendary heroes possess mental, physical, and spiritual strength. While your quirks are amazing, you will remain at the same level without making any progress if your bodies don't get better. You know this better than most, Izuku. Around this time last year, your limit was 5% one for all. Even with that kind of power, you barely made it. Right now, you had a sneak peek at 65% on the final exam, and your cap is 55%. And you, Katsuki. You can make your already amazing explosions even better. Even low-level attacks can do some damage if you have a stronger body. Even bare fist fighting will yield great outcomes. Really, I'll be here for a few weeks, Deku said as he got to his feet. No more than a month. Naturally, though, time travel is erratic, so even that estimate might be off. But we won't waste any time at all, regardless of the situation. Your first test will be picking yourselves up, the symbol of peace said, taking a few steps back and creating one more line with black whip before waiting behind it with his arms folded. There will be no use of your quirks. I'll be adding 15 kilograms to your suits if I even catch a tiny spark or one for all pulse. I have the plates I need to add that weight. We'll test your ability to move in those suits once you're all upright. You will be introduced to judo, kickboxing, and Gunhead's martial arts technique during your combat training. Going forward, you will train in those suits for the rest of your time here. Pack them up and place them back on this table before you leave. Do your warm-ups in those suits, and do your stretches without the jackets, he stated. Bakugo was using his elbows and arms to establish a solid base while rocking his body. You're crazy. I never said this was going to be easy for you, Deku said with a smile. Now stand up. Your hour is up in 40 minutes.
So this was it for the series. I hope you enjoyed it. To watch more series like this, subscribe to my channel. Till then, bye bye.